Robert Ludlum's The Hades Factor. Written by Robert Ludlum and Gail Linz. Adapted for audio and produced by Tony Hutz. And read by Joseph Campanella.
The horror began, at least as far as anyone knew at the time, the evening of Friday, October 10th. In Boston, Massachusetts, Mario Dublin stumbled along a downtown street, a dollar bill clutched in one shaking hand. The homeless man swayed as he walked and slapped at his head with his free hand. He reeled inside a cut-rate drugstore and shoved the dollar across the counter to the clerk. "Aspirin. I needs aspirin." The clerk sneered at the unshaven man in the ragged remnants of an army uniform. Still, business was business. He offered Mario a small box of aspirin he had. "You better have another dollar to go with that one." Dublin dropped the bill onto the counter and reached for the box. The clerk pulled it back. "You heard me, buddy. Another buck." "Only got a dollar. My head's breaking open." Dublin lurched forward and grabbed the box. The clerk tried to pull it back, but Dublin hung on. They struggled, knocking over a jar of candy bars and crashing a display of vitamins to the floor. The pharmacist shouted from the rear as he dialed 911. "Let it go, Eddie. Let him have it." The clerk let it go. Frantic, Dublin tore the package open and poured the tablets into his mouth. He choked as he tried to swallow all of them at once and curled up on the floor, weak from pain. He pressed the heels of his hands to his temples and sobbed. Moments later, a patrol car pulled up outside. The pharmacist waved the policeman in. He pointed to Dublin and shouted, "Get that stinking bum out of here! Look what he did to my place!" The younger policeman heaved Dublin up to his feet. "Okay, Mario, let's take a ride." The two patrolmen walked the unresisting drunk out to their patrol car. But as the second officer opened the door, the younger one pushed down on Dublin's head to guide him inside. Dublin screamed and lashed out, twisting away from the hand on his throbbing head. "Grab him, Manny!" the younger cop yelled. Manny tried, but Dublin wrenched free. The younger cop tackled him. The older one swung his nightstick and knocked Dublin down. Mario screamed. His body shook, and he rolled on the pavement. The two policemen stared at each other. Manny protested, "I didn't hit him that hard." The younger touched Dublin's body. "Jesus, he's burning up. Get him in a car." They dumped the man onto the car's rear seat, and Manny raced the squad car, siren wailing, through the night streets. He screeched to a stop at a hospital's emergency room entrance and tore inside, shouting for help. The other officer sprinted around the car to open Dublin's door. By the time the doctors and nurses arrived with a gurney, Dublin lay unconscious in blood that had pooled on the car seat and spilled onto the floor. The doctor inhaled sharply, then he climbed inside, felt for a pulse, listened to the man's chest, and backed out again. "He's dead." Because the police were involved, only 4 hours later, the medical examiner prepared for the autopsy of the late Mario Dublin, address unknown, in the hospital morgue. Just as he raised his scalpel, the double doors of the autopsy room flung wide open. "Walter, don't open 'em." The M.E. looked up. "What's wrong, Andy?" "Maybe nothing," Dr. Andrew Wilkes said nervously, "but all that blood in the patrol car scares the hell out of me. Acute respiratory distress syndrome shouldn't lead to blood from the mouth. I've only seen that from a hemorrhagic fever I helped treat when I was in the Peace Corps in Africa. This guy was carrying a disabled American vet's card. Maybe he was stationed in Somalia or somewhere else in Africa." The M.E. stared down at the dead man that he was about to cut open. He returned the scalpel to the tray. "Maybe we better call the director. And infectious diseases, too." That same evening, in Atlanta, Georgia, an audience of parents and friends sat hushed inside a high school auditorium. Up on the stage, a beautiful teenage girl was acting out a scene from William Inge's Bus Stop. Her movements were awkward, and her words, usually free and open, were stiff. None of that bothered the motherly woman in the first row, who was beaming up at the girl. At the final curtain, she leaped to her feet to applaud, then went around to the stage door to wait as the cast emerged. This was the last performance of the annual school play, and they were flushed with triumph, eager to get to the cast party. The high school beauty climbed into the car, turned to her mother and said, "Let's go home." "Home? I just need to lie down for a while. Then I'll change for the party, okay?" "Billy Joe, you sound bad." Her daughter had been snuffling and coughing for more than a week, but had insisted on performing anyway. "It's just a cold, Mother." But by the time they reached the house, Billy Joe was rubbing her eyes and groaning. 2 red fever spots showed on her cheeks. Frantic, Her terrified mother raced inside and picked up the phone. The paramedics arrived in 3 minutes. In the ambulance, the girl moaned and writhed, struggling for breath. The sobbing mother held her daughter's hand and wiped her fevered face. 2 hours later, in the hospital emergency room, blood gushed from Billy Joe Pickett's mouth, and she died. That same evening at Fort Irwin near Barstow, California, Phyllis Anderson was preparing dinner in the kitchen of her home in the Army's National Training Center. She was feeling optimistic. It had been a hot day on the California high desert, and her husband Keith had taken a good nap. He'd been fighting a heavy cold for 2 weeks, and she hoped the sun and warmth would clear it up once and for all. Phyllis hummed to herself as she listened for the footsteps of her husband coming down the stairs. He had night operations tonight, but the stumbling clatter she heard sounded more like Keith Jr. sliding and bumping his way down. It was not Keith Jr. It was her husband, who staggered into the kitchen, dripping with sweat. His hand squeezed his head as if to keep it from exploding. He gasped, "Hospital, help!" and collapsed on the kitchen floor, his chest heaving as he strained to breathe. Shocked, Phyllis stared, then moved with the speed and purpose of a soldier's wife. She ran next door, yanked open that house's side door, and burst into their kitchen. Captain Paul Novak and his wife Judy gaped. Novak stood up. "Phyllis, what's wrong?" "Paul, I need you. Judy, come watch the kids. Hurry." She whirled and ran, the Novaks right behind her. In the kitchen of the Anderson house, the Novaks took in the scene instantly. Judy Novak reached for the telephone. 911? "No time," Novak cried. "Our car," Phyllis shouted. Judy Novak ran up the stairs to care for the 2 children, while Phyllis and Novak picked up the moaning, gasping Major. Blood trickled from his nose. They carried him across the lawn to the car. Novak took the wheel, and Phyllis climbed into the rear seat beside her husband. Fighting back sobs, she cradled the Major's head on her shoulder and held him close. His eyes stared up at her in agony as he fought for air. Novak sped through the base, blasting the car's horn. By the time they reached the Weed Army Community Hospital, Major Keith Anderson was unconscious. 3 hours later, he was dead. In the case of sudden, unexplained death in the state of California, an autopsy is mandated. Because of the unusual circumstances of the death, the Major was rushed to the morgue. But as soon as the Army pathologist opened the chest cavity, massive quantities of blood erupted, spraying him. His face turned chalk white. He snapped off his rubber gloves, ran to his office, and grabbed the phone. "Get me the Pentagon and U.S. AMRID now! Priority!" On Sunday morning, half a world away, the cold rain that had been drenching London was letting up at last. U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan, or John Smith, M.D., strode swiftly through the drizzle. A tall, trim, athletic man in his early 40s, Smith had dark hair worn smoothly back, a handsome face, almost American Indian features, with high cheekbones and very dark blue eyes. There was nothing unusual about him as he strode along in his tweed jacket, cotton trousers, and trench coat. Still, women turned to look. He entered the foyer of the genteel Wilbraham Hotel, where he stayed every time U.S. AMRID sent him to a medical conference in London. This time to the World Health Organization's epidemiology conference. As he was heading toward the stairs, the desk clerk called out to him, "Colonel, there's a letter for you. It's marked urgent." "A letter on a Sunday?" "It came by hand, sir." Smith took the envelope and ripped it open. A single sheet of white paper, no letterhead or return address. The printed message read, "Smithy, meet me Rock Creek Park, Pierce Mill Picnic Grounds, midnight Monday. Urgent. Tell no one." It was signed with a capital letter B. There was only one person who called him Smithy, Bill Griffin. He had met Bill in 3rd grade at Hoover Elementary School in Council Bluffs, Iowa. They'd gone to high school, college, and grad school together. Both had fulfilled their boyhood dreams by joining the military, with Bill going into military intelligence work. They had not seen each other in more than a decade, but through all their distant assignments and postings, they'd kept in touch. Frowning, Smith stood staring down at the cryptic words. How had Bill known he was in London, at this particular secluded hotel? And why all the cloak and dagger? Smith liked to think of himself as a simple man, but he knew the truth was far from that. His career showed the reality. He had been a field commander, a military doctor in MASH units, and was now a research scientist. For a short time, he had also worked for military intelligence. He wore his restlessness like another man wore his skin. Yet in the past year, he had discovered a happiness that had given him a new focus. Not only did he find his work at U.S. AMRID challenging and exciting, the confirmed bachelor was in love. Sophia Russell was everything to him. Fellow scientist, research partner, blonde beauty. He was scheduled to fly out of Heathrow Monday morning, which would give him just enough time to drive home to Maryland and meet Sophia for breakfast before they had to go into the lab. But now, he would change his flight so he could meet Bill Griffin at midnight. This meant he would not get into work until Tuesday, a day late, which would make Kielberger, the general who directed U.S. AMRID, see red. To put it mildly, the general found Smith and his freewheeling way of doing things aggravating. Not a problem. Smith would do an end run. Early yesterday morning, he had phoned Sophia just to hear her voice, but in the middle of their conversation, a call had cut in. She had been ordered to go to the laboratory immediately to identify some new virus. Sophia could easily work the next 16 or 24 hours non-stop, and in fact, she might be at the lab so late tonight she wouldn't even be up tomorrow morning. Smith sighed, disappointed. The only good thing was she would be too busy to worry about him. He might as well just leave a message on their answering machine at home that he would arrive a day late and that she should not be concerned. She could tell General Kielberger or not, her call. He reread the message, hoping to find some clue he had missed. What was most noteworthy was what was not said. What could have happened to make Bill suddenly contact him this way? If Bill wanted scientific help or some kind of assistance from U.S. AMRID, he would go through official government channels. Bill was an FBI special agent now. Like any agent, he would request Smith's services from the director of U.S. AMRID. On the other hand, if it was simply personal, there would have been no cloak and dagger. A phone message would have been waiting at the hotel with Bill's number so Smith could call back. This meeting was not only unofficial, it was secret, very secret, which meant Bill was going behind the FBI, behind U.S. AMRID, behind all government entities. Located in Frederick, a small city surrounded by western Maryland's green rolling landscape, Fort Detrick was the home of the United States Army Medical Research Institute for Infectious Diseases. Known by its initials, U.S. AMRID, or simply as the Institute, it was respected as America's foremost military medical research facility. At almost exactly the same time John Smith was trying to decipher Bill Griffin's cryptic message, in her U.S. AMRID office, Dr. Sophia Russell was impatiently trying to reach a man who might have some answers to help resolve a crisis. Sophia was a Ph.D. scientist in cell and molecular biology. She was a leading cog in the worldwide wheels set in motion by the deaths of Major Keith Anderson in California, Billy Joe Pickett in Georgia, and Mario Dublin in Massachusetts, all of whom had apparently died abruptly of acute respiratory distress syndrome, or ARDS, within hours of one another. It was not the timing of the deaths or the ARDS itself that had riveted U.S. AMRID. Millions died of ARDS each year around the planet. But not young people, not healthy people, not without a history of respiratory problems or other contributing factors, and not with violent headaches and blood-filled chest cavities. The director of U.S. AMRID, Brigadier General Calvin Kielberger, was reluctant to declare a worldwide alert on the basis of 3 cases. He hated rocking the boat or sounding like an alarmist. Even more, he hated sharing credit with other Level 4 labs, especially U.S. AMRID's biggest rival, Atlanta's Centers for Disease Control, the CDC. Meanwhile, tension at U.S. AMRID was palpable, and Sophia, leading a team of scientists, kept working. She'd received the first of the blood and tissue samples by 3 a.m. Saturday, and immediately headed to her Level 4 lab to begin testing. In the small locker room, she'd removed her clothes, watch, and her engagement ring. She paused just a moment to smile down at the ring and think about John. She loved the liquid way he moved, like a jungle animal who was domesticated only by choice. She loved the way he made love, the fire and excitement. But most of all, she just simply, irrevocably, passionately loved him. She had never expected to marry. Fall in love, perhaps, but marry? No. Few men wanted a wife obsessed with her work, but John understood. In fact, it excited him that she could look at a cell and discuss it in graphic, colorful detail with him. In turn, she found his endless curiosity invigorating. Like 2 children at a kindergarten party, they had found their favorite playmates in each other. Both were dedicated, compassionate, and as in love with life as with each other. She had never known such happiness, and she had John to thank for it. Then she sighed, closed her eyes, and put John from her mind. She had work to do. She quickly dressed in sterile green surgical scrubs. Barefoot, she labored to open the door to biosafety level 2 against the negative pressure that kept contaminants inside levels 2, 3, and 4. Finally, inside, she trotted past a shower stall into a bathroom where clean white socks were kept. Socks on, she hurried into the level 3 staging area. She snapped on latex rubber surgical gloves, then taped the gloves to the sleeves to create a seal. She repeated the procedure with the socks and the legs of the scrubs. That done, she dressed in her personal bright blue plastic biological spacesuit, which smelled faintly like the inside of a plastic bucket. She carefully checked it for pinholes. She lowered the flexible plastic helmet over her head, closed the plastic zipper that ensured her suit and helmet were sealed, and pulled a yellow air hose from the wall. She plugged the hose into her suit. With a quiet hiss, the air adjusted in the massive spacesuit. She unplugged the air hose and lumbered through a stainless steel door into the airlock of level 4, which was lined with nozzles for water and chemicals for the decontamination showers. At last, she pulled open the door into level 4, the hot zone. There was no way she could rush anything now. She slipped on a pair of heavy yellow rubber boots and waddled as fast as she could into her lab. There, she slipped on a third pair of latex gloves, carefully removed the samples of blood and tissue from the refrigerated container, and went to work isolating the virus. Over the next 26 hours, she forgot to eat or sleep. She lived in the lab, studying the virus with the electron microscope. This one had the usual furry ball shape of most viruses, but it was not a variation of Ebola, Lassa, or Marburg. It resembled no known hantavirus. Typhoid, bubonic plague, pneumonic plague, meningitis, nothing matched. Finally, frustrated, she had forced herself to leave the lab. She'd already sent the team off to sleep, and now she also went through the exiting procedure, peeling away her spacesuit, going through decontamination procedures, and dressing again in her civilian clothes. After a 4-hour on-site nap, she'd gone to her office to study the test notes. As the other team members awakened, she sent them back to their labs. She turned on her computer to examine the lab notes for anything she might have missed. She found nothing of any significance. As more DNA sequence data was arriving, she had a strange feeling. She had seen this virus, or one that was incredibly similar, somewhere before. One of her team members' reports suggested the new virus might be related to machupo, one of the first discovered hemorrhagic fevers. But Africa? No. South America? Bolivia? Peru. Her student anthropology field trip, and Victor Tremont, a biologist on a field trip to collect plants and soil for potential medicinals for what company? A pharmaceutical firm, Blanchard Pharmaceuticals. She logged onto the internet and searched for Blanchard. There, in Long Lake Village, New York, Victor Tremont was president and chief operating officer now. She dialed the number. When Sophia reached an operator and asked for Victor Tremont, the woman told her to wait. Then a series of clicks and silences, and a second voice, "May I ask your name and business with Dr. Tremont?" "Dr. Sophia Russell from U.S. AMRIT at Fort Detrick, Maryland. Tell him it's about a trip to Peru where we met. It's very urgent." "Please hold." More silence, then. "Dr. Tremont will speak with you now." "Dr. Russell, what can I do for you?" His voice was that of a man clearly accustomed to being in charge. "You don't remember me, Dr. Tremont?" "Can't say I do, but I do remember Peru 12 or 13 years ago, wasn't it?" 13, and I certainly remember you. What I'm interested in is that time on the Caraibo River. I was with a group of anthropology undergrads on a field trip from Syracuse, and you were collecting potential medicinal materials. I'm calling to ask about the virus you found in those remote tribesmen, the natives the others called the monkey blood people. In his large corner office in the sprawling Blanchard Pharmaceutical Complex, Victor Tremont felt a jolt of fear. Just as quickly, he repressed it. "Now I remember you, the eager young blonde lady dazzled by science. I wondered whether you'd gone on to become an anthropologist. Did you?" "No, I ended up with a doctorate in cell and molecular biology. I'm working at the Army's Infectious Diseases Research Center at Fort Detrick. We've come across a virus that sounds a lot like the one in Peru. It causes headaches, fever, acute respiratory distress syndrome that can kill otherwise healthy people within hours, and produces a violent hemorrhage in the lungs. Does that ring a bell, Dr. Tremont?" "Call me Victor, and may I call you Sophia?" "Of course." "Well, Sophia, I can't say I recall the virus you're describing, but it was a long time ago. But from what I recall of my molecular biology, the scenario you suggest is unlikely. You must be thinking of a series of different viruses we heard about on that trip. No, I'm certain there was this one single agent involved. I didn't pay a lot of attention at the time. Still, the oddness of it stuck with me. The monkey blood people? How bizarre. I'm sure I'd recall a tribe with such a colorful name as that. Dr. Tremont, please. This is critical. We've just received 3 cases of a virus that reminds me of the one in Peru. Those natives had a cure that worked almost all the time. Drinking the blood of a certain monkey. As I recall, that's what astonished you. And still would, Tremont agreed. The accuracy of her memory was unnerving. Primitive Indians with a cure for a fatal virus? But I know nothing about it, he lied smoothly. What do your colleagues say? She sighed, disappointed. I wanted to check with you first, but if you don't remember, perhaps I'll contact Peru. They must have a record of unusual cures among the Indians. That may not be necessary. I kept a journal of my trips back then, notes on the plants and potential pharmaceuticals. Perhaps I jotted down something about your virus as well. I'd appreciate your looking right away. Oh! Tremont gave a warm chuckle. He had her. The notebooks are stored somewhere in my house. I'll have to get back to you tomorrow. I owe you, Victor. Maybe the world will. First thing tomorrow, please. You have no idea how important this could be. She gave him her phone number. Oh, I think I know. Tomorrow morning at the latest, then. He hung up, rose from his chair, and walked to the window, where he stared unseeing out at the pine forest, the lake shimmering like mercury in the early morning light, and the high mountains that suddenly seemed to loom close and ominous. He was a tall man of medium build, with an aquiline, smooth, aristocratic face. Now in his 50s, with his tan skin and thick iron-gray hair, he drew attention wherever he went. But he knew it was not his dignity and attractiveness that people found so appealing. It was his self-confidence. He radiated power. Victor Tremont was angry and annoyed. That insignificant little student group. And Sophia Russell. My God, Sophia Russell. Who would have thought? He shook his head, disgusted. In truth, she was not a problem, just a nuisance. Still, she must be dealt with. He unlocked the secret drawer in his carved desk, took out a cell phone and dialed. An emotionless voice answered, Yes. I need to talk to you. My office, 10 minutes. He hung up, returned the cell phone to the locked drawer, and picked up his regular office phone. Muriel, get me General Casper in Washington. Sitting in her office at Fort Detrick on Monday morning, Sergeant Major Helen Doherty was feeling relieved. But then she did not know of Sophia's phone call to Victor Tremont the day before. At the moment, her only concern was the resolution of a troublesome staffing problem that had been backlogging her department. For 6 weeks, she had been asking for a replacement for one of her clerks, who had been reassigned overseas. Nothing. Then, finally, suddenly, out of the blue this morning, she'd received an email from the Department of the Army announcing the imminent arrival of Specialist 4 Adele Shrike. Now Doherty studied the transfer papers in her hand, then looked up at the woman standing at attention in front of her desk. A small brunette with dark hair, a rigid carriage, and alert gray eyes. On her uniform were 2 rows of medal ribbons, showing service in overseas countries and campaigns, including Bosnia. Any specialist? Shrike stood at ease. Thank you, Sergeant Major. Your transfer was kind of sudden, wasn't it? I asked to be transferred to the D.C. area a few months ago. Personal reasons. My colonel told me an opening had come up at Detrick, and I jumped at it. A little overqualified, aren't you? This is a backwater post, a small command not doing much and never going overseas. I only know it's Detrick. I don't know what U.S. AMRIT is. Oh? Doherty raised a blonde eyebrow. There was something too cool and composed about this Shrike. Well, we do scientific research here. All officers are doctors, vets, or medical specialists. No weapons, no training, no glory. Shrike smiled. That sounds peaceful, Sergeant Major. A nice change after Kosovo. Besides, haven't I heard you're on the cutting edge, working with pretty deadly hot zone diseases? Sounds like it could be exciting. It is for the doctors, but for us it's just office routine. We keep the place running. Over the weekend, there was some kind of emergency. Don't ask any questions. It's none of your business. And if any journalist contacts you, refer them to Public Affairs. She pointed out the door. Okay, your cubicle's next to Sandra Quinn's. Introduce yourself, get settled, and Quinn will bring you up to speed. Thank you, Sergeant Major. At 17:32 hours, Sergeant Major Doherty locked her cubicle door, preparing to leave the empty office. But the office was not empty. The new woman, Schweik, said, I'd like to stay and learn as much as I can, if it's all right, Sergeant Major. Fine. I'll tell security. You have an office key? Good. Lock up when you're finished. You won't be alone. That new killer virus is driving the docs crazy. I expect some of them will be on campus all night. The small brunette smiled. See? Plenty of action and excitement at Fort Detrick. Doherty laughed and went out. Specialist Schweik read memos and made notes for another half hour until she was sure neither the sergeant major nor security was coming back to check on her. Then she opened her attaché case. When she'd arrived at Andrews Air Force Base this morning, it had been waiting in the car assigned to her. She withdrew a schematic diagram of the phone installations in the U.S. AMRID building. The main box was in the basement, and it contained connections for all the internal extensions and private outside lines. She memorized its position. Then she returned the diagram to the case, closed it, picked it up, and stepped into the corridor. With innocent curiosity on her face, she looked carefully around. The guard inside the front entrance was reading. Schweik glided silently past him along the rear corridor to the basement entrance. The heavy metal door was locked. She took a set of keys from the case. The third one opened the basement door. She padded downstairs, where she wound in and out among giant machines that heated and cooled the building, supplied sterile air and negative pressure for the labs, operated the powerful exhaust system, and supplied water and solutions for the chemical showers. She located the main telephone box and withdrew from her attaché case a collection of tools, wires, connectors, meters, switching units, listening devices, and miniature recorders. Then she opened the main box and went to work. 2 hours later, back in her office, she checked her telephone, attached a miniature speaker earphone set, flipped a switch on the hidden control box in her desk drawer, and listened. Yeah, I'll be here at least 2 hours, I'm afraid. Sorry, honey, can't be helped. This virus is a bear. I'll try to get there before the kids go to bed. Satisfied, she clicked off and dialed an outside line. The male voice that had contacted her last night and given her instructions answered. Yes? The smallest trace of a Middle Eastern accent. Jordan, Iraq. Installation is complete. I'm connected to the recorder for all phone calls, and I've got a line on my set to alert me to any from the offices you're interested in. It'll connect me with the shunt to intercept calls. You were unobserved? You are unsuspected? Of course. That is well. Be alert to any developments that concern the unknown virus they are working on. Monitor all calls in and out of the offices of Lieutenant Colonel Smith, General Kielberger, and especially Dr. Sophia Russell. This job could not last too long, or it would become too risky. They would probably never find the body of the real specialist for Adele Schweik. Schweik had no known relatives and few friends outside the Army. She had been selected for those reasons. How long will I remain here? Until we do not need you. The dial tone hummed in her ear. She hung up and continued familiarizing herself with the routines and requirements of the sergeant major's office. She also monitored the light on the desk phone that would alert her to calls from the Russell woman's laboratory. For a moment she was curious about what was so important about Dr. Russell. Then she banished the thought. There were some things it was dangerous to know. Washington, D.C.'s magnificent Rock Creek Park was a natural woodland, a wedge of wilderness in the heart of the city. From the Potomac River near the Kennedy Center, it wound narrowly north to where it expanded into a wide stretch of woods in the city's upper northwest. Where the brush was thick in the shadows of tall trees, that was where Bill Griffin waited that Monday at midnight, holding a highly alert Doberman on a tight leash. Although the night was cold, Griffin sweated. His wary gaze scanned the grounds. The sleek dog sniffed the air, and its erect ears rotated. Someone was approaching from the right. The dog had caught the faint sounds of autumn leaves being crunched underfoot long before they were audible to Griffin. Now he heard them too, and released the animal. The dog remained seated, every muscle quivering, eager. Griffin gave a silent hand signal. Like a black phantom, the Doberman sprang off into the night and made a wide circle around the picnic grounds. Griffin maintained watch, vigilant and unmoving. He breathed shallowly, so as not to reveal his presence by clouds of white breath in the cold night air. When at last Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith came into view, striding across the open area in the silver-blue moonlight, Griffin still did not move, watching, listening. On the far side of the picnic grounds, the Doberman went to ground, invisible. But Griffin knew he was there. John Smith hesitated on the path. "Bill?" Only then did Griffin step out to the edge of the picnic grounds, where the moonlight met the shadows. "Smithy, over here." John Smith walked toward him, feeling exposed and vulnerable, although he did not know to what. Griffin returned deep into the shadows, where Smith joined him. His old friend was smiling at him. Bill Griffin had the same round face and bland features Smith remembered, although he looked as if he'd lost 10 pounds. His brown hair hung mid-length, limp and unruly. He was 2 inches shorter than Smith's 6 feet, a good-sized, strong-looking, stocky man. But Smith had also witnessed Bill Griffin make himself appear neutral, ordinary. It was a face and body that had stood him in good stead in Army intelligence and in the FBI, because under that bland exterior was a sharp mind and iron will. To Smith, his old friend had always been something of a chameleon, but not tonight. Tonight, Smith looked at him and saw the star Iowa football player, an honest, decent, and daring man, the real Bill Griffin. Griffin held out his hand. "Hello, Smithy. Glad to see you after so long. It's about time we caught up." But John Smith did not smile as he shook Griffin's hand. "It is, but this is a hell of a way to do it. What have you got yourself into? Is it trouble?" Griffin nodded. "You might say. But never mind that right now. How the hell are you?" "I'm fine, but it's you we're talking about. How'd you know I was in London?" Then he chuckled. "Never mind. Stupid question, right? You always know." Griffin nodded. "I hear you're getting married. Finally found someone to tame the cowboy? Settle down in the suburbs, raise kids, mow the lawn?" Smith grinned. "That'll never happen. Sophia's a cowboy herself, another virus hunter." Griffin nodded again. He gazed off, his eyes restless and uneasy, searching the shadows. "Figures. Might actually work. How are your people doing on the virus anyway?" "Which virus? We work on so many at Dittrich." "The one you were assigned to investigate early Saturday." Smith was puzzled. "I've been in London since last Tuesday. You must know that, but... Damn, that must be the emergency Sophia was called in about while we were talking." He stopped and frowned. "Wait a minute. How do you know Dittrich's got a new virus? Is that what this is all about? You figure they told me about it, and now you want to tap me for information? Is the FBI so interested in this particular virus that they sent you to pump me in secret? That's damn stupid. Your director can call my director. That's the way these things are done." "Calm down, John. I don't work for the FBI anymore." Smith stared into the steady eyes, but now there was nothing there. Bill Griffin's face and eyes had gone empty. Smith felt an ache in the pit of his stomach. "Bill, what's going on? What's so special about this new virus? And what do you want the information for? Some tabloid or a congressional committee? Sure, what better for a committee looking to cut science funding than using an ex-FBI man?" Griffin shook his head. "Not a tabloid, John. Not Congress either. I wish I could tell you exactly." "Don't tell me, Bill. Don't tell me who or what you're working for. It doesn't matter. If you want to know about any viruses, go through Army channels. Don't call me about this again." Disgusted, he turned and began stalking away. "Stay, Smithy. We need to talk." "Screw you." Griffin gave a low whistle. Suddenly a large, snarling Doberman planted itself in front of John. He froze. The dog lifted his muzzle and growled, long and deep. His sharp teeth glistened white and moist. "Sorry, but you asked if there was trouble? Well, there is, but not for me." "You're saying I'm in some kind of trouble? Give me a break." Griffin nodded. "Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Smithy. That's why I wanted to meet. But it's all I can tell you. You're in danger, real danger. Get the hell out of town fast. Don't go back to your lab." "What are you talking about? You know I'd never do that, run away from my work. Damn, what's happened to you, Bill?" "Smithy, listen to what I'm saying. Call Dittrich. Tell the general you need a long vacation out of the country. Do it now and get as far away as possible. Tonight." "That won't cut it. Tell me what's so special about this virus. What danger am I in? If you want me to act, I've got to know why." "For Christ's sake, I'm trying to help. Go away. Go fast. Take your Sophia." Before he had finished speaking, the growling Doberman abruptly lifted his front paws off the path and whirled, landing 90 degrees south. His gaze indicated the far side of the park. Griffin said softly, "Visitor's boy." He gave a hand signal, and the dog raced into the trees. Griffin turned on Smith. "Get out of here, John! Go, now!" He dashed after the Doberman, a stocky shadow moving with incredible speed. Man and dog vanished among the thick trees of the dark park. For a moment Smith was stunned. Was it for him Bill Griffin was afraid? Or for himself? Or for both of them? What in God's name was he mixed up in? A pulse at his temple began to throb. Old habits resettled themselves on him like a long-forgotten cloak. His senses grew acute, and he sprinted away along the edge of the dark trees. An unlighted black limousine lurked in the shadows near the Tilden Street entrance to Rock Creek Park. Alone in the back seat sat Nadal al-Hassan, a tall man with a dark face as narrow and sharp as a hatchet. The bones and hollows of his face were deeply pocked, the mark of a smallpox survivor. His black eyes were hooded, cold and expressionless. He was listening to his subordinate, Steve Maddox, who leaned inside the window, reporting. Maddox had been running. His face was red and sweaty. "If Bill Griffin's in that park, Mr. Al-Hassan, he's a ghost. All I saw was the army doc taking a walk." Al-Hassan nodded. But John Smith was there. He sat back in the gloom of the car, talking as if to himself. "Our man in London finds Smith changed his flight from London. Your men pick him up at Dulles, but instead of driving home to Maryland, he comes here. At the same time, our esteemed colleague slips away from our hotel, and I follow him to this vicinity before he eludes me. You fail to find him in the park, but it is a strange coincidence, wouldn't you say? Why is the associate of Dr. Russell here, if not to meet our Mr. Griffin?" Eventually, Al-Hassan shrugged. "Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps it is a mere coincidence, and Griffin has nothing to do with why Colonel Smith is here. It does not really matter, I suppose. The others will take care of Colonel Smith, yes?" Maddox nodded emphatically. "You got it. No way he gets out of D.C. In her Fort Detrick office, Sophia Russell collapsed into her desk chair, tired to the marrow and frustrated. Her desk clock told her it was 1:34 a.m. Tuesday morning. Victor Tremont had called Monday to report that nothing in his Peru journals mentioned the virus or the monkey blood people. And although she and the rest of the Detrick microbiology staff had worked around the clock, they were no closer to resolving the threat posed by the virus. Earlier, Sophia had insisted that General Kielberger reveal the virus and enlist the aid of the Centers for Disease Control and the other Level 4 installations worldwide. He'd been reluctant, but had finally acquiesced and sent off full memos and blood samples to the CDC and all the other Level 4 labs around the globe. Now the first of the reports were coming in from the other hot zone labs. No progress. Everyone agreed it seemed like a hantavirus, but it matched nothing in any of their databanks. All contained desperate, if informed, guesses. Sophia leaned back and massaged her temples, trying to ward off a headache. Where was John? If he'd arrived home last night as scheduled, he would have been in the lab today. Because of her frantic work schedule, she had not thought too much about his absence. He should have called by now. Soon he would be a full day late. Maybe Kielberger had ordered him somewhere in secret, and John could not call. She sat up. The scientific staff was working through the night, even the general. Abruptly furious and anxious about John, she marched out, heading for his office. Brigadier General Calvin Kielberger was one of those big, beefy men with loud voices and not too many brains the Army loved to raise to the rank of colonel and then freeze there. These men were sometimes tough and always mean, but had few people skills and less diplomacy. They tended to be called Bull or Buck. Having achieved one star beyond what he could reasonably have expected, Brigadier General Kielberger was now stuck, administering an irreverent gang of military and civilian scientists. Most of them did not take well to authority in the first place, especially not to narrow-minded bombast like Kielberger's. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith was the most irreverent, the most uncontrollable, the most irritating. So in answer to Sophia's question, Kielberger bellowed, "I sure as hell didn't send Colonel Smith on any assignment. If we'd had a sensitive task, he'd be the last one I'd send, exactly because of stunts like this." "John doesn't pull stunts, General." "And why is he a full day late when we need him here?" "Unless you phoned him, how would he know we needed him? Even I didn't know how bad the situation was until I started examining the virus. Then I was busy in the lab. John must have a reason for being late." "Such as?" "If I knew, I wouldn't be wasting your time, or mine. But it's not like him to be late without calling me." "I'd say it's very much like him. Face it, Russell, he's a goddamn loose cannon. After you're married, you're going to have to deal with that. I don't envy you." Seeing the expression that those comments brought to Sophia's face, he thought better of continuing and turned conciliatory. "Don't sweat it, Dr. Russell. He'll turn up soon. I hope so anyway, because we need everyone we can get on this virus. I suppose you have nothing to report." Sophia shook her head. "I am about out of ideas, and so is the rest of the staff and the other labs. General, may I make a suggestion?" "Why not?" "The 3 victims we have are widely separated geographically. 2 are about the same age, while 1 is much younger. 2 are male, 1 is female. 1 was in active service, 1 a veteran, 1 a civilian. How did they get that virus? What was the source? It has to have been centered somewhere." "What's your point?" "We have to find the connection among these 3. Maybe they were all in the same hotel room in Milwaukee 6 months ago. Maybe that's when they contracted it. We should also comb the medical records in the 3 areas for signs of previous infections that could have produced antibodies." Kielberger nodded. "I'll instruct the staff to begin at once. I want you and Colonel Smith to fly out to California first thing in the morning to talk to the people who knew Major Anderson. Clear?" "Perfectly, General." Leaving Kielberger's office, she looked up at a wall clock. 1:56 a.m. Fresh worry overwhelmed her. Where was John? In fact, John Smith was driving his small, restored 1968 Triumph sports car through the night city, mulling what Bill Griffin had told him. Bill had left the FBI, voluntarily or by request. Either way, Bill was connected somehow to a new virus sent to U.S. AMRID to study. To Smith, it sounded routine, one of the vital tasks Fort Detrick had been established to handle. Still, Bill Griffin claimed Smith was in danger. After their meeting, John had made his way carefully along the park's dark paths, stopping often to make certain he was not being followed. When he drove out of the park, he headed south, away from Maryland and home, the opposite of what a pursuer would expect. He drove evasively, fast and slow, winding back and forth, until he felt certain no one was following him. Now he would take the George Washington Parkway to 495 North, to Maryland, to Sophia. He could not wait to hold her in his arms. He was driving between Georgetown's long rows of trendy boutiques and bookstores, fashionable restaurants and clubs, when a mammoth truck, its engine rumbling, pulled up in the left lane next to his small car. It was a plain, white, 6-wheel delivery truck. Too plain. Neither the cab nor the cargo section displayed a company name, address, phone number, or anything to mark what it was delivering or for whom. The events of the evening had activated the finely honed sense of danger Smith had developed over the years of practicing medicine and commanding at the front lines where death was close and real. Or maybe some movement, action, or sound inside the truck caught his attention. Whatever it was, a split second before the vehicle suddenly pulled ahead and moved to cut off Smith's sports car, Smith knew it was going to do it. As the truck turned into him, he yanked his steering wheel to the right. His car skidded and bounced up over the curb onto the deserted sidewalk. As the truck roared alongside, Smith fought for control. With explosive crashes, he sideswept a mailbox and litter bin and smashed a table off its pedestal. Darkened windows flashed past him like blind eyes. He glanced to his left. The huge truck continued to parallel him out on the street, waiting for a chance to bore in again and squash him against the facade of a building. Then the truck's passenger side window lowered, and a gun barrel thrust out. Trapped on the sidewalk, he could neither hide nor evade, and he was unarmed. Smith tapped his brake and swerved, then gunned the throttle. An intersection lay just ahead. Just as he accelerated, the gun fired. Bullets blasted across the Triumph's tail and shattered a store window. Glass burst into the air. At the intersection, he slammed on his brakes and swung the steering wheel sharply right. His sports car swerved away onto the cross street. The truck, the victim of its own speed, hurtled down the avenue and out of sight. Exulting, he gunned the car again, hit the brakes again, and turned another corner, driving on, turning still more corners while watching his rearview mirror the whole time. Breathing hard, he stopped the car at last on a shadowed residential street. His hands were trembling, but from a rush of adrenaline, not from fear. He threw back his head, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply. He did not like the trouble, yet there was an older part of him that understood it, that wanted to be involved. He thought his commitment to Sophia had ended all that. Obviously, it had not. The killers in the truck had to be part of what Bill Griffin had tried to warn him about. What was so special about this virus? What was Bill hiding? He shoved the car into gear and pulled out. He had no answers, but maybe Sophia did. At the thought, a terrible fear shot ice into his veins. If they were trying to kill him, They could be trying to kill her, too. He glanced at his watch. 2:32 a.m. He had to call her, warn her, but his cell phone was at his house. He needed a payphone quickly, but he did not want to risk another attack from the truck. He needed to get to Fort Detrick now. He raced the Triumph toward O Street. As he neared an intersection, headlights appeared ahead. The car was approaching the same intersection he was, but from the opposite direction and at twice the speed. Bundled against the cool night air, a solitary pedestrian stepped into the crosswalk. The man swayed and sang off-key from too much whiskey as he staggered into the street, into the path of the oncoming car. The speeding car's fender struck the man, and he flew back, arms wide. Smith slammed on his brakes. The hit-and-run driver slowed for a moment, as if puzzled, and then rushed off again, vanishing around the corner. The instant his car stopped, Smith was out and running to the fallen man. The street was silent. He dropped to his haunches to examine the man's injuries, just as another car approached. Behind him, he heard a screech of brakes, and the car stopped. Relieved, he lifted his head and waved for help. Two men jumped out and ran toward him. At the same time, Smith sensed movement from the injured man. He looked down and froze. The victim was not only appraising him with alert, sober eyes, he was pointing a Glock pistol with a silencer on him. "Christ, you're a hard man to kill. What the hell kind of doctor are you, anyway?" A part of John Smith was already in the past, back in Bosnia, undercover in East Germany. Shadows, memories, broken dreams, small victories. Everything he thought he had put behind him. As the two strangers sped toward him, Smith grabbed the wrist and upper arm of the thug at his feet and expertly pushed and pulled. The man's elbow snapped. He screamed and his face turned white. As he passed out, the Glock fell to the pavement. In a single motion, Smith scooped up the weapon, rolled onto his shoulder, came up on one knee, and fired. The silenced pistol made a pop. One of the two men running at him pitched forward, twisting in agony. As the man grabbed his thigh where Smith's bullet had entered, the second man dropped beside him. Lying on his belly, he lifted his head as if he were on a firing range, and Smith were a stationary target. Big mistake. Smith dodged, and his attacker's silenced gunshot burned past his temple. Smith returned fire, and the bullet exploded through the attacker's right eye. The man pitched face down, motionless, dead. His pulse throbbing, Smith jumped up and walked cautiously toward them. The air seemed to still vibrate from the attack. He gazed quickly up and down the street. No porch lights turned on. The late hour and the silenced bullets had kept the ambush secret. He pulled an Army-issue Beretta from the limp hand of the man he had killed and removed weapons from the reach of the two injured men. The man with the broken elbow was still unconscious, while the one with the bullet through his thigh swore a string of curses at Smith. Just then the night rocked with the sound of a large truck's approach. Smith whirled. The unmarked delivery truck sped into the intersection. Somehow the killers had found him again. How? In combat, there is a time to stand and fight and a time to run like hell. Smith sprinted down a row of looming houses and slid into the black shadows of a large three-story Victorian. He was at least 100 yards from the intersection. Crouched low, he looked back. The truck had stopped. A short, heavy man had jumped from the cab to bend over the three fallen men. The man waved urgently. Another two men exited the truck cab and ran to carry away the fallen attackers, while the first man raised the truck's rear accordion door. A half-dozen men piled out over the tailgate and waited, their heads swiveling as they examined the night. The two wounded men and the corpse were put into the car that had pulled up alongside Smith, and one of the men drove it quickly away. Then the truck left too, while the leader sent his men off in pairs to search for John Smith. With luck, each would assume he was more than a match for a 40-year-old sedentary research scientist, an ivory tower freak who wore a military uniform as a courtesy and had gotten lucky. People had made that mistake about Smith before. He listened from his hiding place until two of them drew close. Then he turned and loped off into the shadows, making sure they heard him. They took the bait, and a wide gap opened between the pair and the others as they pursued him. 4 blocks beyond the intersection, he found what he was looking for. Beside a white colonial-style mansion stood a gazebo, nearly invisible in the camouflage of night and the property's thick trees and bushes. He coughed and scuffed his shoes against the driveway to make sure they would hear and think he was heading off to hide at the mansion. Then he slipped into the secluded gazebo. Through its latticed walls, he had a clear view of the property. He set the Glock and Beretta on a bench. He would not need them for this. A long minute passed. Could they have somehow guessed what he was doing and called in the rest of the team? At this moment, were they circling to come up from behind? 2 minutes. 3. Then a shadow emerged from the trees and ran toward the left side of the big house. A second ran toward the right side. Smith inhaled. Thugs, civilian or military, were predictable. Their tactical ideas were rudimentary. The direct charge of the bull with the simple ruse of a schoolboy quarterback who always looked the opposite way from where he intended to throw the football. The two closing in like pincers in the night had done him the favor of splitting their forces so he could take them on one at a time. He had hoped they would. One padded around the mansion's right side, between it and the gazebo. Smith crept toward his back. As the man turned to check behind him, a single powerful right fist to the throat paralyzed his vocal cords. A sweeping arc of right leg smashed a size 12 shoe to the side of the man's head, and he dropped quietly. Smith slid back into the gazebo. A minute more, and the second man materialized in a patch of moonlight. When he saw his fallen partner, he hurried to kneel over him. "Jerry, what?" Smith's shoe smashed into the back of the bent head. Smith dragged both unconscious men into the gazebo. Crouched over them, he listened to the night. The only sound was of a distant car heading south. He collected his weapons, left the gazebo, and loped through the shadows of houses and trees back the way he'd come. As he neared the intersection where he'd been attacked, he slowed and listened again. The only noise was what sounded like the same car, this time driving north. On elbows and knees, a pistol in each hand, he crawled forward. His Triumph still waited at the curb. No one was in sight. There was no way the six-wheeler truck could have found him, first on Wisconsin Avenue and then here, not by chance. They had to have known exactly where he was. Smith jumped up and ran to his Triumph. He took a small flashlight from the glove compartment and slid under the car's rear. And there it was, a transmitter, no larger than his thumbnail, magnetically attached to the car's undercarriage. He removed the device. As he crawled out from under the Triumph, he noticed the car he'd been hearing was almost at the intersection. He quietly knelt, watching. The car was moving slowly as the driver pitched newspapers from his rolled-down window onto lawns and driveways. As the car slowed in the intersection, Smith rose and ran toward the open window. "Can I buy a paper from you?" "Yeah, sure, I got some extras." Smith reached into his pocket for change. He dropped a coin, and when he bent to pick it up, he stuck the transmitter to the car's chassis. Straightening, he took the newspaper and nodded. "Thanks, I appreciate it." The car drove on, and Smith jumped into the Triumph. He peeled away, hoping his trick would occupy his assailants long enough for him to reach Sophia. But he knew that if they knew who he was and where to find him, they had to know where to find her. Sophia Russell was the last scientist still in the U.S. AMRID offices. It was just after 4 a.m., but she was too worried about John to sleep. She continued studying the latest reports, but only the one from the Prince Leopold Institute of Tropical Medicine in Belgium offered hope. Dr. René Giscourt recalled a field report he had read years ago while doing a stint at a jungle hospital in Bolivian Amazonia. At the time, he was battling what appeared to be a new outbreak of Machupo fever. He had no time for even thinking about an unconfirmed rumor from far-off Peru, so he'd made a note and forgotten about it. But the new virus had jogged his memory. He'd found his original note, an apparent combination of hantavirus and hemorrhagic fever symptoms, as well as some connection to monkeys. A surge of justification rushed through Sophia. Yes, Giscourt's report confirmed her recollection. If she were right, there had been no outbreaks of that virus since, which meant it must still be confined to the narrow, deep jungle in a remote part of Peru. In her daily logbook, she described her reaction to the Prince Leopold report, summarized what she recalled of the strange virus, and her 2 conversations with Victor Tremont. As she was writing, she heard the door to her office open. Hope filled her. Excited, she spun her chair around. "John, darling, where—" In the instant before her head exploded in violent pain and color, she had a glimpse of 4 men surrounding her. None was John. Then, darkness. Nadal al-Hassan, disguised in lab scrubs, methodically searched the female scientist's office desk. He read each document, report, notebook, and memo. The task was offensive, even though he was protected by surgical gloves. He made no secret of his distaste. Allowing females to study and work beside men was not only heresy, blasphemy. It defiled both the dignity of the men and the chastity of the women. Touching what the woman had touched defiled him. But the search was necessary, so he performed it meticulously. He found the damaging documents almost at once, the report from the Prince Leopold Institute. her handwritten phone record of outgoing calls, and her logbook musings about the Belgian report. Fortunately, it filled an entire page, beginning at the top and ending on the bottom. From a small leather case, he took out a pen-shaped, razor-sharp draftsman's blade. With care and delicacy, he excised the page. The cut was invisible. His 3 men, also dressed in scrubs, were completing their search of the rows of file cabinets. One said, "Got a new memo in a file about Peru." Another said, "A couple of old files talk about stuff down in South America." "You read every document, every file, looked in every drawer?" "Like you told us." "Very well. You will now erase any indications of a search. Everything is to be as it was." While they returned to work, Al-Hassan took a small metal container from a leather case and extracted a glass vial. He carefully removed a hypodermic syringe from the case, filled it from the vial, and injected Sophia in the vein of her left ankle. At the prick of the needle, she stirred and moaned. The 3 men heard. They turned to look, and their faces went ashen. "Complete your tasks." The men dropped their gazes. As they finished straightening the office, Al-Hassan put the used syringe inside a plastic container, sealed it, and returned it to the leather case. He inspected the office. Satisfied, he ordered his men to leave. He saw that sweat had beaded up on Sophia's face. When she groaned, he smiled and followed them out. A light wind rustled through bushes and trees. John Smith's 3-story saltbox-style house was set back into the looming shoulder of Catoctin Mountain in Thurmont, Maryland. The place was totally dark, which made him think Sophia must still be at the lab, but he had to be sure. From the shadows he studied his house, yard, and street. He saw telltale signs. The trunk of the old apple tree was too thick, where someone stood behind it watching. The hood of a black Mercedes protruded from a driveway of neighbors Smith knew owned only a Buick, which they always parked in the garage. So, 1 sentry in front, probably a man in back too. But Smith could see no reason to waste a man on the side of the garage, away from the house. He slipped down an alley and sprinted behind the houses, then worked his way back to the near side of his garage. He slithered the last 5 yards on his elbows and belly. He raised up to peer inside the garage, and sighed with relief. It was empty. Sophia must have been at Fort Detrick all this time. If so, she had never received his message, and that explained the lack of lights inside. He breathed deeply, instantly feeling better. He hurried back to his Triumph and drove to a phone booth a quarter-mile away. He dialed her work number. After 4 rings, the machine picked up. He hung up and dialed another number. "United States Army, Fort Detrick Security." "This is Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith, U.S. AMRID. "Base ID, Colonel." He gave his number. There was a pause. "Thank you, Colonel. How can we help you?" "Connect me to the desk guard at U.S. AMRID." Clicks, beeps, and a new voice. "U.S. AMRID Security, Grasso." Grasso, John Smith. "Hey, Colonel, you're back. Everything okay? Doc Russell's been asking." "I'm fine, Grasso. It's Dr. Russell I'm calling about. She's not answering her phone. You know where she is?" "She's on the night list I got when I came on, and I ain't seen her leave. She's probably in the lab." "Could you go up and check, real quick? I'll hang on." "Sure, Colonel." Every second seemed like a minute, and every minute it was harder to breathe. When Grasso spoke again, he almost jumped. "Not there, Colonel. Office and lab are both closed up." "Any sign of trouble?" "Nope. Damned if I know how I missed her. I guess she could have gone out one of the other exits. Hold on, let me check with the gate guard." The phone clicked, and after another long moment, "Sorry, Doc. He didn't see her leave the base either." "Thanks, Grasso." He hung up. She must have been too tired to drive all the way to Thurmont, which meant she was likely at her old condo in Frederick, which he had just sold but had not yet fully moved out of. He got in the Triumph and sped away. Sophia's condo was only 5 blocks away from Fort Detrick. Parked up the street, Smith saw no signs of anyone watching here. He used his key to the lobby of the 3-story building and strode to the elevators. On the 3rd floor, the Glock in his hand, he stepped off warily. The corridor was empty. When he reached her door, he listened. He heard nothing. He turned the key, pushed open the door, and dropped flat to the carpet. The apartment was dark. Nothing stirred. A quick search of the apartment showed she had not been here. Feeling numb, Smith walked back into the living room and turned on lights. He looked for signs of an attack, a search. Nothing. She was not at the lab. She was not at the house in Thurmont. She was not here. He needed help. The first step was to call the base and alert them to her disappearance. Then the police, FBI. He grabbed the phone to dial Detrick. His hand froze in midair. Outside in the corridor, footsteps. He put down the phone and switched off the lights. He dropped to one knee behind the couch, the Glock in his hand. Someone was advancing toward Sophia's condo, bumping into walls, moving in fits and starts. A drunk staggering home. The steps stopped with a hard thump against Sophia's door. There was ragged breathing. A key probed for the lock. The door swung open. In the shaft of light, Sophia swayed. Smith leaped forward. "Sophia!" He caught her before she collapsed. She gasped, battled for breath. Her face burned with fever. Her eyes stared up at him, tried to smile. "You're back, darling. Where were you?" "I'm so sorry, Soph. I had an extra day. John, at the lab. Someone hit." She fell back in his arms, unconscious. Her skin was pasty. Her beautiful face was pinched with pain. What had happened to her? "Soph! Soph! Oh, my God, Soph!" There was no response. He laid her on the couch and dialed 911. Her pulse was weak and rapid. She breathed in labored gasps. She burned. He yelled into the phone. "Acute respiratory distress! Dr. Jonathan Smith, damn it! Get here now!" The dark van was almost invisible, shadowed as it was beneath the tree opposite Sophia Russell's condo building. From it, Bill Griffin watched the paramedic van across the street, its light bar flashing. Nadal Al-Hassan spoke from the driver's seat. "Dr. Russell should not have been able to leave her laboratory alone. She should never have reached this far." "But she did both," Griffin said. "I did what was ordered for the woman. It was the only way she could be handled without suspicion." Griffin's silence covered the turmoil inside him. He had tried to warn John off, but Al-Hassan had sent his thug, Steve Maddox, after John before he'd even had a chance to think about running. That would have told John the warning was true, but now with the woman attacked too, John would not back away. How in hell was Bill going to save his oldest friend now? He and Al-Hassan had been waiting for the others to locate Smith again when the call from the fake Adele Shrike came in on Al-Hassan's cell phone. The motion sensor she had planted in Sophia Russell's office and lab had gone off, and when she activated the hidden video camera, she had seen Sophia staggering from her office. She rushed to Fort Detrick, but by the time she had gotten there, Russell had vanished. Shrike had told Al-Hassan, "She couldn't drive in her condition, so I checked her file. She owns a condo close to the fort." They had driven straight to the building, only to find the paramedics already there, and the whole building awakened by the commotion. There was no way they could get inside now. Griffin said, "If she tells Smith too much, the boss isn't going to be happy." 4 paramedics pushed a gurney out through the lobby doors. John Smith strode alongside the gurney, holding the hand of the woman on the stretcher as he bent close to her. Griffin said, "Look, she's alive, and they're talking. So what do we do?" "We follow them to the hospital. Then we make her dead for certain. Smith, too. However, it is possible John Smith is conversing with a corpse. Love makes fools of even the most intelligent. We will see whether she dies on her own. If so, then we have only John Smith to eliminate. That makes our jobs easier, yes?" Dawn was breaking, but John was oblivious to the passage of time as he sat beside Sophia, who lay in the curtained ICU bed gasping for breath. Hooked up to oxygen and the machines of a modern hospital, she was held captive by apparatus untouched by who she was or what was wrong with her. John leaned close and said, "You'll be fine, Soph, darling." As he had told countless young soldiers lying shattered in a MASH unit at some front line, he reassured, "You're going to be well soon. You'll be up and about and feeling a lot better. Just hang on, darling. Please, hang on." She tried to smile up at him between shuddering gasps for breath and squeezed his hand weakly. "Where were you?" Tenderly, he laid a finger on her lips. "Don't try to talk. Just concentrate on getting well. Sleep, my darling. Her eyes fell closed, as if they were curtains dropping at the end of a play. Smith strode across the room to where Dr. Josiah Withers, the hospital's pulmonary specialist, and Captain Donald Guarini, U.S. Emirates' best virologist, were consulting in low voices. "Well?" "All our efforts to alleviate the symptoms have been useless," Withers told him. "She's responded to nothing." "Come up with something. At least stabilize her." Captain Guarini said, "John, it looks like the virus we got in the lab last weekend. We have every level 4 lab in the world working on it, and so far we haven't a clue what it is or how to treat it. She must have somehow been contaminated." Smith stared at Guarini. "You're saying she made a mistake in the lab, Don? In the hot zone? No way. You know that—" "Doctors! Colonel!" The nurse stood over the ICU bed, where Sophia's whole body had jerked up into a bow of agony, as if trying to draw one single long breath. Smith slammed the others aside and ran. "Sophia!" She tried to smile. He took her hand. "Darling!" Her eyes fell closed and her hand went limp. "No!" She settled into the bed. Her chest stopped moving. Blood began pouring from her nose and mouth. Smith jerked his head up to check the monitor. A green line plodded steadily across the screen. A flat line. Death. "Paddles!" The nurse bit back a sob and produced the shock resuscitation electrodes. He fought panic. He was a trained physician. He saved lives. That was his job. He was going to save Sophia's life. He could do it. He initiated the shock. Sophia's body curved silently in an arc and fell back. Again! 5 times he tried, increasing the shock each time. Captain Guarini touched his wrist. "John! No! Again!" But the monitors remained unresponsive. It had to be a mistake. Sophia was alive, full of vitality, beautiful, and a smart aleck. She teased him. Dr. Withers put his arm around Smith's shoulders. "John, let go of the paddles." Smith looked at him. "What?" But he released the paddles. Captain Guarini said, "I'm very sorry, John. We'll leave you alone." They filed out. The curtains closed around Sophia's bed, and a wasteland of pain took over Smith's heart. He dropped down on his knees and pressed his forehead against Sophia's limp arm. He wanted her to move, to sit up and laugh, to tell him it was all just a bad joke. He removed the oxygen tent so he could really see her. She looked so alive still. He sat beside her on the bed, held her hands in his, and talked to her in his thoughts. He poured out his love. It was a long time before he finally said, "Goodbye, darling." In the hospital waiting room, miserable and numb, Smith sat alone in an armchair, slumped forward, his face in his hands. He yearned for her. Thick tears poured through his fingers. Regret, guilt, mourning. He shook with silent sobs. Sophia was gone, and all he could think about was that his arms ached to hold her one more time. He let his mind drift back to the first time he saw her, in a lab at the National Institutes of Health. He'd made U.S. Amrit make her an offer so good she had taken the job at Detrick, and by bringing her there, he had killed her. He remembered the first day she walked into the lab at U.S. Amrit. She told him, "I'll take the empty bench over there. You can stop staring at me, and I'll get to work. Everyone tells me you're a hotshot combat doctor. I respect that, but I'm a better researcher than you'll ever be, and you'd better get used to it." "I'll remember that." Then she stared him straight in the eye. "And keep your dick in your pants until I say take it out." He nodded and grinned. "I can wait." My God, he would have to call off the wedding, write to the guests, let them know she was gone. Gone. Cancel the caterers, the limousine. He shook his head violently, tried to focus his mind. He should have been with her. He should never have gotten her that job at U.S. Amrit. He had killed her. He wanted her from the moment he saw her at her sister Randy's. When he tried to tell Randy how sorry he was that her fiancé had died, Randy had been too angry to listen. But Sophia had understood. He had to tell her family, but she had no family, only Randy. He had to tell Randy. Somalia came back to him in a rush. He'd been posted to a hospital ship to treat Americans in that country. One of his patients was a major ill with fever. He had diagnosed malaria, but it turned out to be the far less known and far more deadly Lassa fever. The major had died before the diagnosis could be corrected and better treatment begun. The army exonerated him of wrongdoing. Lassa usually killed even with the best treatment. There was no cure, but he blamed himself, so much so that he had pressured the Army to assign him to Fort Detrick to become an expert in virology and microbiology. There, after he really understood the Lassa virus, he finally accepted his error. But the Major had been Randy Russell's fiancée, and she had never forgiven Smith, never stopped blaming him for his death. Now he had to tell her he had killed another person she loved. He found a payphone and dialed Randy Russell's home. After 2 rings, the machine picked up. He hung up and dialed her office at the Foreign Affairs Inquiries Institute, an international think tank. Again, voicemail. Again, he hung up. There was no way he could leave a message. Smith here, bad news, Sophia's dead, sorry. He would just have to keep trying to reach her. Randy had always been away frequently on long business trips. She saw Sophia rarely. After he and Sophia grew close, Randy seldom called and never came around. As he walked back toward the ICU, he saw Kielberger sitting in the waiting room, waiting for him. He rose as John entered. "I'm sorry, Colonel Smith. Please accept my condolences." Smith glared. "Why the hell wasn't I told about this new virus? You knew where I was." "Colonel, you weren't contacted at first because the matter didn't seem urgent. A single soldier in California. By the time the other 2 cases were reported, you were due home in a little over a day anyway." Smith dropped into a chair. "Tell me about this virus." Kielberger sighed and sat down beside him. "Major Keith Anderson died Friday evening out at Fort Irwin of acute respiratory distress syndrome. But it was not like any ARDS we'd ever seen. There was massive hemorrhaging from the lungs and blood in the chest cavity. Pentagon alerted us, and we got blood and tissue samples early Saturday morning. By then, 2 other deaths had occurred in Atlanta and Boston. You weren't here, so I put Dr. Russell in charge of the team. This thing is unlike any known virus. I brought in CDC and the other level 4 facilities worldwide, but everything is still negative. It's new, and it's deadly." In the corridor, Dr. Ludfalla, the hospital pathologist, passed with 2 orderlies, pushing a sheet-draped gurney. He nodded to Smith. The general continued talking. "What I want you to do is—" Smith ignored him. What he had to do was more important than anything Kielberger wanted. He jumped up and followed the procession to the autopsy room. Using his old FBI credentials, Bill Griffin called the hospital, was connected to one of the orderlies in the emergency room, and managed to elicit from him some key pieces of information. First, that Sophia had died. Second, that she had died without regaining consciousness. She had told John Smith nothing in the hospital. But when Griffin told Al-Hassan this, he said, "We cannot be certain she did not speak in her condominium. Our leader will not like the possibility she told Smith of Peru. I would prefer Maddox had killed him." Bill grimaced. "I think it's good Maddox missed him in D.C. I've got to say it again, Al-Hassan. Too many unexplained deaths and killings draw a lot of attention, especially if Smith told anyone about the attacks on him. The boss could like that even less." Al-Hassan hesitated. He distrusted Griffin, but he could be right. In the tile and stainless steel autopsy room in the basement of the hospital, Smith looked up as pathologist Ludfalla stepped away from the dissecting table. The air was cold and singed with the stink of formaldehyde. Both men were dressed in green scrubs. Ludfalla sighed. "Well, that's it, John. No doubt at all. She died of a massive viral infection that destroyed her lungs." "What virus?" Smith demanded. Ludfalla shook his head. "I'll leave that part to you Einsteins at Detrick, but it's not pneumonia, tuberculosis, or anything else I've ever seen." Smith nodded. With a giant effort of will, he blanked his mind against who was lying cut open on the stainless steel table, with its channels and slopes to catch blood. He and Ludfalla began the grim business of collecting tissue and blood samples. Most people think of the behemoth National Institutes of Health as a single entity, which is far from the truth. Set on more than 300 lush acres in Bethesda, Maryland, just 10 miles from the capital, the NIH consists of 24 separate institutes, centers, and divisions that employ 16,000 people. Of those, an astounding 6,000 are PhDs. That included Lily Lowenstein, director of the Federal Resource Medical Clearinghouse, or FRMC. But along with the degrees, Lily had a problem, a huge problem. Lily was a compulsive gambler. Local bookies and sports bars, the racetracks, Las Vegas, Atlantic City. She played and lost at them all. Now she owed more than $50,000, and a man who would not give his name had called to tell her he had bought her debts and would like to discuss payment. At exactly 9:30 that Tuesday morning, she was to meet him at a downtown Bethesda sports bar. She couldn't go to the police. Everything would come out, including how she dipped into petty cash and cut a few corners in buying office supplies, pocketing the difference. There were no more friends or family who would lend her money, not anymore. She had no husband, not anymore. Her house was mortgaged to the maximum. She had no bonds, no stocks left. Her only means of support was her job. Without her job, she had nothing. She was nothing. From a rear booth in the sports bar, Bill Griffin watched the woman enter. Middle-aged, middle class, medium height and build. Brown hair, brown eyes, a nondescript face. Her suit bordered on shabby. Her hair was ragged, and her gray roots were showing. The gambler. But she was also a shade haughty as she stood inside the door, looking for someone to come forward and claim her. Griffin let her stew. Finally he caught her eye and nodded. She walked stiffly past tables and booths toward him. "Miss Lowenstein?" Lily nodded. "Sit down." She sat, nervous and uneasy. In fact, she was terrified. "Who are you? How did you find out about my debts?" Bill Griffin smiled thinly. "You don't care about that. None of that matters a damn. I have your markers. I'm here to offer you a way to get out from under. You can start fresh. I wipe away your debts. No one ever knows, and I give you enough to start over. Sound good?" "A fresh start?" For a moment her face flushed excitedly. Then she frowned. That depends on what I have to do for it, doesn't it?" Bill Griffin had once been one of the Army's best recruiters of assets behind the Iron Curtain. Lure them with the personal advantages, the moral principles, the rightness of the cause, until they were compromised. Then when they balked at what you asked them to do, and they always did sooner or later, drop the carrot, tighten the screws, and lean. It was time to lean. "No, not really," he said. "Depends on nothing. You can't pay me off, and you can't be exposed. If you think you can do either, get up and walk out now." Lily's stomach turned to stone, then to mush. She knew he was right. She put her face in her hands and quietly started to cry. Griffin let her go for 2 minutes, then handed her a bar napkin to dry her eyes. "Maybe this'll help. Think about it this way. The axe was going to fall someday. This way you get it over with, wipe the slate clean, and I give you a little extra, say $50,000, to get you started again. All for a couple of hours' work. Now that's not so bad, is it?" Wipe the slate clean? 50,000? The nightmare over? And money? She really could start over. Get therapy. Oh, this was never going to happen again. Never. She suddenly wanted to kiss this man, hug him. "What do you want me to do?" "I just need a few records erased. Then you're home free." She shuddered, then took hold of herself. Griffin watched her. This was the critical moment. That first shock of a new asset, knowing what he or she was actually going to have to do. Betray their country, their employer, their family, whatever it was. And as he watched, he saw the moment pass. He nodded. "Okay, here's what we want. There's a report to Fort Detrick and CDC, and probably to a lot of other places overseas, too, that we need deleted from all the records. Wiped out, erased clean, all copies. It never existed. The same with any World Health Organization reports of virus outbreaks and or cures in Iraq in the last 2 years. Those plus all records of a couple of telephone calls. Can you do that?" She nodded. "By noon?" She swallowed hard and nodded again. In the afternoon following the autopsy, John Smith worked alone, feverishly, in the Level 4 lab. How had Sophia died? Well, he knew how. Acute respiratory distress syndrome from a deadly virus. But how had Sophia contracted it? At the hospital, the doctors and General Kielberger had told him to go home to get some sleep. Instead, he had packed the refrigerated containers of blood and tissue from Sophia in his car and driven straight to Fort Detrick. He repeated all the lab work she had done with the samples from the 3 other victims, but in the end his data revealed nothing new. It did renew his sense of horror at the potential threat this virus posed to the world. When he was done in the lab, he ended up sitting in his office staring into space. How had she contracted it? If she'd had an accident in which she had any possible contact with the new virus, she would have reported it instantly. Not only was that a standing order, it was insanity not to. Add to that the attacks on him in Georgetown, and Smith could draw only one conclusion. Her death had been no accident. In his mind, he heard her gasping voice. At the lab, someone hit. Had someone entered her lab and attacked her? He read again through her notes, memos, reports for any clue, any hint of what had happened, and saw the number in her careful printing at the top of the next-to-last page of her logbook. Her logbook detailed each day's work on the unknown virus. The entry number was PRL-53-99. PRL referred to the Prince Leopold Institute in Belgium. The number referred to a specific experiment or line of reasoning or a chronology. What was important about this reference and number was that she always wrote them at the end of her report. At the end. This notation was at the top of a page, at the beginning of a commentary about the 3 victims. The commentary mentioned no other reports, so the log number was in the wrong place. He examined the 2 last pages carefully, pushing apart the sheets to study the gutter where the paper was sealed into the book's spine. He saw nothing. He carried the logbook to his large dissecting microscope. He positioned the book's exposed gutter under the viewing lens, and he saw it. A cut almost as straight and delicate as a laser scalpel. A page had been cut out. Brigadier General Calvin Kielberger stood in the open doorway to John Smith's office. His hands were clasped behind his back, his legs spread apart, his beefy face severe. "I ordered you to go home, Colonel Smith. You're no good to anyone out on your feet." "Someone cut a page from her logbook, General. There's a page missing from the last work she did. Why?" "She probably removed it because she didn't want it." "No one destroys a research note. What was cut out was connected to some report from the Prince Leopold Institute in Belgium. I found no copy of it in her papers." "It's probably in the computer data bank." "That's where I'm going to look next." "Look later. First, I want you to get some rest. Then I need you to go to California. You've got to talk to Major Anderson's family and friends." "No, damn it, send someone else. Something's wrong about Sophia's death. I'm going to find out what." "Not on the Army's time, you're not." "Then I'm out of the Army." Kielberger glared. He was ready to tell Smith to go ahead and quit. He had enough of his insubordination. Then he reconsidered. This was not the time. "All right. I suppose I don't blame you. Continue working on Dr. Russell's case. I'll send someone else to California." It took Lily Lowenstein all of Tuesday morning to do what the nameless man had ordered. Now she was finishing a celebratory lunch at her favorite restaurant in downtown Bethesda. It had been child's play to tap into WHO's computers and the Iraqi system and erase all traces of a series of reports concerning the victims and survivors of 2 minor viral outbreaks in the cities of Baghdad and Basra. Clearing the single Belgian report from her own FRMC master computer, from U.S. AMRID and CDC's databases, and from all the other databases worldwide had been more time-consuming. Erasing the items from the telephone log at Fort Detrick had taken even longer, but now it was done, all done. And Lily would be free of her financial problems for good. She would never get in so deep again, and with $50,000 in cash, she could go to Atlantic City with enough to recoup everything she'd ever lost. She left the restaurant and turned the corner toward the bar where her favorite bookmaker had his private booth. She could not lose, not now, not anymore. Even when she heard the screech and rumble of rubber and metal behind her and turned to see the big black SUV careening along the sidewalk directly at her, she had a wide smile on her face. The smile was still there when the SUV struck her and swerved back onto the street, leaving her dead on the sidewalk. It was after 3 o'clock when Smith pushed away from the computer screen. There were 5 reports from the Prince Leopold Institute. but none reported anything but more failure to classify the unknown virus. There had to be a report with new information in it, something that inspired Sophia to write out a full-page note last night. But he'd searched the databases of Fort Detrick, the CDC, and every other Level 4 lab in the world. Nothing. Either Sophia had made a mistake, or written down the wrong code, or the report had never existed, or it had been erased from every database in the world. No. Why would someone do that? Smith tried to dismiss the idea that there'd been anything critical on that missing page, but he could not. The page had been cut out. The pathologist, Dr. Ludlum, was annoyed. He'd reluctantly agreed to pull himself away from a perfectly good pre-dinner martini to meet Smith again in the hospital's autopsy room. "I don't know what more we can find out, Colonel Smith. The autopsy was clear, definite. Doctor, I'm not questioning what killed her, only how. Help me examine her again, inch by inch. Look for anything we missed, anything." Ludlum sighed deeply and set to work. They worked in silence for an hour, until Ludlum exclaimed, "Ah, what's this?" Smith jerked alert. "What do you have?" Ludlum was examining Sophia's left ankle. "Was Dr. Russell taking any intravenous medications?" "No." Ludlum looked up. "Did she do drugs, Colonel?" "Hell, no." "Take a look." John bent close to Sophia's left ankle. The mark was all but invisible, a small reddening and swelling. In its center was a single, tiny needle mark of an injection. Fury enveloped Smith. His head began to pound. He had guessed it. Now he knew. Sophia had been murdered. That evening, John Smith paced his office back and forth, a wild animal in a corral. Think, John. She must have learned something so dangerous she had to be killed and all physical evidence of her discovery eliminated. So what else did researchers in a scientific investigation do? They talked. He grabbed the telephone. "Get me the base security commander." "Dingman speaking. How can I help you, Colonel?" "I need a record of any and all calls made or received by Dr. Sophia Russell since last Saturday. Urgent." "Right. I'll get back to you, Colonel." 15 minutes later, Dingman phoned back. There had been few calls, 5 outgoing, 4 incoming. He phoned the numbers, all checked out. Then it hit him. He ran to Sophia's office and pored through her desk. Her monthly telephone log was also missing. He called the general's aide, Melanie Curtis. "Miss Curtis, did Sophia turn her October phone log in early?" "No." "You're sure?" "Thank you." So the murderers had taken her phone log, too. Why? Because there had been a call that revealed what they were trying to hide. It had been erased, along with the Prince Leopold report. He had hit a wall. He would have to find Sophia's killers another way. Look into the history of the victims. Something must have connected them before they died. He dialed the general again. "Still want me to go to California tomorrow?" "What's changed your mind, Colonel?" "Let's say I've seen the light. The bigger danger should get the priority." Kielberger snorted in disbelief. "Sure. Okay, soldier. You'll fly out of Andrews at 0800 tomorrow. Be in my office at 0700, and I'll give you your instructions." Contrary to the assumptions of most of the world, 2/3 of New York State is not skyscrapers, jammed subways, and ruthless financial centers. Much of it is like Adirondack State Park, some 6 million acres of sparsely settled, lush public and private lands, rising from rushing rivers and thousands of lakes to towering mountains. Victor Tremont, chief operating officer of Blanchard Pharmaceuticals, stood on the deck of his magnificent residence, surveying the twilight view. He was dressed in custom-made chinos, a pewter-colored bush shirt, a lined safari jacket. He sipped a glass of very expensive scotch and smiled, also drinking in the affluence and power that this view, this lodge, this lifestyle provided. The park's isolation was perfect for his purposes. 10 years ago, he'd moved Blanchard Pharmaceuticals into a red-brick complex he had built in the forest near Long Lake Village. At the same time, he made a hidden retreat on nearby Lake Magua, his main residence. Concealed from above by a thick canopy of trees and from the lake by a dense forest, his sprawling lodge was all but invisible. There was neither an address post on the road nor a dock in the lake to reveal its presence. Only Victor Tremont, a few trusted partners in his Hades project, and the loyal scientists and technicians who worked in the private high-tech lab on the second floor knew it existed. Tremont had been attracted to the mountains since he'd been an unruly teenager in Syracuse. His father, a professor of economics at the university, had not been able to control him then, any more than Mercer Haldane, the fat-ass chairman of Blanchard Pharmaceuticals, could control him now. Both were puny, small men, both always insisting upon what could not be done, that no one could do everything he wanted. He'd never understood such narrowness. What limitation was there, except your imagination, your abilities, your daring? The Hades project itself was an example. In a few weeks, the project would be a total success. He would be a total success. Abruptly, he cocked his head, listening. The chop, chop, chop of helicopter rotors was growing louder. Tremont knocked back his scotch and strode into the enormous high-beamed living room. Peering down from the log walls were the glass eyes of mounted trophy heads. Rich wood and leather furniture stood on hand-knotted rugs. Tremont continued past the crackling fire in the walk-in-sized fireplace along a back hall, where the aroma of hot baking powder biscuits scented the air from the kitchen. On the other side of the lodge, a large Bell helibus was settling down on a helipad cut into a clearing 100 yards away. The four men who descended were in their mid-40s, sophisticated, smooth-looking men in expensive, tailored suits. Tremont greeted each with a broad smile and vigorous handshake. As the chopper pilot unloaded luggage, Tremont led his visitors to the lodge. Moments after the helibus took off, a smaller Jet Ranger helicopter touched down. Two very different men stepped from it. They wore off-the-rack suits no one would look at twice. The tall, swarthy man had a pock-marked face with heavy-lidded eyes and a sharp, curved nose. The round-faced, bland-looking man had big shoulders and lanky brown hair. Neither had luggage. It was not only the ordinary clothes and lack of suitcases that marked them as different. There was something about the way they moved, a trained predatory manner that anyone who knew about such things would recognize as dangerous. Their gazes silently swept around the area as they moved. They followed the first group to the lodge, but entered by a different door. After a magnificent feast of wild duck and local lake trout, the men sat in overstuffed chairs in the vast living room, enjoying Cuban cigars and rare French cognac. As they settled in, Tremont stood before the fireplace and delivered his status report on the project that had consumed their imaginations, hopes, and lives for the last dozen years. They had all been with Tremont from the start, from when he returned from Peru with the odd virus and the monkey's blood. George Hyam, tall and ruddy, in those days a young accountant. Now he was chief accountant for Blanchard, while actually working for Tremont. Xavier Becker, a computer genius who had shortened research on improving the virus in the serum by 5 years. Adam Kane, an ex-CDC virologist. He'd found a way to isolate the lethal mutated virus and keep it stable. And Jack McGraw, Blanchard's security chief, who had covered all their asses from the start. Tremont concluded, "We'd always hypothesized the mutation would take place in the American subjects as much as a year later than it did in the non-American subjects. A matter of general health, nutrition, physical fitness, and genetics. Well, the virus has now surfaced here in the United States. Soon it's going to appear across the world, country by country, an epidemic. The press doesn't know about it yet, but they will. No way to stop them or the virus. The only recourse governments will have is to pay our price." The four men grinned. Their eyes shone with dollar signs, big dollar signs. But there was something else, too. Triumph, pride, anticipation, eagerness. Tremont turned to his accountant. "George?" "The profit projection for the stockholders is ready any time, but I'm afraid it's somewhat less than we'd hoped. Perhaps only $5, $6 at best. $1 billion. Xavier Becker frowned. "What about the secret audit I discovered?" Tremont said, "Only Mercer Haldane has seen it, and I'll handle him when we meet before the board dinner this weekend. What else, Xavier?" "I've manipulated the computer logs to show we've been working on our serum the whole 10 years, improving it since we got the patent, and that we've finished our final tests and submitted it for FDA approval." The logs also now show our astronomical costs. Supplies in the millions of doses and climbing. Adam Kane laughed.
No one suspects a damn thing.
Jack McGraw rubbed his hands, pleased.
Even if they suspect, they'll never find the trail.
Just tell us when to move, George begged. Tremont smiled.
Don't worry. I've got a complete timetable based on how fast they realize they've got an epidemic on their hands.
The 5 men drank, their futures growing brighter every second. Then Tremont said,
Now we've run into a situation that could be a problem. How big or how small the danger is, or whether there's any danger at all, we can't be certain yet. But rest assured, it's being dealt with. In Peru, on the expedition where I found the virus and the potential serum, I ran into a group of students on a field trip. 3 days ago, one called. This woman had gone on to become a cell and molecular biologist at U.S. AMRID, which is studying the first deaths. The unique combination of symptoms suddenly brought that trip to Peru back into her mind. She remembered my name. She called me.
Jesus, George exclaimed.
She tied the virus to you, to us?
Jack McGraw said. Tremont shrugged.
I convinced her she was wrong, that there'd been no such virus. Then I sent Nadal El-Hassan and his people to eliminate her.
There was a collective relaxation in the giant living room, sighs of relief as the tension eased. Tremont continued.
Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in doing the same to Dr. Jonathan Smith, her fiancé and research partner. I brought Al-Hassan here tonight to report on how we stand.
Tremont pressed the button beside the fireplace. A minute later, Al-Hassan and Bill Griffin entered. Al-Hassan joined Tremont before the fireplace, while Griffin remained in the background. Al-Hassan related the details of Sophia Russell's death and his removal of evidence from her office. He detailed Griffin's blackmailing of Lily Lowenstein and her elimination. He concluded, "Nothing remains to connect us to Russell or the virus, unless she told Colonel Smith something before she died."
Jack McGraw growled, "That's a pretty damn big unless."
Al-Hassan nodded. "That is what I think. Something has made Smith suspicious that her death was not an accident."
"Can he find us?"
"Anyone can find anyone if they look long enough and hard enough. That is why I think we must eliminate him." Victor Tremont looked to the rear of the room.
"But you don't agree, Griffin."
Everyone stared at the former FBI man. He was thinking about John Smith. He'd done his damnedest to warn his friend off. Now he did what he had to do to save himself, while trying to distract the heat from John. He said,
"Smith's been working so hard to find out what happened to Dr. Russell that I think she must have told him nothing about Peru or us. Our mole inside U.S. AMRID says Smith is back concentrating on the virus with the team. He's flying to California tomorrow to interview the family and friends of Major Anderson."
Tremont nodded thoughtfully.
"Nadal?"
"General Kielberger ordered Smith to California, but he refused. Later he volunteered to go, and that is a very different matter. I believe he is seeking corroboration in California for what he already suspects."
Griffin said, "But he was at the autopsy, and they found nothing. There's nothing to suspect."
"We do not know what Smith found at the autopsy," Al-Hassan said.
Griffin grimaced. "Kill him, then. That solves one problem. But every new murder increases the danger of questions and discovery, especially the murder of Dr. Russell's fiancée and research partner, and especially if he's already told General Kielberger about the attacks on him in D.C.
"To wait could be too late," Al-Hassan insisted. Tremont paced slowly in front of the fire, frowning. At last he decided.
"Griffin could be right. Better we not risk another killing involving the Detrick staff so soon."
The group nodded at one another.
Tremont smiled. "Well, that's settled. We'd better get some sleep. Tomorrow will be a busy day."
He shook each man's hand warmly as they exited the living room. Al-Hassan and Griffin were last.
Tremont said, "Watch Smith carefully. I don't want him to shave without your knowing when, where, and how close. Understand me, gentlemen. If Dr. Smith proves to be trouble, he has to be purged. Life is a balance of risk and security. What we might lose in a few pointed questions about his and his fiancée's deaths could be more than offset by stopping him from revealing the circumstances of her death.
At 0800 Wednesday morning, a C-130 transport took Smith from Andrews Air Force Base to the Southern California Logistical Airport near Victorville, California. From there was a short helicopter ride to the housing complex at Fort Irwin, where Major Keith Anderson's widow waited to speak with him. Phyllis Anderson was a tall woman, a little heavy. Her face was drawn as they sat on packing boxes in a silent living room. She had the frightened eyes Smith had seen on so many Army widows. What was she going to do now? She'd spent her entire married life living from camp to camp, fort to fort, in on-base or off-base housing that was never her own. She had nowhere to call home. "The children," she said in answer to Smith's question, "I sent them to my parents. They live in a small town near Erie, Pennsylvania. I'll join them in a few days. I'll have to get some work, but I don't know what I can do." Mrs. Anderson, was the Major ever sick before that day? She nodded. Sometimes he'd run a sudden fever, maybe for a few hours, and then it'd go away. But he always got better without any problem. Then a few weeks ago he came down with a heavy cold. And then it was over so fast. His cold seemed better. He took a good afternoon nap, and then he woke up dying. She bit her lower lip to stop a sob. He reached out and put his hand on top of hers. "I'm so sorry. Was Keith in Atlanta or Boston recently?" She shook her head. "Where all were you stationed over the years?" "Well," she reeled off a list of bases from Kentucky to California. "Germany, too, in 1989 to 91, when Keith was with the 3rd Armored. Then he went to Desert Storm." "Yes." "Anywhere else overseas?" "Somalia." "Was he ever sick there?" "Not that I remember." "Or in Desert Storm?" "No." "Was he exposed to any chemical or biological agents?" "I don't think so. But I remember he did say the medics sent him to a MASH for a shrapnel wound, and some doctor said the MASH could have been exposed to germ warfare. They inoculated everyone who went through." Smith's gut did a flip. "Including the Major?" She almost smiled. "He said it was the worst inoculation he ever got. Really hurt. You don't happen to recall the MASH number?" "No, I'm sorry." Soon after that he ended the interview. They stood in the shade of her front porch chatting. Then she said, "Are you the last one, Colonel? I think I've told everything I know over and over. Who else questioned you about the Major?" "Major Behrens over at Weed. The Colonel, a pathologist from Los Angeles. And those awful government doctors who called here on Saturday, asking terrible things like Keith's symptoms, how long he lived, how he looked." She shuddered. Smith was puzzled. Last Saturday? What government doctor could have called on Saturday? Both Fort Detrick and the CDC had barely started their investigations of the virus. Did they say who they worked for? No, just government doctors. As he walked to his next interview, he thought about what he had learned. Could the virus have been contracted by Major Anderson in Iraq, or given to him there? Then could it have lain dormant over the next 10 years, except for unexplained mild fevers finally erupting into what seemed like a heavy cold and death? He knew no virus that acted that way, but then no virus they'd known had acted like HIV/AIDS until it exploded from the heart of Africa onto the world. And who were the government doctors who had called Phyllis Anderson before anyone outside the CDC and Fort Detrick was even aware there was a new virus? In the darkened living room of Victor Tremont's lodge, Congressman Benjamin Sloat, chairman of the Armed Services Committee, took another gulp of his host's excellent scotch. The congressman was not pleased. "Damn it, Victor, why didn't you clue me in earlier? I could have headed this Smith off, got him and a woman shipped overseas. We wouldn't have had a murder to cover up and a damn snooper nosing in a closet."
"Her call was such a shock. All I could think of was getting rid of her. It's only now that we know how close she and Smith were."
"Can't we just ignore him? The woman will be buried and forgotten soon, and Smith doesn't know much yet. Maybe it'll blow over."
"You want to take that chance, Ben? All hell is going to break loose soon, and we'll be the white knights to the rescue, unless someone stumbles onto something and blows the whistle on us."
Half hidden in the shadows, Nadal al-Hassan warned, Dr. Smith arrived at Fort Irwin this morning. He may hear of our government doctors."
Tremont said, "Smith's come a long way already. Not far enough to hurt us, but enough to get our attention. If he gets too close, Nadal will eliminate him without drawing attention to us. A tragic accident, right, Nadal?"
"Suicide," the Arab offered, is obviously distraught over Dr. Russell's death.
"Perfect," Tremont agreed. "Meanwhile, Congressman, block his investigation. Keep him in the lab. Get him reassigned. Anything."
Sloat thought a moment. "I'll call General Salonen. He can order that we need to keep the virus under wraps. Extreme sensitivity. Smith's only an amateur, and this is a job for the pros." Tremont smiled.
"That sounds about right."
Sloat arose. "I'll call Salonen right away, but not from here. I'll find a payphone in the village." After the congressman left, Tremont turned to Al-Hassan.
"We should have eliminated Smith. You were right. Griffin was wrong."
Perhaps, or perhaps, in his view, he was quite right.
"How so?"
"I have wondered how Dr. Smith appeared to be so alert for our initial attacks. Why was he in that park so late, so far from his home in Thurmont? Why was he so ready to suspect murder?"
"You think Griffin warned him? Why? Griffin stands to lose as much as the rest of us if we're exposed."
"He and Dr. Smith may have had some association in the past. My people are investigating." Victor Tremont smiled again.
"There's a solution, an elegant solution. Keep checking the past of the two men, but at the same time tell your associate, Mr. Griffin, that I have changed my mind. I want him to personally find Smith immediately and kill him. This way, we'll discover where Mr. Griffin's loyalties actually lie."
The rest of John Smith's interviews at Fort Irwin added nothing more to what he'd learned from Phyllis Anderson. After the last interview, he flew all night from Victorville back to Andrews Air Force Base. From there, he drove straight back to Fort Detrick. By now, Thursday morning, the reports from the other family and associates' interviews were in. The homeless victim in Boston and the late father of the dead girl in Atlanta had also been in the Army during the Gulf War. Sergeant Harold Pickett had been in the 101st Air Assault Division in Desert Storm. He'd been wounded and treated at 167th MASH. Specialist 4 Mario Dublin had been an orderly at the 167th MASH. Units of Keith Anderson's 3rd Armored had been at the Iraq-Kuwait border near the 167th. After reading the reports, Smith dialed Atlanta. "Mrs. Pickett?" "Yes?" "I'm Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith from the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute for Infectious Diseases." "Not more questions, Colonel, please. Just 2, may I, if you must?" "Thank you. First, was your daughter ever injured badly enough to need a blood transfusion? And did your husband donate the blood?" "Well, how did you know?" "Well, it had to be something like that. Second, did government doctors call you on Saturday to ask questions about her death?" "They certainly did. I was shocked. They were like ghouls. I hung up on them." "No identification beyond just government doctors?" "No, and I hope you fire 'em all." The line went dead, but he had what he needed. All 3 soldiers had almost certainly been inoculated against possible bacteriological warfare agent contamination at the same MASH unit 10 years ago. Smith dialed Brigadier General Kielberger to tell him the news.
"Desert Storm? Are you sure, Smith? Really sure?"
"Yes, sir."
"Damn! That'll explode the Pentagon after all the headlines and lawsuits about Gulf War syndrome. Don't talk to anyone until I've checked this with the Pentagon. Not a word."
Smith hung up. The next thing to do was to locate the government doctors. Someone had ordered them to make those calls, but who? 4 long, wasted hours later, it was Smith who was ready to explode as he repeated into the phone, this time to a secretary at the Federal Resource Medical Clearinghouse. "Yes, doctors who called Atlanta, Fort Irwin, and probably Boston. They asked nasty questions about the virus victims' deaths. The families are steamed, and I'm getting damn mad, too." The woman on the other end of the line was equally testy. "I'm just doing my job, Dr. Smith. Our director was killed in a hit-and-run accident yesterday, and we're trying to cope. Hold, please." He fumed. He'd been running into the same red tape all day. The CDC, the Surgeon General's office, Health and Human Services, the National Institutes of Health. He'd gotten nowhere. He was being stonewalled. The FRMC was his last chance. The woman came back on the line. "I'm sorry, Colonel. All information on the viral incident at Fort Irwin has been classified. You'll have to go through channels." Furious, he slammed down the phone. What in hell was going on? It looked as if some idiot had clamped a lid on the virus. No information without clearance. But who? And why? He strode down the hall to Kielberger's office. "What the hell's going on, General? I try to find out who had those teams of government doctors call Irwin in Atlanta, and everyone yells top secret and won't talk." Kielberger leaned back in his desk chair.
"It's out of our hands, Smith. The whole investigation. We're top secret. We do our research, then report to the Surgeon General, Military Intelligence, and NSC. Period. We stand down. No more detectives."
"In this investigation, we are the detectives."
"Tell the Pentagon that."
In a flash of understanding, the stonewalling suddenly made sense. This could not merely be government red tape. There was too much of it. Too many agencies were involved, and it was illogical. You didn't take an investigation away from those who knew what was going on. If there were other teams of government doctors, there was no reason to keep that from him or anyone else at U.S. AMRID. Now Smith was not only furious, he was scared. "General, something's very wrong here. Either someone very powerful is manipulating the Army, or it's the Army itself. They want to stop the investigation. They're stonewalling this virus, and they're going to end up killing one hell of a lot of people."
"Are you crazy? You're in the Army, and those were direct orders."
Smith glared. "I resign. You'll have the paperwork this afternoon."
"You can't quit in the middle of a goddamn crisis. I'll have you court-martialed."
"Okay, I've got a month's leave coming. I'm taking it."
"No leave. Be in your lab tomorrow or you're AWOL."
The two men faced each other across Kielberger's desk. Then Smith sat down. "They murdered her, Kielberger. They killed Sophia."
"Murdered? That's ridiculous. She died as a result of the virus."
"The virus killed her, yes, but she didn't contract it by accident. There was a needle mark in her ankle. They injected the virus."
"For God's sake, Smith, why? Makes no sense."
"She knew or suspected something they didn't want her to know. So they cut out her notes, stole her phone log, and killed her."
"Who were they?"
"I don't know, but I'm going to find out."
"Smith, you're upset. I understand. But there's a new virus loose in the world. That could be an epidemic."
"I'm not sure about that. We've got 3 widely separated cases that haven't infected anyone else in their areas. Did you ever hear of a virus breakout in which only one single person in an area was infected?"
"No, can't say I have."
"General, if the virus is as deadly as it appears, why haven't there been more cases in each of the 3 areas since? At best, it indicates this virus isn't very contagious. The victims' families and neighbors didn't get it. No one in the hospitals got it. The only person we can be sure of who got it from someone else is the picket girl in Atlanta, who had a direct blood transfusion from her father. That indicates 2 facts. 1, the virus, like HIV, appears to exist in a dormant state inside a victim for years, and then it suddenly turns virulent. 2, it seems to take a direct injection into the bloodstream for infection, either in the dormant state or the virulent state. In any event, an epidemic looks remote." Kielberger grimaced.
"I wish you were right, but there are already more cases. Europe, South America, Asia. This crazy virus may not be highly contagious in the usual ways, but it's still spreading."
Smith shook his head. "Then it's still all wrong. They murdered Sophia. You understand what that means? It means someone has this virus in a test tube. Someone knows what it is and where it comes from because they've got it. We're dealing with people who have given the virus to other people, to Sophia. They're willing to use it like a weapon."
"My God, Smith, why?"
"Why and who? That's what we've got to find out." Kielberger's burly body quivered in shock.
"I'll call the Pentagon. Go and write up what you told me and what you want to do from here on."
"I've got to go to Washington."
"All right. I'll cut official orders for you."
"Yes, sir." Smith stood back. Maybe the general was not as rigid and stupid as he'd thought. For a moment, he almost felt affection for the man. As he walked out, he heard Kielberger pick up his phone.
"Miss Curtis, get me the Surgeon General and the Pentagon."
Specialist 4 Adele Schweik flipped the intercept shunt on her telephone inside her cubicle and said, "Surgeon General Oxnard's office." "No, General Kielberger, the Surgeon General isn't in. I'll have him call as soon as he returns." No sooner had she hung up than Kielberger's office was calling out again. Schweik answered in a different voice. "Pentagon? Yes, General, please hold." She quickly dialed a number she read from a list in her top drawer. "General Casper, please." "Yes, General Kielberger calling urgently from U.S. Amrid." She took him off hold, returned to her own line, and dialed again. She spoke softly but rapidly, hung up once more, and went back to her work. In his empty house, John Smith felt a little ill. No surprise. Sophia was everywhere, from the bottled water in the kitchen to the scent of her in their bed. It broke his heart. He could never live here again, not in his house or in her condo either. After he had left Kielberger, Smith had written up his reports and notes, printed them out, and driven a circuitous route home. No one was following him. He finished packing for a week of any weather, loaded his Beretta, and grabbed his passport, address book, and cell phone. Then he dressed in his uniform and waited for Kielberger's call with the word from the Pentagon. But Kielberger did not call. It was growing dark at 1800 hours as Smith finally called the general's office, then his home. No answer. He thought of what he should do. Washington, he decided. He had to go to Washington. As he paced and waited, he turned on CNN for something to distract him. Suddenly he stopped pacing, shocked. It was the third item on the national report. The White House has reported the tragic death of Brigadier General Calvin Kielberger, medical commander of the United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases at Fort Detrick, Maryland. The general and his aide, Melanie Curtis, were found dead in their homes, apparently victims of an unknown virus that has already killed 4 people in the United States, including another research scientist at Fort Detrick. The White House emphasizes these tragic deaths are isolated and there is no public danger at this time. Smith was stunned. This was murder. The general had been stopped from going to the Pentagon and the Surgeon General, and Melanie Curtis had been stopped from telling anyone the general's intentions. And what had happened to the complete secrecy everyone working on the virus was supposed to maintain? Now the nation knew. Someone, somewhere, had done a complete reversal. Why? The report continued. In connection with the deaths, the Army is requesting police to watch for Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith, who has been declared absent without leave from Fort Detrick. For a moment, it seemed as if the walls were closing in on him. He shook his head. His enemies had enormous power. They were out there looking for him, and now the authorities wanted him too. He was on his own. It was a cool, gray Friday morning as President Samuel Adams Castilla addressed the people gathered around the coffee table by the fireplace in the Oval Office. All right, CNN says we've had 6 deaths from this virus now. Tell me how bad it really is and what we're up against. Surgeon General Jesse Oxnard was the first to answer. Sir, there have now been 15 deaths here in America from the virus. There were 6 original cases, with 3 of them surviving. At least that's a little hopeful. Chief of Staff Charles Urey added, reports from World Health Organization indicate 10 or 12,000 people overseas have contracted it. Several thousand have died. Admiral Stevens Brose, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, said, nothing to require any special emergency action on our part, I'd say. But a virus can spread like wildfire, Secretary of Health and Human Services Nancy Petrelli pointed out. I don't see how we can wait for the CDC or Fort Detrick to come up with countermeasures. We need to call on the private sector and contact every medical and pharmaceutical corporation for advice and help. She looked hard at the president. It's going to get worse, sir. I guarantee it. The president said, what do we know about this virus so far? Surgeon General Oxnard grimaced. It's of a type we've never seen before. We don't know how it's transmitted. We don't know how to treat it. And it's apparently highly lethal. Who did we lose at Detrick, Jesse? General Kielberger and his aide and a researcher, Dr. Sophia Russell. It's blown the lid off. I declared the matter top secret because my exec, General Casper, reported too many amateurs were bumbling around in what could be a critical situation. I was concerned about public panic. But the police were called to Kielberger's and Curtis's homes when they were discovered dead. The hospital recognized the same virus that had killed Russell. So now the media has it. But they know they've got to get their information only from the Pentagon. Period. Nancy Petrelli nodded. Sounds like a good step. but there's also a scientist who appears to have gone AWOL from Detrick. That concerns me." The president turned to her. "He's missing? You know why?" "No, sir, but the circumstances are suspicious." "He disappeared soon before Kielberger and his aide died," the Joint Chiefs Chairman explained. "We've got the Army, the FBI, and the local police alerted. They'll find him. Right now we're saying it's for questioning." The president nodded. "That sounds reasonable, and I agree with Nancy. Let's see what the private sector can offer. Meanwhile, everyone keep me informed. This virus scares the hell out of me. It should scare the hell out of all of us." The multi-ethnic Washington neighborhood of Adams Morgan is a bustling district of cafes, clubs, funky stores, and trendy boutiques. And that's where, at a rear table in a grungy coffee shop just off 18th Street, that Special Agent Lon Forbes, FBI, waited for Jonathan Smith to come to the point. He knew little about Smith, except that he claimed to be a friend of Bill Griffin's. That made Forbes interested. Now he was also wary, as he sensed the violence in Smith aching to explode. "I need to get in touch with Bill." "Why?" "A few days ago he contacted me, arranged a meeting in Rock Creek Park, and warned me I might be in danger. Now someone wants to kill me, and I need to know more about how Bill knew and what he knows." "You don't know who's after you?" "No. The circumstances of the danger, you don't want to get into that?" "Right now, no." "It's a big bureau. Why me?" "I remembered Bill saying you were about his only friend there, the only one he'd trust, anyway." Which was true, Forbes knew, and a plus for Smith. Bill would have told that only to another person he trusted. He studied Smith for a long moment more, then nodded. "Okay. Bill saved my life. Twice. We were partners and friends. You know where he is?" "No." "Can you get in touch with him?" "Maybe. He's not with the Bureau anymore." "Yes, he told me." "See, the Bureau has rules. Rules for everything. Paperwork for everything. Bill came from freewheeling Army intelligence, and he was too much of a self-starter. He started cutting corners, got into trouble. Insubordination. Not a team player. He finally got totally fed up." "He quit?" "No. He met someone on a tax fraud case. Someone with money and power. I never know who. Bill started missing meetings. Then there were signs of high living. Too much money. The usual. Turned out Bill was moonlighting for the tax fraud guy, and some of what he was doing skated pretty close to the edge. Using his badge to lean on people, that sort of thing. In the Bureau, if you work for the Bureau, you represent the Bureau. Period. They fired him. He went to work for someone. My hunch is this guy had been moonlighting for. Call it disgust, disillusion, principles betrayed. As far as Bill was concerned, no one at the Bureau really cared about justice. It was all about the rules. Yeah, I think he wanted money and power, too. No one flips sides like a believer who loses his belief. I haven't seen him in more than a year." Smith nodded. "In a world with no values except money, he wants his share. But can you get in touch with him?" "Let's say I can. What would you want me to say?" "That I took the warning, that they murdered Sophia, that I know they have the virus, but I don't know what they're planning." Forbes studied Smith. The FBI had been briefed days ago on the virus, including the death of Dr. Sophia Russell. Then an Army memo had arrived this morning declaring Smith AWOL, a danger to the integrity of the top-secret investigation. It asked the Bureau to find Smith and return him to Fort Detrick under guard. But a lifetime of learning to assess people had made Forbes trust himself. Smith was not the enemy. If anything threatened the integrity of the investigation, it was the order that took the scientific investigators out of the field. He stood up. "If I can contact him, I'll give him your message, Colonel. A tip, be careful who you talk to, and watch your back. There's an arrest order out for you. Don't try to contact me again." The FBI man walked through the door and vanished into the crowds on the bustling street. John slipped out the back door and walked briskly toward the nearest metro station. At DuPont Circle, Smith left the metro and walked toward Embassy Row. He moved in and out of crowds, stores, watching for tails. Nothing. Since he heard the AWOL charge against him last night on the news, he'd made evasive maneuvers part of his every moment. He'd called Lon Forbes from a payphone, parked miles away, and ridden the metro to the coffee shop for their meeting. Now he retrieved the Triumph and drove to a busy residential street between DuPont and Washington Circles, where a series of prominent signs marked the entrance to a narrow driveway bordered by a high, unruly hedge. Private property, keep out, no trespassing, no salesmen, no soliciting, go away. Smith pulled into the driveway. There was a small white clapboard bungalow with black trim hidden behind the hedge. He parked in front of a brick walk that led from the drive to the front door. As soon as he stepped out, a disembodied mechanical voice announced, "Halt! State your name and purpose of visit. Failure to do so within 5 seconds will result in defensive measures." Smith grinned. The bungalow owner was Marty Zellerback, an old friend of John's and an electronic genius. His driveway surface was booby-trapped with a catalog of nasty but non-lethal discomforts, from a cloud of eye-stinging gas to a spray that bathed victims in a foul stench. "Come on, Marty," Smith said. "It's John Smith. Approach the front door using the brick path. Do not step off the path. That would activate further defensive measures." Then the stilted voice disappeared, and Marty said, "Careful, John. I wouldn't want you to end up stinking like a skunk." Smith took the route Marty described. Invisible laser beams swept the entire property. A footstep off the path or intrusion from anywhere else would activate God knew what. At the front door, the voice said, "Stand in front of the door, open the box to the right, and place your left hand on the glass." A pair of ominous metal covers over the door slid up to reveal dark tubes that could contain anything from paint guns to rocket launchers. Smith opened the metal box and rested his hand on the glass plate. A video camera snapped a digital photo of his face, and instantly Marty's supercomputer converted the facial measurements into a series of numerical values. At the same time, the glass plate recorded Smith's palm print. Then the computer compared it to the data it kept on file. The wooden voice announced, "You are Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Jackson Smith. You may enter." "Thanks, Marty. I've been wondering who in the hell I was." A series of dramatic clicks, clanks, and thuds followed, and the wood-covered steel door swung open. Smith stepped inside. "Hi, John." Marty's green eyes twinkled with devilment. He was a small, rotund man who walked awkwardly, as if he had never really learned how to move his legs. Smith followed him into an enormous computer room in a state of utter disorder and neglect. A formidable Crave mainframe and other computer equipment of every possible description filled all wall space and most of the floor, and what furniture there was looked like Salvation Army discards. As Marty's right hand flopped aimlessly, he held out his left for Smith to shake. Smith said, "It's been a while, Marty. It's good to see you." He smiled shyly. "Thanks. Me too." "Are you on your medication, Marty?" "Oh, yes. Sit down, John. You want some coffee and a cookie?" Martin Joseph Zellerbach, with doctorates in mathematics, quantum physics, and literature, had been a patient of Smith's Uncle Ted, a clinical psychiatrist, since Smith and Marty were in grammar school together. Smith had taken Marty under his wing, protecting him from the cruel teasing of other children. Marty was a genius, but he had no concept of or interest in other people and human relationships. He obsessed on one arcane curiosity after another, and lectured at great length. He knew all the answers in many of his courses, so to relieve his boredom, he would disrupt his classes with wild and dazzling fantasies and manias. No one could believe anyone as smart as Marty was not intentionally being a troublemaker, so he was constantly in trouble. But all of this behavior was the result of Asperger's syndrome, a rare form of autism. Marty's key symptoms were consuming obsessions, high intelligence, a crippling lack of social and communication skills, and outstanding talent in a specific area: electronics. Marty had carefully and lovingly created his Washington bungalow as part electronic paradise and part haven for his eccentricities. And, except for a few brief trips outside, he had not left it in 15 years. Like a whale trapped on land, in the physical world he flopped and gasped and was an object of pity or derision. But deep in the electronic waters of the cyber ocean, he slid sleek and powerful. There was no cure for Asperger's, and the only help was usually central nervous system stimulants like Ritalin, or the one Marty took, Midorol. The medicine allowed Marty to function with both feet firmly planted on the earth. It restrained his fantasies, enthusiasms, and obsessions. But when medicated, much of Marty's genius and creativity were lost. He hated his medication, but he took it when he knew he had to do normal activities, such as pay bills, or when his Asperger's was threatening to spin him completely out of control. If you needed a computer genius to do creative, maybe illegal hacking, you wanted Marty Zellerbach off his meds. It was then up to you to keep him on track and to know when it was time to bring him back to Earth if he threatened to fly off into an orbit of his own. Which was why Smith was here. "Marty, I need help." "Of course, John. It's almost time for a new dose of meds. I'll stay off." "I was hoping you'd say that." Smith explained about the report from the Prince Leopold Institute in Belgium that did not appear to exist, about Sophia's missing phone calls, about his need for any information relating to the unknown virus anywhere in the world. A couple of other things, too. I want to find Bill Griffin. You remember him from school. And finally, he described his tracking the 3 virus victims to the Gulf War in the MASH unit. See if you can find anything about the virus in Iraq as far back as 10 years ago. Marty put down his mug and made a beeline for his mainframe. He flashed an enthusiastic smile. "Sounds simple enough. You just go away and leave me to play alone for a while, John. I'll use my new programs and see what I can do." "All right. I'll be back in an hour or so." Marty rubbed his hands together. "Perfect. This is going to be fun." Smith left him working his sluggish, awkward fingers on the keyboard. The meds would wear off soon, and then, Smith knew, the fingers and the brain would fly until they came close to spiraling off the earth entirely, and Marty would have to take his Midderall again. Outside, Smith walked quickly to his Triumph. He did not notice a helicopter pause high overhead and then speed on, making a long loop to the left to parallel him as he drove toward Massachusetts Avenue. In the machine, Nadal Al-Hassan cupped a microphone close to his mouth. "Maddox, Smith has visited a bungalow near DuPont Circle." He located the bungalow on a city map and described the hidden driveway and high hedge. Find out who lives there and what Smith wanted. Marty Zellerbach leaned forward, smiling. He'd used John's codes to connect with the U.S. Amrit computer system and enter the server. Now the real action began. He found the system administrator's password file and gave a little laugh of derision. The data was scrambled, but not to him. Using a program he had invented, Marty configured his computer to search for the password by scrambling every word from Webster's Unabridged, plus the dialogue of all 4 Star Wars movies, the Star Trek television series and feature movies, Monty Python's Flying Circus, and every J.R.R. Tolkien novel, all favorites of Cybertex. He jumped up and paced for a few minutes until his computer chimed. He sat down again, looked at the monitor, and crowed. The password was his. Betazoid, after the extrasensory natives of the Star Trek planet called Beta. Now he acquired the system's Internet Protocol address. With that, he had the blueprint to U.S. Amrit's computer network and access to every file and scrap of data. He was God. Quickly, Marty scanned the email from the Prince Leopold Institute. It all reported failure to find a match for the new virus. To most people's eyes, if there were anything else from the lab, it had been completely erased. They would give up now. Instead, Marty sent another search program to look in the spaces and cracks between data. As more data was input into a system, the new overwrote the old, and once data was overwritten, it supposedly was irretrievable. Supposedly. Marty's medication had worn off. A thrill rushed through him as his brain seemed to acquire diamond-like clarity. His fingers flew over the keyboard as he did a different search, this time focusing on bits of the name, email address, and other identifying qualities. And in moments, there it was. 2 tiny pieces of the laboratory's name. Opold Inst. He followed the email's footprints, traces of data and numbers, back to the Federal Resource Medical Clearinghouse, and a terminal accessed only by the director, Lily Lowenstein. From there, he tracked the prints forward to the Prince Leopold Institute itself. His eyes flashed as he bellowed, "Aha! There you are!" In a hidden backup file buried deep within the National Institute of Health system language, he had located a copy of the report. It had been emailed from the Prince Leopold Institute to Level 4 labs across the world. Marty tried to trace the email elsewhere. He frowned as the evidence mounted. Someone had erased it everywhere. Laughing happily, Marty punched the print command, and the machine spat out the report. For Marty, there was nothing quite so satisfying as doing something no one else could. A half-hour later, footprints from the same FRMC terminal led him straight into the Iraqi government network, and to a series of reports a year ago concerning an outbreak of ARDS. He printed out those, too. However, he had no luck with Sophia Russell's telephone records, and all attempts to find Bill Griffin, even through the FBI and Army intelligence, had turned up the message, "Address unknown." Marty was impressed. He'd never personally liked Griffin, but the man had apparently not only wanted to vanish, he'd had the expertise to do it. That deserved some respect. His thoughts about Griffin came to an abrupt halt as his computer radiated a high-pitched tone and flashed a dazzling red signal. "Intruders! Intruders! Intruders!" More excited than nervous, Marty pressed the key. The screen revealed locations A and X. He tapped a button, and two monitors came to life on the wall above. At location A, behind the bungalow, two men searched for a way to squeeze through the thick hedge, but it was too dense to be penetrated and too high to climb over. Location X was another matter. An unmarked gray van had stopped in his driveway. Two muscled strangers stepped from it, both holding large semi-automatic pistols. Marty's short, stubby body shuddered. He hated strangers and violence of any kind. He studied the screen as the mechanical voice challenged the men in the front yard. They decided to ignore the warning and ran toward the front steps. An assault. Instantly, Marty's mood improved. At least he could have fun for a little while. He snapped his fingers and bounced up and down in his chair as his automatic security system released a cloud of eye-stinging gas. The two men grabbed their faces. They jumped back, coughing and swearing. In the rear, the second pair of strangers had stacked garbage cans from the neighbor's yard to climb up over the hedge. Marty watched intently. Just as they reached the top, he tapped a key. A barrage of heavy rubber bullets knocked them off. They fell hard, flat onto their backs in the neighbor's yard. The two in front had recovered enough to reach the front door. Marty watched eagerly as a stream of mace from the ports over the door sent the men staggering and howling back again. The short, burly one recovered enough to lurch for the doorknob. The knob held a stun device. It sent a shock into the guy's hand. He screamed and jumped. Marty chortled and checked the other pair in the back. They showed resourcefulness. They'd rammed their car through the hedge and were crawling forward on the grass under the sweep of lasers. Marty grinned as he thought about what waited for them. Stun devices in the other doors and windows, and cages that would trap them if they got inside. But all the defenses, diabolical though they were not lethal. Marty was a non-violent man who'd never had reason to expect serious danger. His security was aimed at pranksters and trespassers. In the end, it would not stop determined killers in a real world. And he knew this, so he had designed a plan for just this sort of emergency. He grabbed the remote control and the printouts for John and rushed into the bathroom. He pressed a button on the remote, and the bathtub reared up against the wall. Another touch of the remote opened a trapdoor hidden under the tub. He climbed down a ladder into a well-lighted tunnel. With 2 clicks of his remote, the door closed above him and the tub lowered back into place. Marty bumped along the tunnel to another trapdoor overhead. Seconds later, he emerged in a nearly identical bungalow he also owned on the next street. This one was unmodified and empty. It was a deserted house with a perpetual for sale sign, and nothing in it except a telephone. Behind him, he could hear curses and yelps of pain, but he also heard glass shattering, and he knew the attackers would soon be inside his house, searching for his escape route. Afraid, he grabbed the phone and dialed. When Marty chased him out of the bungalow, John drove to Georgetown University. The peaceful old campus under the big trees had always provided him a place of solace, a place to calm his thoughts. Today, his thoughts were not calm. They were focused on Sophia, on those who had the virus and had given it to her, on how he would smash them, crush them into screaming masses of blood and bones and tissue. And then his cell phone rang. Yes? It was Marty. "John, I always said the world was unsafe. There's a group of 4 intruders. They've broken into my house. If they find me, they'll kill me." "Where are you?" "At my other house." He gave the address. "Hurry." "I'm on my way." Minutes later, John pulled into the driveway of the for-sale bungalow directly behind Marty's. From the house's front window, a shade peeled upward, and Marty's frightened face peeked out. Smith ran to the front door. Marty opened it, clutching a sheaf of paper and a remote control to his chest. "Come in. Hurry, hurry! Tell me everything that happened." Marty described the four strangers, their weapons, their attempts to break in, and his escape. "How did they know about us? Did you tell anyone?" "Not in a quadrillion years, John." "Then they had to have followed me. But how? Then he heard it, a noise that rose above the ambient sounds of the city, and he knew how they had followed him. He strode to the front window, raised the shade, and looked up at the helicopter hovering low to the south. Now he remembered hearing a chopper earlier, when he'd driven away from Marty's house. That was the answer, the Triumph. How many 1968 Triumphs could there be in the area? Not many, and probably not another in Washington early this morning. One of those choppers he'd seen earlier that he thought was monitoring traffic must have been something else. All they'd had to do was guess he would go into Washington and watch for his car. A license check would confirm it. His Triumph had nailed him. Damn it! All right. He'd been falsely secure in his Triumph. Now he would make his enemies falsely secure and relying on it to track him. "Marty, do you still have your car?" Marty nodded. "I keep it at a garage near Massachusetts Avenue. But, John, you know I never go out anymore." "You do now. We're going to—" "John, look!" Marty jabbed the remote like a pointer. Instantly Smith was beside him, his Beretta in his hand. Two of the strangers had come through the rear hedge and were now trotting toward the bungalow, guns drawn. They were low to the ground, running with the careful urgency of men on the attack. John gently slid up the window and let the pair get within easy range. Then he aimed carefully and fired once at each man's legs. The two pitched forward onto their faces, moaning with pain and shock. As they crawled toward some trees for cover, Smith hurried to the living room. Marty followed close behind, and they both looked out the front window. The second pair was approaching. One was the same burly man who'd led the ambush 2 days ago in Georgetown. They'd heard John firing, and the burly man had dived to the grass and pulled a Glock from his jacket. The other still stood upright on the brick path, his Colt .45 pointed toward the house. John's third bullet smashed into his shoulder, sending him sprawling. "Your tunnel, Marty. Let's go." "Follow me." Marty led John into the bedroom. He pressed the remote, and a section of the closet floor swung open. They slid down the ladder into the concrete underground tunnel. Another push on the remote, and the floor closed behind them. They moved quickly toward the tunnel's other end. Marty was about to push the remote to lift the tub and open the door when John abruptly grabbed his hand, stopping him. From above, they heard the sound of a stream falling into the toilet. "John, what do we do now?" Quietly, Smith told him. Seconds later, Beretta ready, Smith climbed up to wait on the top rung of the ladder. At his gesture, Marty swung the tub up against the wall, and the trapdoor sprang open. Ahead was the back of the man at the toilet. The guy's jaw dropped. Staring into the mirror, he'd seen the bathtub rise like a white apparition into the air behind. The guy was not only stunned, he was exposed, but he was also a professional. So, fly hanging open, he grabbed his weapon from where he had laid it on top of the toilet tank and spun around. With a mighty swing, Smith slammed his Beretta into the man's knee. He heard bone crack. The man dropped to the floor, groaning and clutching his knee. His weapon skidded toward the door. Smith leaped up through the trapdoor, snatched the gun, and grabbed the walkie-talkie from the back of the toilet tank. Now the man could not shoot or call for help. "Oh, my," Marty said as he clambered out. In his rolling gait, he hurried past him and into the hallway. "You didn't shoot him, John." "I crippled him. That was enough. The way he is, he can't hurt us, and he's not going anyplace. Come on, Marty. We've got to move." Smith cracked open the front door and peered out. No signs of life on the ground, but the helicopter still swung back and forth over the bungalows. "Mart, we're going to Massachusetts Avenue in your car. Grab your medications." Marty stumbled back to his desk and picked up a small black leather case. "I don't like this, John. I don't like this at all." "Just stay close to buildings, walk under trees, anything to hide. Once we get on the street, no running. That would attract attention. With luck, the chopper up there won't spot us." Marty stood motionless, staring out at the blue sky and green grass and moving traffic. He looked overwhelmed. "It's been a long time." "You can do it." Marty swallowed and nodded. "Okay, I'm ready." Smith in the lead, they ran to the high hedge at the side of the yard. John pushed through and Marty followed. They became just two convivial friends strolling along toward busy Massachusetts Avenue just ahead. Behind them, the helicopter hung over the pair of bungalows, and there it stayed, long enough to give them the precious time they needed to disappear in the crowd. After a few blocks, Marty led John off Massachusetts onto a narrow side street to a 3-story yellow brick building with a wide garage door. Marty presented his identification to a surprised attendant. "How long you taking it out for, Mr. Zellerbach?" "We don't know for sure," Smith told the man. The attendant led them up to the second floor, where a row of stored cars waited under protective canvas covers. When he whipped the cover off the next to last one, Smith stared. "A Rolls-Royce?" Marty grinned shyly. "My father's." It was a 30-year-old silver cloud, as gleaming as the day it had left the factory. When the attendant started it up and rolled it carefully out, its engine purred so softly, Smith was not sure it was actually running. "There you are, Mr. Zellerbach," the attendant said proudly. "She's the best car in the house. I'm glad to see she's going somewhere at last." Smith took the keys and told Marty to sit in the back seat. He put on his uniformed cap so he would look more like a chauffeur. With a sense of awe, he slid the clutch into gear and drove the elegant machine out onto the street. Almost anywhere in the nation, the Rolls would stand out as glaringly as his Triumph, but not in New York, Los Angeles, or Washington. Here it was just one more expensive car. As they pulled away, Smith glanced at the rearview mirror. The chopper was still circling helplessly behind them. "So, Marty, are those papers printouts of what you were able to download?" "Yes, I have good news and I have bad news." Marty described his cyber search as they headed out of town. John was suitably impressed. "I think I'd better read what you've got right now." He pulled off at the next exit and found a secluded parking spot on a side street. As Marty handed him the printouts of the Prince Leopold report and the virus reports from Iraq, he said, "They've been deleted by the director of the Federal Resource Medical Clearinghouse." Damn. Either someone in the government or army is behind what's happening, or the people who are behind it have even more power than I'd thought. "That scares me, John." "Scares me, too." He read the Prince Leopold report first. Dr. René Giscourt described a field report from Peru he'd seen while at a jungle hospital in Bolivian Amazonia years ago. His jottings to himself back then noted an unusual combination of hantavirus and hemorrhagic fever symptoms, and some connection to monkeys. What had caught Sophia's interest in this, Smith wondered. Perhaps it was the mention of Bolivia or Peru. But why? There were 3 reports from the Office of the Iraqi Minister of Health. The first 2 concerned 3 unexplained ARDS deaths a year ago in the Baghdad area. The third reported 3 more ARDS cases in Basra who had survived. The exact same numbers had died and survived in America and Iraq, like a controlled experiment. He knew he had to go to Iraq. He needed to find out who had died and who had survived, and why. "Marty, we're going to California. There's a man there who'll help us." "I don't fly." "You do now." "But, John, there's a problem with my medications. I only have 1 dose left." Smith restarted the Rolls and pulled onto the interstate. "We'll get you more in California, but we'll need money, and the authorities and the people with the virus will be monitoring my bank accounts and credit cards. They won't be monitoring yours yet." "You're right. Okay, you think $50,000 would be enough?" Yeah, Marty. Yeah. 50,000 should do fine." Over the roar of the rotors, Nadal El Hassan shouted into the phone, "Mr. Tremont, I'm afraid we have lost them."
"Damn! Who is this Martin Zellerbach? Why does Smith go to him?"
"Zellerbach's residence has much computer equipment, very advanced. It is possible that is why Smith went there. Perhaps we could learn what he is looking for by analyzing what this Zellerbach was doing when we arrived."
"Indeed. I'll send our computer expert Xavier Becker to Washington. Have your people watch the hospitals where all the victims were treated, especially the 3 survivors. When Smith hears about them, he'll probably try to reach them."
"I have already seen to it."
"Good. Where's Bill Griffin?"
"I do not know. He has not reported in to me today."
"Find him."
On the evening of Friday, October 17th, precisely a week after Mario Dublin died on a Boston street, Mercer Haldane, the elderly chairman of Blanchard Pharmaceuticals, was brooding in his elegant New York high-rise office. He was dressed in white tie and tails, ready to attend that evening's quarterly dinner for the Blanchard Board of Directors. But he had an enormous problem that must be addressed first. Haldane was proud of Blanchard. It was an old company founded by 2 brothers in a garage in Buffalo in 1884 to make soap and face cream. In the early 1980s, Haldane had become CEO, then chairman as well, and had run the company into the 1990s. It was his company now. Victor Tremont was his discovery, a brilliant biochemist with executive potential and creative flair. Haldane had nurtured Victor, grooming him to be his successor, giving him charge of research and development, then elevating him to chief operating officer. But a year ago, a new auditor had reported accounting for R&D that seemed odd. Being a cautious executive, Haldane hired a second outside auditing firm to look more deeply. The result was alarming. The just-completed highly confidential report revealed that, in a complex pattern of irregularities, overruns, shortfalls, excessive costs, and pilfering, almost $1 billion appeared to be missing from the total R&D budget over a 10-year period. $1 billion. A similar sum appeared to have been applied to a phantom R&D program Haldane had never heard of. Was it Victor's doing? Almost certainly. And so, he had scheduled a meeting with Tremont in his New York office now, before the board dinner. He would brace his protege with what he knew and demand an explanation. If any secret program existed, he would have to fire Victor. But the project might be worth saving. At the sound of his private elevator coming up, he poured a snifter of his best cognac and lit a cigar, as the elevator stopped and Victor Tremont stepped out in white tie and tails. "Good evening, Victor."
"You're looking solemn tonight, Mercer. Some problem?"
"Pour yourself a brandy and we'll discuss it." Tremont poured himself a drink, helped himself to a cigar, and sat in a leather armchair facing Haldane.
"So, what have I done wrong?"
"It seems we have $1 billion unaccounted for. What did you do, Victor? Steal it or divert it into some pet scheme?" Tremont smiled. "Ah, the secret audit. Well, the simple answer is no. And yes, I didn't steal the money. I did divert it to a project all my own." "How long has this been going on?"
"Some 10 years. A couple of years after that specimen-finding trip to Peru you sent me on."
"A decade? Impossible. You couldn't have fooled me that long."
"Oh, but I could, and I did. Not alone, of course. I put together a team inside the company, the best men we have. Little creative bookkeeping here, help from security there, some fine scientists, my own outside laboratory, a lot of dedication, some cooperation inside our federal government and military, and voila, the Hades project. In a few weeks, everyone will be rich. Me, my team, the board, Blanche's stockholders, and of course, you."
"You're insane." Tremont laughed.
"Hardly. Just a good businessman who saw an opportunity for gigantic profit."
"I can't see how it can change anything, Victor. But what is this brilliant coup of yours?"
"When you sent me to Peru 13 years ago, I found an odd virus in a remote area. It was fatal in most cases, but one tribe had a cure. They drank the blood of a specific species of monkey that also carried the disease. I was intrigued, so I brought home live virus from victims, as well as various monkeys' blood. The monkeys were infected by the same virus as the humans, but it's a strange one. The virus lies dormant for years inside its host, rather like the HIV virus before it becomes AIDS. Oh, small fever perhaps, some headaches, other sudden and brief pains, but nothing lethal until, apparently spontaneously, it mutates, gives symptoms of heavy cold or mild flu for 2 weeks or so, and then becomes lethal to both humans and monkeys. However, and this was key, it strikes earlier and with far less severity in the monkeys. Many monkeys survive, and their blood is full of neutralizing antibodies to the mutated virus. The Indians learned this, so when they fell ill, they drank the blood and were cured. In most cases, anyway, if they got the right monkey's blood.
Fascinating, Victor, but I see no avenue to profit in your anecdote. Does this virus exist elsewhere where there's no natural cure?
Absolutely nowhere, as far as we've been able to ascertain. That's the key to the Hades project. Of course, we couldn't very well import millions of monkeys and kill them for their blood. So first we had to isolate the virus and the antibodies. Then we had to establish methods of large-scale production and provide a broad enough spectrum to accommodate some of the spontaneous mutations over time. We isolated the virus and were capable of production within the first year. The rest took longer, but we now have millions of units of serum ready to ship. It's been patented as a cure for the monkey virus without mentioning the human virus, of course. That's going to appear to be a bit of luck. Our costs have been inflated and well tabulated, so we can claim a higher price to the public, and we've applied for FDA approval, which we'll get when the pandemic starts.
When it starts? You mean there's no epidemic of the virus to use your serum on?
There will be. There have been 6 recent cases in the United States, 3 of which we secretly cured with our serum. More victims here are coming down with it. Plus, there have already been 1,000 deaths overseas. In a few days, the globe will know what it's facing. It won't be pretty.
Victor, there's some part of the scheme you aren't telling me.
Probably.
What is it?
You don't want to know.
Haldane thought it all over. No, it won't play. You're going to prison, Victor.
Tremont chuckled. Give me some credit. Besides, you're in as deep as I am. Hell, deeper. Every order, every requisition, every expenditure was approved and signed by you. Everything we did has your authorization in writing. Most of it's real, because when you get in an irritable mood, you sign papers just to get them off your desk. The rest are expert forgeries no one's going to spot.
Haldane could barely repress his outrage at his protege. Still, he had to agree the profits could be astronomical, and he would see to it that he got his share. He grimaced. So there's going to be a pandemic. I suppose the only good thing about that is you've got the cure. Perhaps not so many lives will be lost. Tremont smiled inwardly, noting the cynicism that Haldane had used to convince himself to capitulate.
Perhaps. However, Mercer, to make it all work, I need to be in charge. So at the board meeting tomorrow, you're going to step down. You're going to make me CEO and turn the company over to me. You can stay on as chairman of the board if you like, but in a year you'll retire with a very fat separation bonus and pension, and I'll take over the board too.
And if I refuse?
You can't. The patent is in the name of my incorporated group, with me as principal stockholder, and licensed to Blanchard for a large percentage fee. But don't worry, there'll be plenty for Blanchard and a big bonus for you, and we'll be the heroes riding to rescue the world from a disaster worse than the Black Plague.
In Mercer Haldane's most terrifying nightmares, he had never expected this could happen. He had lost control. Tremont was right. Better to play the game and walk away with the loot. As soon as he decided that, he felt better. Not well, but better. He shrugged. Well, let's go and have dinner then. Tremont laughed.
That's the Mercer I know. Cheer up, you'll be rich and famous.
I'm already rich. I never gave a damn about being famous.
Get used to it. You're going to like it. Think of all the former presidents you can play golf with.
Using Marty Zellerbach's credit card, Smith and Marty rented a private jet and flew to San Francisco, arriving late Friday afternoon. John rented a car and made their first stop a pharmacy to refill Marty's prescription. The druggist called Marty's Washington doctor at home for authorization, but the doctor insisted on speaking directly with Marty. As they talked, Smith listened on an extension. The doctor was stiff and strained, and he asked irrelevant questions. Finally, he wanted to know whether Colonel Smith was with Marty. With a jolt of adrenaline, Smith grabbed the receiver from Marty's hand and hung up both phones. Marty, your doctor was trying to hold you here, probably for the FBI or Army intelligence to arrive and arrest me, or maybe for the killers at the bungalow. Marty's eyes widened in alarm. Then they know where we are now? Right, let's go. They rushed out. Marty's medication was wearing off, and they needed to save the last dose for the long drive ahead. Marty grumbled, but he put up with buying clothes and other necessities and eating dinner. At nightfall, they took a room at a small, out-of-the-way motel on Mission Street. Marty was growing more and more restless. His mind buzzed and flashed. Words and images whipped through with incredible speed. He began talking non-stop, fantasizing, hearing intruders at their door. He was reaching warp speed, and the longer he was off his medication, the worse it would be for both of them. Smith finally got him a glass of water. Okay, Marty, you'd better take your last dose. We'll just have to trust we can get you more tomorrow. Meanwhile, you've got to sleep, and so do I. Marty was still in control, but just barely. He did not want to risk dropping off the edge. You're right, John. Give me that damn pill. He took it, and both men settled in their beds. Marty's last words to John before dropping off were, "John, why are we in California?" "We're driving to Yosemite to meet a man who can help us. His name is Peter Howell." And he turned out the lights. Just after midnight on Saturday morning, Nadal al-Hassan strode off the DC-10 from New York into the main concourse of San Francisco International Airport, where he was greeted by an overweight man in a shabby suit. "You, Al-Hassan." Al-Hassan eyed the man with distaste. "You are from the detective agency?" "Yeah. The FBI beat us to the drugstore guy, but he don't know nothing anyways. He didn't get a make or plate on their car. We're checking hotels, motels, and other drugstores. So the local cops and the FBI. So far, nothing." "I will be at the Hotel Monaco near Union Square. Call me the instant you find anything." Al-Hassan caught a taxi to his hotel. As soon as he was alone in his room, he phoned Victor Tremont in New York and reported what little the detective had told him. Tremont listened, then said,
"Xavier went into this Zellerbach's computer and found what he was doing for Smith. Zellerbach somehow found the Giscourt memo and uncovered reports about the virus in Iraq. He also tried to trace the Russell woman's phone call to me. We expect he'll try again. Keep in touch with Xavier. He is monitoring Zellerbach's computer. If he uses it, Xavier will keep him online long enough to initiate a phone trace through our local police in Long Lake."
"I will call Washington and give him my cell phone number."
"Have you located Bill Griffin?"
"He has contacted no one since we assigned him to kill Smith."
"You still don't know where he is? Incredible."
Al-Hassan knew Tremont was right. He should have kept a closer eye on the ex-FBI man. "We are working to find him. It is a point of pride with me that we find him quickly." By 8 on Saturday morning, Marty and Smith had already driven across San Francisco Bay and were heading east toward Yosemite. The day was cool and sunny, and Marty was still calm. They entered the park at El Portal. Marty had been watching quietly out of the window, drinking in the stunning scenery. "I think I've missed getting out," he decided. "Indescribably beautiful." They continued past Bridal Veil Falls and the sheer cliffs of El Capitan, further east toward the small town of Lee Vining. Smith drove the car up dizzying switchbacks across several streams, ending at the edge of a 30-foot-deep ravine. A narrow steel footbridge crossed the ravine to a clearing and a log cabin hidden among cedars and towering ponderosa pines. Marty shrank from the footbridge, which swayed slightly in the wind. "I'm not putting a toe in that flimsy contraption." "Don't look down. Come on, over you go." Smith pushed. Marty clutched the handrails all the way. "What are we doing in this wasteland anyway? There's only that old shack over there." "Peter Howell lives there." "That's our destination? I will not stay 5 seconds in anything so primitive. I doubt it has indoor plumbing. It certainly has no electricity, which means no computer. I must have a computer. It also has no killers." When they reached the ponderosas, they plunged into the gloom under the thick branches that towered high above. The aroma of pine filled the air. Suddenly, a high-pitched snarl froze them in their tracks. A full-grown mountain lion sprang from a tree ahead and crouched 10 feet away. Its long tail whipped, and its yellow eyes glared. And from somewhere ahead a voice said, "Stand quite still, gentlemen. Don't raise a weapon, and he won't hurt you. And perhaps neither will I." From the low-roofed porch of the cabin, a lean man of medium build stepped out of the afternoon shadows, holding a British Enfield bullpup automatic rifle. His words were addressed to Smith, but his gaze was fixed on Marty. "You said nothing about bringing anyone with you, John. I don't like surprises." "Whistle up the cat, Peter, and put down the armament. I've known Marty a lot longer than I've known you, and right now I need you both." "But I don't know him." "Are you saying you know all there is to know about him, and that he's clean?" "Nobody cleaner." Howell studied Marty for a long minute, his pale blue eyes cool, clear, penetrating. Finally, he lowered the assault rifle and said, "Stanley, good cat, go on with you." The mountain lion turned and padded away behind the cabin. Marty's eyes were bright. "I've never heard of a trained mountain lion. How did you do it? He even has a name. Did you know African kings used to train leopards to hunt?" He rambled on as Howell guided the two of them into the cabin. As Smith passed, The Englishman raised an eyebrow and nodded to Marty's back. Smith nodded affirmatively in return. Inside, the cabin was larger than it appeared from the front. The well-appointed living room was filled with comfortable leather furniture and an enormous fireplace. The wall space not taken up by guns, regimental flags, photos of soldiers, and other military mementos displayed several expressionist paintings, de Kooning, Newman, Rothko. Originals worth a fortune. John said, "First thing we need is a computer for Marty."
I think I can oblige. This way.
The living room occupied the entire width of the cabin, but at the left rear a wing extended deep into the tall pines. The cabin was built in an L shape, with most of it in the stem of the L. Peter led them to a dim, cavernous room near the back of the wing. At the doorway to the room, Marty abruptly stopped, his eyes shining.
"Oh, that's so beautiful."
On the wall, transparent electronic maps glowed. The Middle East, Colombia, Afghanistan, southern Mexico, East Timor, Rwanda, and more. The world's hotspots of tribal conflict, ethnic strife, revolt, militancy, insurgency. Each nation was a light in a different color. Tiny blinking bulbs moved continuously across the maps. Beneath it all, state-of-the-art computer equipment filled the wall. In the center of the room waited a leather and steel command chair. "Your control room, Peter?" John asked.
"Right. Good to keep busy."
Marty let out a cry of joy and rushed toward the computer installation, oblivious to anyone.
"What is it, John?"
"A form of autism. Asperger's syndrome. He's a genius, especially with electronics, but being around people is hell for him. He's off his medicines now." Smith nodded. "We had to leave Washington in a hurry. Give me a minute, then we'll talk." Howell returned to the living room as Smith joined Marty at the computer. "Can you try again to find out what phone call Sophia made or received, and also locate Bill Griffin?"
"Indeed. I'll be up and running in minutes."
Smith patted his shoulder and backed away as Marty attacked the keyboard, muttering to himself. Peter Howell was sitting before the fireplace, cleaning a submachine gun, a Heckler & Koch MP5. A shade under 6 feet, he was almost too lean under his flannel shirt and heavy khaki British Army trousers he wore stuffed into black combat boots. His narrow face had the color and texture of leather dried out by years of wind and sun. His thick head of hair was nearly all gray, and his hands were curved brown claws. "Tell me about this Marty." John Smith sank into a chair and touched the high points of his and Marty's growing up together, the difficulties of Marty's health and life. Howell shook his head. "I must say, I feel sorry for the young fellow." Smith chuckled. "Actually, Marty feels sorry for you, and for me. He pities us because we can never know what he knows. We can't conceptualize what he understands. But, John, if he's mechanical and slow when he's on the drugs, and gaga when he's off, how does he manage to get anything accomplished?" "That's the trick. He's learned to let himself go beyond the stage where the meds are working, but not quite into the stage where he's flying high and wild. He'll have a couple of hours a day in that in-between condition, and that's heaven for him. New ideas seize him with lightning speed. He's sharp, incisive, quick, and half out of control every minute. He's unbeatable." "Is he? Well now, that could be very useful." Peter began reassembling the submachine gun. It had been the weapon of choice of the British Special Air Services, the SAS, and probably was still. "So, John, you need my help?" "Right as usual, and it's probably dangerous." Howell grinned. "What else is an old spoken desert rat good for?" Smith had first met Peter at a field hospital during Desert Shield. He'd simply appeared at the hospital one night like a ghost rising out of the sand itself. He had a high fever and was kitten weak. How he'd arrived or who had brought him was a mystery. Smith discovered the unknown patient, wearing British desert camouflage without rank or unit markings, had been bitten by a venomous reptile. He'd treated Peter and saved his life. In the following days, as Peter recovered, they came to know and respect each other. As it turned out, Major Peter Howell, Special Air Services, had been deep inside Iraq on some unnamed mission. That was all he would ever say. Simply put, Peter was one of those restless, reckless Brits who seemed to pop up in every conflict of the last 2 centuries. Educated at Cambridge and Sandhurst, he had joined the SAS in Vietnam days. When the action faded, he volunteered for MI6, British Foreign Intelligence. He had worked for one or the other ever since. Now he had found a well-deserved retirement on the remote and sparsely populated eastern side of the Sierras, or so it appeared. I have to get into Iraq, Peter, secretly, but with contacts. That's not probably dangerous, my boy. That's suicide. No way. Not the way things are over there these days. Can't be done. They murdered Sophia. It has to be done. Like that, eh? Can't you explain this IWOL nonsense? You know about that? Try to keep in touch, you see. Been AWOL a few times myself. Usually a good story behind it. Smith filled him in on everything that had happened since the death of Major Anderson at Fort Irwin. They're powerful, Peter, whoever they are. I've got to know what they're planning. For a moment, Howell was silent. In the silence, they could hear Marty raving at the computer, shouting excitedly to himself. Well then, with that virus and no known cure or vaccine, they can hold the planet hostage. It has to be someone like Saddam or Gaddafi, or China, or for that matter, any country weaker than the West. Or no country, Peter. Perhaps it's all about money. Getting you into Iraq could cost more than your life, John. The price could be an entire underground. The opposition against Saddam Hussein is weak, but it does exist. They'll get you in if I ask, but they won't compromise the entire network. You'll be on your own. The U.S. embargo is ruining the lives of everyone except Saddam and his gang. It's killing children. You can expect little from the underground and nothing from the Iraqi people. It's a risk I have to take, Peter. I need information on those who've lived through the virus, but I'll never get close to the 3 U.S. survivors. The Army, FBI, and whoever's after us will expect me to try to see them. They'll be watching for me. The only ones I have a chance to reach are in Iraq. They won't be expecting me there. Then I better get cracking. Wish I could go too, but I'd be a liability. They know me too well in Iraq, you see. It's better I go alone. I've got a job for you here anyway. Do tell. Well, I was becoming a trifle bored. Feeding Stanley has its limits as excitement. Another thing. Marty has to have his meds or he'll soon be useless. I can give you the prescription bottle, but we can't contact his doctor in Washington. Nor do we have to, my boy. Howell smiled, took the bottle from Smith, and vanished into the depths of the house. In Marty's Washington bungalow, computer expert Xavier Becker watched in fascination as Marty Zellerback, accessing his Cray mainframe from some remote PC, skillfully probed through the computers of the telephone company. Xavier had never seen anything like the search and cracking software Zellerback had created. The sheer beauty and grace of the man's work almost made him forget what he was there for. It was all he could do to keep one step ahead of Marty as he led him through a maze of phony positive results to keep him online, while the police up north in Long Lake Village traced him through a worldwide maze of relays. Xavier sweated, worrying Zellerback would switch the sequence of relay lines and lose him, but he never did. Xavier could not understand the oversight. It was as if Zellerback had set up his system of relays to hide his location because he knew it was the right thing to do, not because he cared about the reasons behind it. Then, from Long Lake, Security Chief Jack McGraw's voice exulted in his earphones. "Got him. He's outside some little burg in California called Lee Vining. We're alerting Al Hassan now." Smith stepped into the computer room, and Marty's frustration greeted him like an atomic blast. "Zounds, zounds, zounds! Where are you? No one defeats Marty Zellerback, you hear? Oh, I know you're there." "Mart? What's going on?" Marty pounded the console, then suddenly collapsed in upon himself, drooping limp in his chair. "Nothing. I found nothing." "What didn't you find, Marty? Bill Griffin's address?" "Or Sophia's calls. Not a trace. I tied into my own mainframe and software, John, and I was so close. Then nothing. Just another step, I know it. So close." Suddenly fear tightened Smith's chest as the mechanics of what Marty was doing made terrible sense. "How long have you been connected to your computer in Washington?" Howell appeared in the doorway. At the words, his body went rigid. "How long, Mart?" Smith repeated. "It must be an hour now, but it's fine. I'm using a series of relays all over the world. Besides, it's my own computer." "But they know where your computer is. They could be in your bungalow right now inside your computer teasing you on." Peter grimaced. "John, did they have people in California?" "I'd bet on it."
Howell spun on his heel. "His meds are on the way. By now your killers have traced the phone line. Then they'll have to locate the cabin and get out here. I'd say an hour at worst, with luck 2. We'd be wise to be away in less than 1.
From behind a curtain in John Smith's Thurmont, Maryland house, Bill Griffin peered out at the street and smiled thinly. The white pizza delivery truck had passed the house 3 times in the last 2 hours. He'd been inside John's darkened house since 6 p.m., after abandoning his all-day stakeout at Fort Detrick. Through his night vision binoculars, he studied the driver, one of Al Hassan's men, looking for John, perhaps for Griffin, too. Griffin knew the Arab had been suspicious ever since Rock Creek Park, but Al Hassan would not expect Griffin to be waiting inside the house. Griffin had been careful to leave no indications he was there. His car was hidden in the garage of an empty house 3 blocks away, and he'd entered John's place by picking the lock on the back door. Since John had returned to neither Detrick nor to his house in Thurmont, Griffin was beginning to think he would not return. He moved swiftly through the dark shadows and into the study. Once the computer was up and running, he entered the password and encryption code for his secret website. One message, from his old FBI partner, Lon Forbes. It read, "Smith is trying to find you. FBI, police, and army are looking for him. AWOL and sought for questioning in 2 deaths. Let me know if you want to talk to him." He shut down the computer and slipped out of the back of the house into the night. The 4 people gathered in a private room at New York's Harvard Club on 44th Street that Saturday evening were nervously chatting or pacing the floor, waiting for their 5th member, their leader, to return from his meeting with Blanchard Pharmaceuticals' board of directors. Congressman Ben Sloat, Major General Nelson Casper, Executive Officer to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Nancy Petrelli, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Lieutenant General Einar Salonen, retired major lobbyist for the American military-industrial complex. Their heads rotated in unison as the door opened and Victor Tremont hurried in. "Sorry, but I was held up by some business relating to our problem with Colonel Smith, which I am happy to say is about to be settled. Al Hassan called me to say that he has located Smith and his associates near Yosemite Park in California. The FBI has also independently tracked them down. Nadal and his men and the FBI are closing in on Smith even as we speak, and that should be the end of the matter." A murmur of relief spread across the room. "Good," General Casper said. "Now, how did the Blanchard meeting go?" Tremont perched on the arm of the leather couch, elegant in his dinner jacket and black tie, and laughed. "I am now in firm control of the entire company." They all applauded and congratulated him. Then General Casper went right to the critical point. "You told the board the details?" Tremont smiled. "And they jumped on the Hades project like a dog on a bone. You could see the dollar signs flash in their eyes. No qualms?" This from Congressman Sloat. "No second thoughts, bad consciences?" "None. Remember, we handpicked all of them based on background, interest, and risk tolerance. Oh, they were a little green around the gills when I laid out the possible deaths without our serum. But I also explained that the deaths would extrapolate into not much more than 1 million or so worldwide, if the government accepts our serum quickly." Nancy Petrelli said, "And if the government won't pay our price at all?" "I doubt that our government or any other will see a choice. If they don't buy the serum, an awful lot of their people are going to die. That's the simple answer." "How long until it begins?" Congressman Sloat asked. "I'd say in 3 or 4 days. The reality of a pandemic will strike the global conscience like a bolt of lightning." There was a murmur. Whether it was pity or greed was hard to tell. "When it does," Tremont continued, "I want each of you to emphasize the danger to humanity. Hit the panic buttons. Then we make our announcement of the serum." General Casper gave a coarse laugh. "And ride to the rescue." All their doubts vanished as the 4 conspirators united in their vision of the goal they had dreamed of for so long. It was close now, very close. "Beautiful," someone breathed. Marty was still seated at Peter Howell's computer, still trying to establish one more link to his own machine in Washington, when John entered the room. "Marty, it's after 3, time to go." "But I'm not finished, John." "Yes, Marty, you are. We're on our way out. We're evacuating, remember?" "Why?"
I want to live in this room. It's perfect. The whole world will come to me here. I'll never have to leave." Peter stepped inside the room and pressed a finger against the doorframe. John heard a quiet click. "You two take what food you like from the kitchen to tide us over for a day or so. We'll need weapons and ammo, and whiskey, of course." John nodded. "We have things in our car, too. How the hell do we carry it all?" "Ah, trust me." "Okay." John turned back to Marty and touched his shoulder. "Mart." He jumped out of the chair and whirled around, pummeling John with his fists. "No, I'll never leave. Never, never, never." Peter frowned. "We don't have time for this." He stepped forward and slugged Marty on the chin. Marty's eyes widened, and then he collapsed in John's arms, unconscious. John sighed and dropped Marty over his shoulder. He had a feeling Marty and Peter were not going to get along. He followed Peter through the kitchen into a garage. Parked and waiting was a medium-sized RV. John grinned. "There's another road, isn't there?" "Of course. There has to be. You're not going to live anywhere where you only have one way out." "Right. It's a dirt road, not on the map. Not well maintained, but it'll do. Stash Marty in the RV." John deposited Marty on one of the rear beds. The vehicle's interior was the usual, a miniature kitchen, dining nook, bath, except for the living room. That was a compact version of the map and computer center in the house. Peter vanished to make final arrangements for John's trip to Iraq, while John retrieved his and Marty's belongings from their rental car and packed food, whiskey, guns, and ammo in the RV. Finally, Marty moaned on the bunk and flopped one arm. At the same time, John heard the approaching engine of a low-flying aircraft. John and Peter went out front. A single-engine Cessna swooped low over the cabin, and a small steel tube dropped from it into the clearing. Moments later, Peter returned with the tube. "The little man's medicine." Inside the RV, John sat the groaning Marty up on the bunk and gave him a pill and a glass of water. As he was doing so, Peter stuck his head inside the door. "We have company." "Stay down, Mart." John patted his friend and hurried out. Binoculars dangled from Peter's neck. He held his H&K MP5 in one hand, and with the other he tossed John the bullpup Enfield. They loped out onto the front porch. They stayed hidden behind bushes that rimmed the porch as they studied the steel footbridge and the 5 figures on the far side who were investigating John's car. Peter watched through binoculars. 3 are sheriff's deputies from the county. 2 are wearing dark suits and hats and appear to be running the show. John took the glasses and focused. "FBI, I think. They won't come over shooting. I'm just AWOL. Unless they're in cahoots with your villains, or unless the situation has changed. Best we take no chances. Let's give them something to think about." Peter left John and disappeared back into the house. John watched the 5 men as they approached the bridge. They were only steps from it when they came to an abrupt, astonished halt. John blinked, unsure himself. 1 second the footbridge had been there, the next it had vanished. There was a slapping sound, and dust rose from the ravine in a hazy brown and white cloud. The intruders' mouths fell open. They looked down, then up and across. The 3 cops ambled forward, grinning, peering appreciatively down into the steep ravine. It was a joke on the FBI. Peter returned to crouch beside John. Surprised them a trifle? "I'll say. What happened?" "The bridge has massive hinges on this side. When I release the gadgets that attach it at the far side, it swings down into the ravine and comes to rest hanging straight down. A job putting it back, but a crew from Lee Vining will do that when I need them. Anyway, that should hold them a half hour or so. It's a nasty climb down and up. Come on." John chuckled as they trotted back to the garage, where Marty now sat on the RV steps looking rueful. "Hi, John. Was I trouble?" "You were brilliant as usual. The FBI's found us, Marty. We're leaving fast. What can I do?" "Get back inside and wait." John stepped back out again. He found the Brit sitting cross-legged under the trees. The golden mountain lion sat on its haunches, facing him. "Sorry, Stanley, but I'm off again. A nuisance, I know. Hold the fort until I return, and I'll be back before you can say Bob's your uncle." The big, solemn cat had fixed its yellow eyes on Peter as it listened. Now it stepped up, reached out its neck, and gently nudged Peter on the nose. Peter nudged back. "Goodbye, boy." He stood, and the cat turned and bounded lightly off into the trees. Peter headed toward John. Will he be okay? Can he survive alone? Stan's only partly trained, John. Not tame. He's got his territory, he hunts, mates, and has cubs. But for some reason, he tolerates me, protects the place against other animals. He'll be fine. He rubbed his hands together. Right then, time to go.
Moments later, the RV was bouncing away down the mountainside. Behind them, a series of muffled explosions sounded inside the cabin. Marty's head swiveled. "What's that?" "A little self-destruct device. Can't leave the control and computer room for them, can we? It's imploding now. Everything in there will be destroyed, but the rest of the house will be fine. Clever, eh?" As they swayed, dipped, and jounced down serpentine switchbacks, John asked, "Did you get me set up for Iraq?" Peter reached into the pocket of his bush jacket and handed John an envelope. "Printouts inside. Follow the instructions to the letter, or the trip will be over long before you know it." "I understand." "There was talk of a task for me?" "And what about me, John?" "You know what we have to do. Find where the virus came from, how to treat it, who has it, what they plan to do with it, and who killed Sophia." "And how to stop them," Peter added. John nodded. "Especially how to stop them. Marty, you keep trying to pull up any missing phone calls and locate Griffin. But hit and run this time. Don't stay on the same line long. Now, how are we going to stay in touch?" "The internet," Marty said. "But not regular email. We can leave messages on the Asperger's Syndrome website." "Perfect. Right under their noses, and hold fast. Bogies at 10 o'clock. As Peter shouted, he yanked the wheel and the RV lurched wildly to the right. A volley of shots exploded from the forest. Metal ripped at the back of the RV, and glass flew as a rear window was shot out. John picked up the Enfield and held it ready to fire if any of the attackers cut them off. Peter bounced the unwieldy vehicle off the road, through trees and brush, dodging under branches and over rocks, short-cutting the road, across the hillside and down. Then, with the skill of a surgeon, he guided it back onto the road and roared away in a cloud of dust. Behind them, 3 men ran with rifles, trying to get a clear shot at them. But the bone-jarring lurches and bounces of the vehicle frustrated them. A final fusillade rang out, and bullets slashed through the trees around the fleeing vehicle. John checked the side-view mirror. The men stood in the center of the dusty road, their weapons dangling at their sides as the RV disappeared around a bend. John recognized one of them, a short, burly man. "It's the people who've been trying to kill me, Peter. There'll be more of them somewhere." "Of course, and those 3 will soon be on the road after us, so we'll take the scenic route." Peter swung the RV into a narrow, rutted, almost invisible track to their left. "Fire road. Forest full of them. It'll get us to the highway in no time." 15 minutes later they reached the highway, and Peter paused the RV among the trees at the blacktop's edge. "See anyone lurking about?" John surveyed both directions. "No one." "Good. Which way?" "Whatever's fastest to San Francisco. That'll be to the right, and back on 120 through Yosemite." "Let's do it, Peter. Going back the way we came should be the last thing they'd expect us to do, and all RVs look alike anyway. Unless the ambushers read our plates. I'd best do something about that." Peter pulled a screwdriver and a set of Montana license plates from the glove compartment and jumped out. While he changed the RV's plates, John checked out the vehicle. One of the rear windows had been shot out, and the outer shell was ripped with 6 bullet holes. But nothing had penetrated, and nothing important was damaged, especially not the computer. In moments they were on the highway heading south. A quarter of a mile after they picked up Route 120, they passed 2 SUVs parked in the dense forest, one on each side of the dirt road that led from the back of Peter's property. At one of the SUVs, a tall, pockmarked man with hooded dark eyes spoke into a walkie-talkie. He seemed agitated, and he stared up the mountainside in frustration. He hardly glanced at the battered RV with the Montana plates as it climbed up the highway toward Yosemite. The cabinet room at the White House was packed. A copy of the Washington Post, dateline that morning, Tuesday, October 21st, lay on the big oval table for everyone to see. Its headline blared, "Deadly Pandemic of Unknown Virus Sweeps Globe." Secretary of State Norman Knight said, 27 nations have reported fatalities. A total of more than 500,000. 42 nations are reporting sudden cases of what appears to be a mild flu. We don't yet know whether that's the virus, too. Those victims numbered in the high millions. A shocked hush greeted the Secretary's figures. President Samuel Adams Castilla's penetrating gaze traveled slowly over the faces of his cabinet. Whom could he count on to remain steady? Who would panic? Finally he spoke. All right, Norm. How many in the United States? The CDC reports 59 deaths so far, and at least 1,000 flu-like cases they're testing now. President Castilla turned to Jesse Oxnard, his Surgeon General. Anything new, Jesse? Oxnard glumly shook his head. All the scientists are stumped. They have nothing that'll cure or stop it. All they can suggest the usual methods for treating any viral fever, and then hope the mortality rate is no worse than the 50% we had in the first 6 cases. At least that's something, Jesse. We can mobilize every medical resource in the advanced industrialized countries and send them all over the world, medicines too. We've got to put everything into stopping it. The President nodded to Anson McCoy, Secretary of Defense. Put the armed forces at Jesse's disposal, Ants. Everything. Transports, troops, ships, whatever it takes. Yes, sir. Then Nancy Petrelli said, Sir, I disagree that all scientists have nothing to suggest. My office had a call not an hour ago from Dr. Victor Tremont, Chairman and CEO of Blanchard Pharmaceuticals, a large international biomedical company. He said the description he's heard of the virus and its symptoms seems to closely match a monkey virus his company's been working with for some years. Dr. Tremont thinks this unknown virus may be the same monkey virus, but contracted now by humans. They've developed a serum that cures it most of the time. There was a stunned moment. Then excitement exploded in a cacophony of voices. They bombarded Secretary Petrelli with questions. They objected to the possibility. They thrilled at a cure. Finally, the President slammed his fist onto the table. Hold it, damn it. All of you shut up. Once again, Nancy, once again. Someone thinks they have a cure for this thing? Where? How? Dr. Tremont says a team at Blanchard has developed a cure against a virus found in monkeys from South America. Animal testing has been highly positive. A veterinary use patent has been granted, and everything's under review by the FDA. Surgeon General Oxnard frowned. It hasn't ever been tested on humans? No, they had no intention of using it on people. Well, why would anyone develop a cure for a monkey virus? The Secretary of Commerce wanted to know. Petrelli said, to learn how to combat viruses in general, to develop mass production techniques for the future. Emerging viruses are an increasing danger to the world, with all the access to what were once remote areas. Today's monkey virus can be tomorrow's human epidemic, and a monkey virus cure just might cure humans too. The hubbub erupted again. Too damn dangerous. We don't have a choice. FDA would never allow it. What do we have to lose? What if it's worse than the disease? And from someone, does it sound a little funny to anyone else? I mean, a cure for an unknown disease just appearing out of nowhere? The President again banged the table. All right. I'll listen to any and all objections. But right now, I want Nancy and Jesse to go to this Blanchard Pharmaceuticals and check it out. Let's hope to hell this Tremont knows what he's talking about. We could use a miracle before half the world is wiped out. Once considered the cradle of civilization, the city of Baghdad sprawls on a dry plain between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. It is a metropolis of contrasts, of turquoise-tiled domes and minarets and glassy modern high-rises. But under Saddam Hussein's iron rule, and after a decade of U.S.-led sanctions, life in this ancient city of myth and legend was a day-to-day struggle for the basics: food, clean water, medicine. John Smith had been thinking about all this as the taxicab rushed him through the gray city streets early Wednesday morning, Baghdad time. He was dressed as a UN worker, brown cotton slacks, short-sleeved shirt, zippered jacket, and the all-important official UN armband and plastic identification badge snapped to his jacket. He had money and additional identification in his pocket. He was Mark Bonnet, a UN worker from Belize. His long, grueling journey had begun 3 days before, when he'd flown from San Francisco to London's Heathrow Airport. From there, he'd been taken to a Royal Air Force base in East Anglia and flown to a remote desert airstrip in Saudi Arabia. There, a nameless British SAS corporal had dressed him in tribal desert robes, and he and the Iraqi underground had taken him through the desert from Bedouin camp to Baghdad. As he paid off his driver and the taxi sped away, John looked carefully around at the once expensive neighborhood in which he stood. Then he strode across to what had been the American Embassy. The windows were shuttered now, and the building and grounds were in disrepair. He rang the bell. The United States still had a man in Baghdad, but he was Polish. In 1991, at the end of the Gulf War, Poland assumed control of the imposing American embassy. Since then, Polish diplomats had represented not only their nation's interests in Iraq, but America's. They handled passport questions, reported on local media, and occasionally passed sub-rows of messages between Washington and Baghdad. As in all wars, there were times when even enemies needed to communicate, which was the only reason Saddam Hussein tolerated the Poles. The embassy's front door swung open to show a big man with a snub nose, thick gray hair, and shaggy eyebrows. In his mid-40s, he wore a brown suit that sagged as if it had gone too long between cleanings. "Jerzy Domolewski?" "The same. You must be Peter's friend. Come in." He closed the door behind John and led him across a marble foyer into a large office. "You are sure no one followed you?" "I'm certain." "Good. Take a chair. You must be weary." As John sat, the diplomat continued on to the window, where he cracked open the shutter and stared out, studying the street. "They must be so careful. Do not take our concern personally. You cannot blame us for not being especially enthusiastic about helping you." "Of course, but be assured this may be the most crucial risk you've ever taken." Domolewski nodded and turned from the window. "That was in the message from Peter. He also gave me a list of doctors and hospitals you wish to visit." "You've arranged meetings?" "Of course. I myself will drive you to some. Others you must handle yourself. But remember, your UN credentials will be useless if you fall into the government's hands. This is a police state. Many citizens are armed, and anyone can be a spy. Hussein's private police force, the Republican Guard, is brutal and powerful. I understand they can also be random. Indeed, sometimes violence erupts here in a heartbeat, often for no logical reason." He opened a desk drawer. "Peter said you should have this." He held out a U.S. Army Beretta. Smith took it eagerly. "Do not hesitate to use this pistol if you must. Any foreigner caught with a gun will be arrested. It is therefore better to use the gun than to be caught with it. At best, the confusion might give you a chance. You are undercover, unofficial, and unprotected. After they arrested you, only if you are very lucky would they kill you quickly." "I understand." Alone in the back seat of the American Embassy's only operating limousine, John looked out on the bustling city and noted with disgust one consistent feature: the photographs of Saddam Hussein. From towering billboards to framed pictures in dingy storefront windows, Hussein was everywhere, cradling a child, leading a businessman's group, proudly saluting goose-stepping troops. Hussein had turned his nation's state of war into the basis of his power, and the wretchedness of his people into patriotic pride. While he blamed the UN's embargo for causing 1 million of his people to die of malnutrition, he and his cronies, sycophants, and war profiteers had grown shamelessly fat and rich. Domolewski, who was wearing a chauffeur's cap and jacket, drove John through the elegant Yadiria suburb, past showy mansions, fine cafes, and glitzy boutiques. Mercedes, BMWs, and Ferraris lined the curbs. The Polish diplomat stopped the limo in front of a stucco building with a blue tile roof. "This is it. I will wait, unless, of course, you run out of there with the Republican Guards on your backside. If such an unfortunate event should occur, please do not be insulted if all you see is the What exactly is it you wish to know, Mr. Bonnet?" "You agreed to talk to me, Doctor. I assume you know what you wanted to say." "I cannot be too careful. I am close to our great leader. Many members of the Revolutionary Council are my patients." "Still, something's bothering you, Dr. Camille. A medical matter, I'd say. Perhaps the deaths from an unknown virus." Dr. Camille chewed on his lower lip. His ebony eyes were troubled. Finally, he admitted, "A year ago, I treated a patient who died of sudden acute respiratory distress syndrome, with hemorrhaging from the lungs. He had contracted what appeared to be a heavy cold 2 weeks before the ARDS. Was he a veteran of Desert Storm?" The doctor's eyes radiated fear. "Do not say that. He had the honor of fighting with the Republican Guard during the glorious War of Unification." "Any chance his death resulted from biological warfare agents?" "No. This patient was an old family friend, you see. I gave him a complete physical every year of his life. Not long after he returned to his normal life, he began to show many symptoms of minor infections that failed to respond to normal treatment, but disappeared anyway. Over the years, he had increasing fevers and brief flu-like episodes. Then he developed a heavy cold and died abruptly. Were there other deaths in Iraq from the virus? Yes, 2 more here in Baghdad. Also veterans from the war? So I have been told. Was anyone cured? Dr. Camille nodded. 3, or so I have heard, but in my opinion, those patients simply survived their odds. 3 and 3 again. John fought back both excitement and horror. The information pointed more and more to an experiment using human guinea pigs. Where are the survivors? No more. I do not want you going elsewhere and having survivor data traced back to me. He yanked open the door of the examination room. Go, leave. John did not move. Something made you want to tell me, Doctor, and it's not 3 dead men. For a moment the doctor looked as if he could jump out of his skin. Not another word. Nothing. Leave here or I will phone the authorities. John thanked the doctor, slipped out a side door and along an alley. With relief, he saw the embassy limousine still waited. In his office, Dr. Hussein Camille shook with fear and anger. He had a large family to support. He had the future to think of. He was tired of being poor in a land where plenty was to be had. At last he picked up the phone, but it was not the authorities he dialed. Yes, Dr. Camille here. You contacted me to watch out for a certain man. I believe he has just left my office. He carries the credentials of Marc Bonnet, a UN employee from Belize. Yes, he asked me about the virus, and he was very interested in the survivors. Of course. I am most grateful. I will expect the money and the antibiotics tomorrow. As he hung up, he felt much better. He was about to become a rarity in Baghdad. He would have his own private supply of antibiotics. The rich would crawl to him when they or their children fell ill. They would shower him with U.S. dollars. Soon he would have more than enough to pay for his family's escape and a fresh life somewhere else. Anywhere else. As night fell, a woman shrouded from head to toe in her abaya scuttled like a black spider beneath candlelit second stories and balconies on a narrow, cobbled street. The woman appeared old. She was terribly bent over, probably from the effects of age and malnutrition, and she carried a frayed canvas gym bag. Besides the body-cloaking black abaya, she wore a traditional white pushi that covered most of her face and revealed only her dark eyes. But anyone looking in this woman's eyes could see they were not old, nor were they properly downcast. And in this woman's canvas bag was an Uzi submachine gun. She turned onto Sadoun Street, a commercial thoroughfare lined with high-rise office buildings. But this wide boulevard now contained few upscale goods, and even fewer buyers who could afford them. And of course, no tourists came to Baghdad anymore. A sharp cold wind off the desert now blew through the city, sending the last late-night shoppers home. The spicy scents of incense and cardamom were in the brisk air. The bent old woman threaded among pedestrians and past plywood stalls where used parts and Iraqi ingenuity for repair flourished. These days, many of the city's once comfortable middle class manned these lowly stalls, where everything from herbs to hot foods and used plumbing pipes were sold. As the woman approached her destination, she stared, appalled. Her heart thudded against her ribcage. She could not believe her eyes. Tall, trim, and muscular, he had the same dark blue eyes, raven black hair, and cool, hard face she remembered with such pain and anger. And despite his clothing and the UN armband, she knew he was no UN worker. For an instant she stood paralyzed in front of the workshop. Then she quickly continued inside. What was he doing in Baghdad? Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith, M.D., was the last person she expected or wanted to see. On edge as he strode along, John surveyed the lamplit street of plywood stalls and faded repair shops, and men who sat at scarred tables, drinking glasses of hot tea and smoking water pipes. He'd been slipping into medical offices and the storerooms of clinics and hospitals all day, talking to nervous doctors and nurses. Many had confirmed there had been 6 ARDS victims last year, but none could tell him about the 3 survivors. Every nerve tingling, he paused outside a seedy workshop where bald tires dangled from chains on either side of a low, dark door. It seemed an odd place to meet Dr. Rada Mahuk, the world-famous pediatric physician and surgeon. Still, Domilevsky's instructions had been specific. This gloomy tire repair shop was owned by a bitter, formerly well-to-do Baghdad businessman whose company had been ruined by Saddam's wars. John stepped inside. The famed pediatrician was his last hope for the day, for that matter, for his entire trip. To stay in Baghdad even another 24 hours would increase his danger exponentially. A short, balding man with a thick black mustache stood behind a battered counter reading a piece of paper. Nearby, a woman wearing the usual black robes was shopping through tires. "Ghassan?" John asked the man. "Not here." John lowered his voice as he glanced back at the woman. "I have to talk to him. Farouk al-Duke told me he has a new Pirelli." It was the coded signal Jerzy Domilevsky had relayed to John. Ghassan gave a brief smile and said, "Ah, Pirelli. An excellent choice in tires. In the back, come." As he turned to lead John, he muttered something in Arabic, and the woman in the black abaya slid like a shadow out the front door. His gut told him something was wrong, but Ghassan was speaking urgently to him. "Please, hurry. This way." They moved through a curtained doorway into a cavernous storage room stacked with piles of worn-out tires. On the lowest mound near the room's center sat a middle-aged Iraqi woman cradling a baby. Her charcoal eyes focused on John. She wore a long, simple print dress, a black cardigan sweater, tennis shoes, and a white cowl wrapped over her head. But John's gaze was on the moist, feverish face of the child. Ghassan spoke to the woman in rapid Arabic, and John heard his fake UN name mentioned. At the same moment, a violent crash sounded from the shop's front. Someone had kicked open the door. Booted feet thundered and a voice bellowed in Arabic. A bolt of adrenaline shot through John. They had been betrayed. He pulled out his Beretta and whirled. At the same time, Ghassan yanked an AK-47 assault rifle from the center of a pile of tires and snapped, "Republican Guards!" Just as John started toward the noise, Ghassan ran in front of him to block him. He jerked his head toward the woman and infant. "Get them out of here. Leave the rest to me. This is my business." He sprang to the doorway, shoved the muzzle of his AK-47 through the curtain, and opened fire with a series of short bursts. The sound was thunderous. The plywood walls rocked. Behind Smith, the woman cried out. The baby screamed. Beretta in hand, John raced toward them. The woman was already up with the baby in her arms, hurrying toward the rear door. Suddenly, a fusillade of automatic fire from the front blasted into the storage room. Ghassan fell back and jumped behind a pile of tires. Blood poured from a wound in his upper arm. John pulled the woman and the baby down as bullets thudded into stacks of tires with solid thunks. Rubber exploded into the air. Another burst of automatic fire ripped the room. The woman ducked over the child to protect it, and John arched himself over both as wild bullets exploded bottles and jars on the shelves. Glittering shards of glass, nuts, bolts, and screws sprayed the room like shrapnel. Abruptly, silence. For some reason, the Republican Guards were holding their fire. Then John knew why. Their booted footsteps hammered toward the curtained archway. They were going to rush the storage room. Ghassan leaped excitedly up from behind his pile of tires, shouting, "Praise Allah!" He was grinning, and fire burned in his black eyes. He charged through the curtained doorway, his AK-47 blazing. Screams and grunts from beyond the curtain echoed through the shop, the sound of scrambling and diving for cover. Then again, a sudden silence. John ran toward the archway and peered underneath the curtain. Ghassan lay behind a corner of the shop counter. He had the Republican Guards pinned down. Then John saw the guards crawling through the shop to get behind where Ghassan held out. The brave Iraqi could not survive much longer. Then he heard the vehicles outside on the narrow street, reinforcements. He looked back at where the woman watched him. Ghassan was sacrificing his life to make certain she and the child escaped. John had a mission to complete, and he could not save Ghassan. As the ear-splitting sounds of gunshots continued, John ran and yanked open the splintered rear door. He gave the woman a reassuring smile, took her hand, and peered out into a dark, narrow alley. He tugged, pulling her behind, and slid out into the passageway. Cradling the infant close in one arm, she followed as they ran 2 doors to the left, and froze. Military vehicles screeched to a stop at both ends of the alley. Soldiers jumped out and pounded toward them. They were caught, trapped in the Republican Guard's snare. In her Frederick, Maryland apartment, Specialist 4 Adele Schweik awoke with an abrupt start. She looked at her bedside clock, 1:04 a.m. What had snapped her out of a sound sleep was the pulsing, sharp alarm from the sensor she'd planted in Sophia Russell's office a half-mile away at U.S. AMRID. She jumped from bed and activated the video camera she had also installed. In her dusky bedroom, she sat at her desk and stared at the figure dressed in black. He, or she, moved with a fluid, swift purpose, clearly a pro, dressed in a state-of-the-art anti-flash hood with respirator and flak vest. Whoever it was conducting a thorough search of Sophia Russell's office. Schweik yanked off her nightgown, dressed in her camouflage uniform, and raced out to her car. In a darkened RV a block from the entrance to Fort Detrick, Marty Zellerbach glared unhappily at his computer screen. Sophia Russell's other phone calls, if they existed, remained stubbornly erased, and Bill Griffin's tracks had been too well covered. He'd taken his Midorol 7 hours ago, and its effects had faded. He could feel the nervous edginess that told him he needed another pill, but his mind ached to escape into the unknown, where he could be his liberated, exciting self. He leaned back, shut his eyes, and happily launched himself into the starry world of his vast imagination. Then a voice shocked him. "Should I have been the enemy, you would be dead." Marty jumped. "Peter, you idiot! You could have given me cardiac arrest sneaking up like that." Peter Howell shook his head morosely. "Sitting duck. That's what you are, Marty Zellerbach. Must be more alert." He was reclining in a lounge chair, still dressed in his black SAS commander uniform. His anti-flash hood lay in his lap. He had re-entered the RV after his mission inside U.S. AMRID without disturbing the air. After they had left John at the San Francisco airport, they'd taken turns driving the RV cross-country, sleeping and eating in it. Peter had shouldered the vast majority of the driving and shopping to lessen Marty's complaining. Plus he'd had to teach Marty to drive again, which had tried his patience. Even now he looked at the electronics genius and was not quite sure how the soft little man could feel superior, since he appeared to be so handicapped. Besides, he was bloody irksome. "Well, Peter, I hope you achieve better results than I." Peter grimaced. "Alas, no, Marty, my boy. I'm afraid we're going to need your unearthly electronic skills to dig into the poor lady's past. Can you break into her personnel file here at Detrick?" Marty snapped his fingers as if they were castanets. "You have but to ask." Moving with great speed, he tapped keys, and minutes later sat back with a Cheshire Cat smile. "Ta-da! Personnel file for Sophia Lillian Russell, Ph.D. "Marty, John thinks there was something in the deleted report you recovered from the Prince Leopold Institute that Sophia considered important. That's why the report was erased, and the page of her comments cut from her logbook. What we need is anything that could tie into that report." "Not a problem. I'll print out the entire file." Peter clamped a hand on his shoulder. "Better take your Midorol pill, too. Sorry, no, you don't like 'em. Buck up, though. What we're about to do is a task for the boring part of both our brains. At least you can medicate yours." With Sophia's file in front of them, Peter read the Prince Leopold report aloud as Marty checked it against the personnel file, line by line. But as dawn approached, they had still found no link between Sophia's past activities and current contacts at U.S. AMRID. "Right," Peter said. "Take a step back. Where did she do her postdoctoral work?" "University of California, Berkeley." "Ah, yes. Can you crack that august institution, or do we have to drive all the way back to the West Coast?" "Tell me, Peter, do we dislike each other as much when I'm off my meds?" "Yes, my boy, we certainly do." "I thought so." He sat at his computer. 10 minutes later, they were checking Sophia's transcript at Berkeley against the Prince Leopold report. Marty sighed. "No names that match. No field work." "Very well. Where did she do her doctoral studies?" "Princeton." "Crack away." But the transcript of her doctoral studies was of no help either. "Except," Marty pointed out, "she took extensive field trips. That could be useful." "Agreed. Is a graduate advisor listed?" "Dr. Benjamin Liu. He lives in Princeton." "Right. We're off." Sunrise illuminated the autumn colors of trees and bushes as Peter and Marty sped north up the Jersey Turnpike. It was just after 8 o'clock when they pulled up in front of Dr. Benjamin Liu's house. He lived on a Princeton side street heavily planted in maple trees whose leaves burned flame red. He was tall and muscular with a well-weathered face. He waved them to seats in the study. "So, how can I help you?" You spoke on the phone of Sophia Russell. I remember her well, a great student, not to mention a hell of a looker. How is she, anyway? Peter broke the news. She's dead, Dr. Liu. Sorry to be so blunt, but we're hoping you can help. She died from the new virus. Dead? But... He shook his head. This new virus, it's a global disaster. What are we doing to stop it? Everyone's working around the clock, Professor. It's what Dr. Russell was researching. Tell me what you want, gentlemen. Peter handed the one-page report to the professor. This is from the Prince Leopold Institute of Tropical Diseases. Please tell us if anything in there ties in with Dr. Russell's studies at Princeton. Classes, field trips, research, friends, anything. Professor Liu read the report. No, I see nothing here relating to Sophia's work or studies. She concentrated on genetics and, as far as I know, never took a field trip to anywhere in South America. Giscourt didn't study at Princeton, and Sophia didn't study in Europe. I see no way they could have met. He raised his head. But you know, I do recall... Yes, a trip. In her undergraduate years. Not viruses, though. It was only something she mentioned in passing. Where was she an undergraduate? Syracuse. But she wasn't studying biology then. So I don't see how that trip could relate to Giscourt and his report. Specialist 4 Adele Schweik sat in her small Honda, watching Dr. Liu's house. The heavy man, Maddox, sat in the passenger seat beside her. She had spotted the black-clothed intruder leave Fort Detrick and get into the RV parked on the street. Then she had followed them to Princeton. Now she needed to get back to her post at U.S. Amrid. She told Maddox, "That's his RV over there. He looks and acts dangerous. Be careful. He's with another man who should give you no trouble. You can pick them up when they come out." "You reported to Mr. Al-Hassan?" "There wasn't time." Maddox nodded. "Okay, we'll take over." He stepped out of the car and hurried to his van. Schweik drove away without another glance. The Adirondack mountain air was sweet and fresh at Blanchard Pharmaceutical's sprawling complex at Long Lake Village. Inside the brick headquarters, Surgeon General Jesse Oxnard was impressed. He and Health and Human Services Secretary Nancy Petrelli had finished a tour of Blanchard's labs and production facilities, conducted personally by Victor Tremont himself. Now, in his grand office, Tremont was enthusiastically describing the origin of the promising experimental serum. "Our microbiology people came to me with a proposal more than a decade ago, when I was in charge of R&D. They predicted more and more diseases would emerge as third-world nations became more accessible, and their populations burgeoned. In other words, fewer locations would be remote enough to confine deadly outbreaks, and the world would have no defenses against these plagues. My people hoped that by working with some of the more obscure viruses, we'd learn not only valuable science, but develop serums for hitherto incurable diseases. One virus they concentrated on was fatal to a certain species of monkey that was an especially close genetic relative to humans. We developed a serum against that virus, and as a feasibility study on mass production techniques for the future, we developed the technology to produce the antibodies in bulk. We have millions of doses already on hand. Now maybe our effort may help the world. At least I certainly hope so." Nancy Petrelli marveled at Victor Tremont's smooth telling of the story. She almost believed it herself. Jesse Oxnard frowned. "But this serum is essentially in the research stage, isn't that so? And isn't it possible we may discover it and cause harm?" "Well, Dr. Oxnard, one thing seems almost certain. Millions will die if we don't find a cure for this horrible virus. Yes, I'm convinced there's a very good chance our serum will cure this terrible epidemic. But no, I won't be sure until we test it on humans, and I'm not sure how to proceed with that." Surgeon General Oxnard thought for a moment. "There is a way. The families of the victims are clamoring to be helped, so it makes sense to ask them if they'd be willing to let their sick relatives act as guinea pigs and try the serum. That way we'll find out what we need to know and maybe save a doomed life, too. Meanwhile, I'll have Fort Detrick and the CDC compare the viruses." Nancy Petrelli objected. "The FDA will never approve." "They will, Nancy, if the President tells them to. If he wants the serum tested, it will be." The Surgeon General stood up. "We'll call the President. Where can we phone in private?" Tremont nodded to a door in the right wall of his office. "In the conference room. Through that door." "Nancy?" Oxnard asked. "You make the call. No need for both of us. Tell him I concur in everything." As the Surgeon General hurried out and closed the door, Victor Tremont and Nancy Petrelli sat smiling, confident in their success. They spoke hardly a word, waiting for Jesse Oxnard's return. Then he walked in, smiling broadly, and said, "The President says he'll talk to FDA. Meanwhile, we're to start looking for volunteers among the victims. One way or the other, we're going to test this serum and beat back this god-awful virus." Victor Tremont laughed long and loud. Yes, he had done it. They were all going to be rich, and it was only the beginning. At his desk, he smoked his Cuban cigar and drank his scotch in private celebration. Then his cell phone rang in the bottom drawer. He yanked open the drawer and snatched up the phone. "Nadal?" "We have located John Smith."
"Where?"
"Iraq."
"How did he ever get inside Iraq?"
"Perhaps the Englishman from the Sierra. I have found it impossible to learn anything about him. That leads me to believe he has much he wishes to be unknown."
Tremont nodded angrily. "How did you locate Smith?"
"One of my contacts, a Dr. Camille. Rest assured, Smith will never leave Iraq."
"He got in?"
"He did not then have Saddam's police and the Republican Guards looking for him. Once they know the American intruder is there, they will seal their borders and hunt him down. If they do not kill him, we shall."
"Damn it, Nadal, make sure you do this time. What about Bill Griffin? Where is he?"
"We are watching everywhere John Smith has been, but Griffin appears to have vanished from the earth." The bent woman in the black abaya was a block away from the used tire shop when she heard the first fusillade. Her mission was over. She had made certain the undercover American doctor had made contact. At that point, she left as she was supposed to. An armed attack had not been part of the plan, nor had the man who had turned out to be the undercover doctor. She turned and moved as swiftly as her bent shape allowed, back toward the tire shop. In the Baghdad alley, the dark shadows were the only protection for Smith, the woman, and the baby. Through the gloom, John studied both ends of the alley. Perhaps a dozen Republican guards were approaching carefully, moving with certainty and stealth. Still, he gave the woman a reassuring smile as she gazed anxiously up at him in the moonlight. "Be right back," he whispered. He rolled to the left and pulled on the first door latch. Locked. Then the second. Locked again. The Republican guards drew closer. He reversed course and slid past the woman. He tried a third door, also locked. He drew the woman away from the tire shop to the building next door. She crouched low beside him. There was nothing else he could do. He was going to have to fight their way out. He gripped his Beretta and watched the stealthy shadows draw closer. The gunfire inside the tire shop had stopped. The only sound was the rhythmic pad of the soldiers' feet as they approached. He breathed deeply, remembering Yersey's warning that it was better to shoot and risk death than be caught alive with the gun. He had to make every shot count. He would open fire as soon as the killers were close enough to make it impossible to miss. He needed to hit as many as possible, as quickly as possible. At just that moment, the baby let out a wail, followed by a series of piercing cries. Now the guardsmen knew where they were. Instantly, bullets bit into the wall. Wood splinters shot out, sharp as needles. As the baby screamed, Smith slid in front of them, firing left and right at the soldiers in the shadowy night alley. Suddenly, from the tire shop's bullet-riddled rear entrance, a voice, a woman's voice, speaking in American English. "Get ready. Don't move until I tell you." Before John could react, a long black abaya flowed out of the doorway, immediately followed by two pale hands with short, blunt fingernails, expertly clutching an Uzi submachine gun. The woman squeezed the trigger and sprayed the Republican guards in both directions. As the woman turned left to concentrate fire, John stayed low, so he was beneath her bullets and still protecting the Iraqi woman and baby. While she was left, he wheeled right and picked off two of the soldiers with his Beretta. When she turned right, he aimed left. By rotating their fire from one end of the alley to the other, in moments all the attackers had gone to ground, dead, wounded, or just saving their hides. Shocked grunts and cries echoed along the dark, still passage. The abaya-clad woman barked, "Inside, both of you!" John felt a jolt. There was something oddly familiar about the woman's voice. He pulled the woman with the baby back inside the tire storage room, and they ran after the bent woman as she limped into the front, where blood had splattered the walls and pooled on the floor. There Gassan and 4 guardsmen lay dead against opposite walls.
The metallic sense of blood and death stank in the air. The old woman spoke rapid Arabic to the other woman as she swiftly pulled off her pushi and abaya. She removed the harness that had kept her bent over. With relief, she straightened to a full 5 feet 9 inches. John watched, fighting shock, as she adjusted the UN armband on her tweed jacket, smoothed her gray skirt, and stuffed the pushi and abaya into a compartment hidden underneath the false bottom of her gym bag. She had the same striking gold hair as Sophia's, although it was short and curled around her ears. She had the identical curved, sexy lips, the straight nose, the firm chin, the glowing porcelain skin, and the dusky come-hither look to her black eyes. It was Sophia's sister, Randy. "Christ, Randy, what are you doing here?" "Saving your ass." His heart felt as if it were breaking all over again. He had forgotten how much the two sisters had looked alike. She finished talking to the Iraqi woman, then turned to Smith. Her face was cool marble, not at all the face of Sophia. "The guards' backups will be here any minute. We're going out the front. She knows the back streets better than I, so she'll lead. Keep your Beretta hidden but handy. I'll bring up the rear. They'll be looking for one European man and 2 Iraqi women, one wearing an abaya." John nodded. "The survivors in the alley will report us." "Exactly. They'll describe what they saw. Let's hope my change of appearance will confuse the new team enough to hesitate. They hate Europeans, but they don't want an international incident either." They slipped into the dark night, down a narrow passage between 2 buildings to another thoroughfare. The woman and baby stayed ahead, while John and Randy strode along together, following at a discreet distance. It was natural, 2 UN workers out for the evening. But it left John with a queasy feeling, as if the past had just slammed into the present and left him aching and forlorn. "What in hell are you doing in Baghdad, John?" He grimaced. The same old Randy, as subtle and understanding as a cobra. "Same as you, obviously. Working." "Working? On what? I haven't heard of any sick American soldiers here for you to kill." "There seem to be CIA agents here, though. Now I know why you're never at home or at your international think tank." "You still haven't said why you're in Baghdad. Does the Army know, or are you off on another of your personal crusades?" "There's a new virus we're working on at U.S. AMRID. It's a killer. I've had reports of cases like it in Iraq." "And the Army sent you to find out?" "Can't think of anyone better." Obviously she hadn't heard he had been declared AWOL, so she must not have heard about Sophia's murder either. Now was not the time to tell her. They followed the woman through narrow streets until she turned into the rear entrance of a run-down but modern building, a small pediatric hospital. Children lay sleeping and moaning on cots that rimmed the walls in the entryway and filled the wards on either side. It had once been up to date, but now it was dilapidated, with its equipment in various stages of disrepair. John turned to Randy. "Where's Dr. Mahok? Ghassan was supposed to take me to him." "I know. That's why I was in the tire shop, to make sure Ghassan made safe contact with an undercover agent, obviously with you. Dr. Mahok is a vital member of the Iraqi underground. We'd expected you to have your meeting there in Ghassan's store. We thought it'd be safer." The middle-aged woman with the baby stepped into an office with a desk and examining table. Gently she laid the baby on the table. As the infant whimpered, she picked up a stethoscope. John and Randy followed them inside, and Randy closed the door. She stepped to a second door that opened into a ward and closed it too. Then she took out her Uzi, and, resting it in her arms, she leaned back against the wall. She behaved like an utter professional. It was a side of Randy John had never seen. When he'd first met her 7 years ago, he had found her beautiful and intriguing. He had tried to talk to her about her fiancé's death, about his sense of guilt, but it had been no use. Later, when Smith had gone to a condo in Washington to try to apologize again about Mike's death, he had discovered Sophia. He'd never been able to penetrate Randy's rage and grief, but his love for Sophia had made it less necessary. Now he would have to tell Randy about Sophia's murder. The Iraqi woman smiled up at John as he helped her unwrap the blanket around the baby. "You will please forgive my deception. Once we were attacked, I was concerned you might be captured. It was better you not know that I am the one you seek. I am Dr. Rata Mahok. Thank you for your help in saving this little one." Dr. Mahok sighed. "There is so little we can do for the children, or for that matter, for any of the sick and injured in Iraq.
On the examining table, which had been repaired with nails and tape, the pediatrician listened to the little girl's chest, checked her eyes, ears, and throat, and took her temperature. At last, Dr. Mahok opened the door and called for a nurse. As she handed the infant over, she stroked the little girl's cheek and said, "Bathe her in cool water to help bring down the fever. I will be out shortly." Randy asked, "What's wrong with her?" "Diarrhea, among other problems. It is common here. Her mother has 3 other children at home. I told her I would take her little girl to see what I could do. Tomorrow morning the mother will want her back, but she does not get enough to eat to produce milk to nurse. But perhaps by then I will find some good yogurt for the baby." Dr. Mahok sat on the edge of the examining table. This doctor, whose work had been published widely, who once had traveled the globe to address pediatric conferences, was reduced to nostrums and yogurt. John sat in a rickety chair. "I appreciate your taking the risk to talk to me." She shrugged. "It is what I must do. It is right." She unwound her white cowl and shook out her long dark hair. She appeared younger and angrier now. "Who would have thought we would end like this? I grew up during the early promise of the Ba'ath Party. Those were exciting days, and Iraq was full of hope. I was sent to study in London and New York. When I returned to Baghdad, I founded this hospital and became its first director. But when the Ba'ath made Saddam president, everything changed. Then came the war with Iran, then Kuwait, then the embargo. We call it al-Hissar, which means not only isolation, but encirclement by a hostile world. Saddam loves the embargo because he can blame all our problems on it. It is his most powerful tool to stay in power." "Now you can't get enough medicine," John said. The pediatrician closed her eyes with angry frustration. "Here, every illness is a death threat now. Something must be done, or we will lose our next generation. That is why I joined the underground." She looked at Randy. "I am grateful for the CIA's help. We must overthrow Saddam before he kills us all." Randy Russell's heart went out to the Iraqis and this tragic country, but turmoil raged inside her. The risk of their being tracked down was growing with every minute. "Smith, the longer you're together, the more danger to everyone. Ask what you came to ask." John nodded. "Dr. Mahok, 3 Iraqis died of an unknown virus last year. They'd been in southern Iraq on the Kuwait border at one time or another, near the end of the Gulf War." "So I was told, yes. A virus unknown in Iraq. One of my sources says there were also 3 survivors last year. Do you know anything about that?" "Yes, there were 3 survivors, all in Basra, which is also in the south, close to Kuwait." Smith said, "It's odd that all those in Baghdad died, while the ones in Basra survived. Very odd. It was one of the aspects that drew my attention. Can you explain why those in Basra survived?" "As it happens, yes. I was in the Basra hospital helping to treat the victims when a team of doctors from the UN arrived and gave each an injection. The patients suddenly improved. 4 days later, they showed no ill effects from the virus. They were healed." Smith jumped up and paced around the room. His face was deep in thought, his blue eyes cold, glittering, and outraged. "You know what you're telling me, Doctor? A cure for a fatal and unknown virus? Not a vaccine, but a cure?" "That is the only reasonable explanation." "It would also mean those so-called UN doctors had the material in quantity." "Yes." John's words spilled out in a rush. "A serum in quantity for a virus that first broke out in Iraq 6 cases last year and then mysteriously reappeared a little more than a week ago in 6 more cases halfway around the world in America. And all 12 victims had served on the Iraq-Kuwait border during the war or had a transfusion from someone who served on the border." Dr. Mahok nodded. "Precisely. In 2 countries where the virus had never existed." The 2 doctors faced each other, both reluctant to say the next sentence, but Randy could. "Someone gave all of them the virus. Isn't that it?" It sickened John. "Yes, while only half were given the serum. It was a controlled, lethal experiment." "Dr. Mahok, who were those doctors with the serum? Did any of them tell you their names?" She shook her head. "They said helping the men could get them into trouble with our regime and with their supervisors in Geneva. But I am sure they were lying. There was no way they could have entered Iraq and worked at that particular military hospital without the government's knowing, especially since they appeared to be Americans." "How then? A bribe?" "A large bribe, in some form to Saddam himself, I would guess." Randy asked, "You don't think they were from the UN at all, do you?" The pediatrician shook her head nervously. "They acted like research scientists. Plus, they arrived quickly, as if they knew who was going to be sick and when. Dr. Mahook, I've spent the day asking about the 6 who had the virus a year ago. What about since then? Have there been more cases in Iraq? In the past week, we've had many new victims of ARDS. At least 50 have died. The same symptoms are there, the history of small fevers, the heavy cold, a mild flu for a few weeks, and the sudden ARDS, the hemorrhaging and death within hours. There have been no survivors." "Were these victims also in the Gulf War or from the Kuwait border?" Dr. Mahook sighed. "No. Only a few were in the war, and none was from near Kuwait." "Any contact with the original 6 of a year ago?" "None at all. I studied the new cases, and they also found no connection among the victims. They appeared to be a random sampling of both sexes, all ages, occupations, ethnic groups, and geographic regions. They did not appear to have infected each other or their families. That is curious." Smith agreed. "It's consistent. Everything I've found so far indicates the virus has almost no contagious factor." "Then how are they getting it?" Randy asked. "And why only Iraq and America? Could it be the result of some biological warfare weapon from Desert Storm hidden here in Iraq?" Shaking her head, Dr. Mahook walked to a chipped metal desk and pulled a sheet of paper from a drawer. "We have a secret computer at the hospital. We took this off the internet this morning." It was a printout of a Washington Post story that had also recently been a feature of a meeting in the cabinet room of the White House. Its headline blared, "Deadly Pandemic of Unknown Virus Sweeps Globe." Cold fear swept through John as he read it. 500,000 dead, millions sick. How could this virus have exploded into a worldwide epidemic? 2 weeks ago, every one of the victims had been alive, except the original 3 in Iraq from a year ago. The velocity of the virus's current expansion was inconceivable. He looked up. "This is out of control. I've got to get home. If there really are people in America with the serum, I've got to find them. By now, some friends of mine may have information, too." Suddenly, Randy stiffened. "Wait." Holding up her Uzi, she raced across the room to the door that opened onto the corridor. Smith was instantly at her side, his Beretta drawn. From the corridor, a harsh voice snarling in Arabic became clear. Smaller, frightened voices answered. Heavy boots thudded down the hall toward the small examination room. John looked at Dr. Mahook. "The Republican Guards?" She listened to the words for a moment, then shook her head. "Police." Randy tore across the room to the other door. "Police or guards doesn't matter. They'll try to kill us. We'll have to leave through the ward. Hurry." She yanked open the door. It was a mistake. The police were waiting for them on the other side. It was a trap, and they had fallen into it. A uniformed Iraqi policeman tore the Uzi from Randy's hands before she could react. 3 others poured into the room, AK-47 assault rifles leveled at John. They were caught. Dr. Radha Mahook stood motionless, her back to the wall. She was brave, but not foolhardy. Like the dead Ghassan, she was a soldier in a sacred cause, but she had no gun, and she knew no self-defense. Her job was to heal the sick, and she could not do that if she was killed. Free, she would be able to continue to help her people, and perhaps the Americans too. So she pressed back, willing herself to be invisible. A slender man in a tailored uniform now strolled into the room, holding an Iraqi-made Beretta Tariq pistol. For the moment, no one was looking at Dr. Mahook. She was not important, at least not yet. She slipped away into the hall and walked as unobtrusively as she could toward a telephone. In the room, the tailored officer smiled at John and said, "Colonel Smith, yes? At last. You have been most difficult to find." He inclined his head to Randy with exaggerated politeness. "And this lady? I do not know her. Perhaps the CIA?" "I don't know her either," John lied. "She's part of the hospital staff." It sounded lame even to his ears, but it was worth a shot. The officer laughed in disbelief. "A European lady is a member of this hospital? No, I do not think so." The officer gave a command in Arabic, and the police pushed Randy and John out into the corridor. Doors quietly clicked shut ahead in the passageway as the terrified hospital personnel tried to keep themselves and their charges out of harm's way. The 2 Americans were marched out through a silent, empty corridor. Dr. Mahook was nowhere to be seen. The police paraded the Americans out into the cold, moonlit night, where an old Russian truck with a canvas top waited at the curb, its motor rumbling.
The police lowered the truck's tailgate, raised the canvas, and pushed the two Americans into the rear. They sat down on plank seats behind the truck's cab. "How do you think they found us?" John asked. "My guess is someone in the hospital turned us in. Not every Iraqi agrees with Dr. Mahok's ideas. Besides, the way things are in this country, people will turn on you in the hope of gaining a little favor with the police." Two of the Baghdad cops clambered up inside and took positions next to the tailgate on either side of the truck. The tailgate was locked into place, the canvas flap dropped, and they were cut off from the outside. The two guards sat back, their rifles pointed at the prisoners. There were sounds in front as the officer and other police climbed into the cab. The truck lurched away, turning from narrow street to narrow street. Its sides rasped occasionally against buildings. The sounds of the city told Randy they were staying in the older parts of Baghdad. She moved closer to John. "They're driving too slowly and staying on the back streets. That's not logical. The Baghdad police go wherever they want. Keeping a high profile is part of the job. But these men are avoiding major thoroughfares." "You think they're not police?" "They have the uniforms and weapons. If they're not police, they'll be dead if they're caught. I don't know who else they could be." "I do." As he said that, the past week came rushing back. Randy disappeared and Sophia took her place. His heart ached with every fiber at the sight of her again. Sophia's beautiful black eyes shone out at him, surrounded by the smooth, pale skin and long corn silk hair. Her full lips spread in a sweet smile, showing tiny white teeth. She was gloriously beautiful in every way. For one moment of madness, he truly believed she was alive. Just by reaching out, he could gather her into his arms, smell the scent of her hair, and feel the beat of her heart against his. Alive. He shook his head to clear it. He was looking at Randy, not Sophia. He could delay no longer. She was studying him. "You were going to say who you think the police are." He inhaled deeply. "When they attacked, their leader said my real name. I don't see how else he could have known I was Colonel John Smith, except that all of them, were hired by the people with the virus. They've been trying to stop me ever since." "Randy, I have terrible news. Sophia's dead. They murdered her. The people behind all this did it." Randy jerked erect, her face frozen. Suddenly, her face collapsed. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but she remained erect and motionless. Pain seared through her. "Sophia? Dead? Murdered? Impossible. I don't believe you." "It's true, I'm sorry. I know how much you loved her, and she loved you." Guilt overwhelmed her. His words were hammer blows. "I know how much you loved her." She hadn't seen Sophia in months. She'd been too busy, too involved in her job. Other people needed her more. She thought there would be plenty of time later to be close and really enjoy each other again. "Randy." She wiped away her tears. She heard his voice, heard the truck, with the sudden hollowness below the wheels. Her mind quickly shifted as she realized they were crossing a long bridge. She crossed her arms, trying to hold herself together, and she looked at John. There was devastation in his face, grief so deep it could never be erased. That face was not lying. Sophia was dead. Sophia was dead. John Smith's blind arrogance back when he'd been treating her fiancé Mike had led to his death. Had he killed her sister just as he had killed Mike? "How, Smith, what did you do to her?" "I wasn't there, not when it happened. I was in London." He told her everything from the time he met Bill Griffin to his discovery of the missing page and the needle mark in Sophia's ankle. "It was the virus, the same one I followed here to Iraq. They infected her with it because she had uncovered something. They murdered her, Randy, and I'm going to find out who they are and stop them."
She closed her eyes, thinking about how much Sophia must have suffered before she had died. She fought back a sob. John was still talking over the rumble of the truck, which was driving faster. Now they were in open country. There was only the occasional roar of a vehicle passing in the other lane. He explained the death of Kielberger and his aide, the erased records and phone calls. She heard it all distantly, as if through a thick fog. As she was contemplating what he told her, she heard the truck cross another long bridge. Again there was the familiar hollow sound below, echoing from water. What water? She came totally alert. John, how many bridges have we crossed? 2, as I recall, about 15-20 miles apart. This is the second one. Randy nodded. There should be a third soon. The truck drove onto a third bridge, and instantly she was back in the present, in the moment, at work. We must have crossed the Tigris in the middle of Baghdad. Then the second bridge had to be over the Euphrates. The third must be the Euphrates again. We're going west. My guess is we're heading into the Syrian desert and eventually to Jordan. So, John mused, I wonder where they're taking us. You have any weapons they didn't find? A small knife inside my thigh. He nodded. I've noticed the pair who are guarding us have been close to dozing off the last few minutes. Let's pretend to nap. It could make them sleepy, too. We can't wait long. They haven't brought us out here to enjoy the desert air. They sat in silence, eyes closed, heads drooping as they simulated sleep. As his head nodded and he let out an occasional low snore, John watched the guards with his peripheral vision. Miles passed. The guards' conversation quieted and slowed as the truck rocked on. Then they heard a light snore that was not one of John's. One of the policemen had slumped back against the canvas side. The other's head had fallen forward, and he was nodding, fighting sleep. John pointed for Randy to crawl along the left side of the truck bed, while he would crawl along the right. Randy nodded. They rose to their knees and began slipping toward the guards. Abruptly, the truck made a sharp turn. Everyone was thrown hard to the right as it left the road for what felt like a rutted trail. The heavy vehicle jounced and shook with teeth-rattling vibrations. Smith resumed his slumped position against the wall, and Randy settled quickly back into her old spot, as the 2 Iraqis, instantly awake, complained to one another. The truck slowed, but the damage was done. There was no way they could jump these now alert guards and survive. John swore. They had lost their best opportunity so far. Maybe their last. With another abrupt lurch, the truck slowed again, throwing them forward. As it lumbered to a stop, someone in the cab shouted angrily. An answering shout came from out in the night. The motor of another vehicle roared. Headlights swept across the darkness on the truck's canvas side, eerily illuminating the interior. The speech was in Arabic. "What are they saying?" John asked. Randy listened. "We've got visitors, and our friendly police aren't all that happy about it." "Who is it?" "I'm not sure. It could be Republican guards." "Terrific. Then we're in even worse trouble." Suddenly Randy whispered urgently, "That last voice. It was speaking Arabic, all right, but it wasn't Iraqi Arabic." Inside the truck, the 2 policemen had gone into wary crouches, their AK-47s up. Something out there frightened them. They exchanged low words and reached for the canvas flap that covered the rear. Their backs were facing John and Randy. Without hesitation, John breathed, "Let's do it." He flung himself forward, trusting Randy to do the same. He tackled the policeman on the left, yanked him backward, and slammed his fist into the guy's right temple. As he dropped to the floor unconscious, John wrenched away his AK-47. At the same time, Randy pulled up her skirt, grabbed the knife from her thigh, and leaped at the second guard. As he whirled to help his friend, Randy jammed the knife into his arm. He dropped his rifle and grabbed the wound. Randy thrust a knee up, connecting with his chin. His neck snapped back, and he sprawled onto his back, unmoving, atop the other uniformed policeman. As Randy swept up his AK-47, automatic fire exploded outside. Shouts and cries echoed across the desert night, running feet and more gunfire. It was a battle, and the sounds were coming closer, and the fighting would soon be upon them. At his desk in his corner office at Blanchard Pharmaceuticals, Victor Tremont pushed aside the report on which he was working, rubbed his eyes, and again checked his Rolex. 6:32 p.m. He was tense, on edge. There had been no word from Nancy Petrelli or the Surgeon General, and more than 9 hours had passed since he'd heard from Al-Hassan. The end of more than a dozen years of risky work was coming to a triumphant conclusion, and he was too close to being one of the richest men in the world for anything to go wrong now. Then his intercom buzzed. "Mr. Al-Hassan has arrived, Dr. Tremont."
"Finally, send him in."
Al-Hassan's face was triumphant. "We have Smith." Excitement surged through Tremont.
"Where?"
"In Baghdad. The policeman I bribed arrested them." "Them? Zellerbach and the Englishman are there too?" "No. Smith was accompanied by a woman, a CIA agent who was working underground there."
"Damn. Well, whatever Smith has learned, she'll know by now. Destroy her. What about the other two?"
"We will have them soon. Zellerbach and the Englishman were discovered early this morning by our person inside U.S. Amrid." Al-Hassan then described Peter Howell's break-in search, Molly Zellerbach's downloading of Sophia's file, and the pair's trip to Princeton en route to Syracuse. Tremont paced, thinking. Then he understood.
"They are backtracking Sophia Russell's history. They could learn about her undergraduate trip to Peru. From that, about her relationship with me."
"But what they learn, they will never live to share, sir. A plan to ensure that is underway even now." Dressed again in his black SAS uniform, Peter drove the RV along the dark highway toward the distant twinkling lights of Syracuse. Behind him, Marty worked intently on the computer. Both were very aware they'd heard nothing from John. This did not surprise Peter, but it concerned him. It could mean John was in trouble, or it could mean nothing at all. Soon after they had left Princeton, Peter had the uneasy sense they were being followed. To expose or lose any possible tail, he'd driven a circuitous route on secondary roads from New Jersey into New York, repeatedly changing direction. He noted no suspicious vehicles. Still, his uneasiness would not leave. Now he was rolling past a woodsy state park with areas of picnic tables and fire pits. There was little traffic on the dark two-lane highway. Until, out of nowhere, a gray pickup passed the RV at high speed. They pulled in front and braked hard. Peter hit his own brakes and checked his rearview mirror. High beams closing in fast. A big black SUV right on their tail.
"Hold on, Marty."
"What's up?"
"Pickup in front, SUV in back. Bastards think they're going to trap us like chopped liver on a sandwich."
Marty locked down the computer and tightened his seatbelt as Peter pumped the brake and yanked the steering wheel right. The RV skidded and tore into the picnic grounds. Behind them, brakes shrieked and rubber burned. The high beams bounced across grass and blasted through brush to emerge again on the park road. The gray pickup was close behind. Marty watched through the windows, his heart pounding with fear. He had to admit, although the Englishman was intellectually inferior, he had an uncanny ability where anything physical, especially violence, was concerned. Ahead, the road forked. Peter swerved the RV right, racing the bouncing, swaying pickup through the darkness. Abruptly, the road curved back toward the lighted picnic area.
"Bloody damn! Road's a loop!"
The high beams were behind them, and the gray pickup was driving toward them from ahead. Trapped again. He reached behind his seat, pulled out the Enfield bullpup, and tossed it to Marty. "Get to the back door and use this."
"Me?" "When I say, just point and pull the trigger, my boy. Imagine it's a joystick."
Peter hit the brake again, yanked the wheel, and ran the RV off the road into a thick grove of trees. He skidded the big vehicle to a stop, jumped from the seat, and pulled out his H&K submachine gun. He grabbed 2 clips, passed some ammunition to Marty, and hurried to a side window. The RV's nose was deep in the trees, and the side door also faced the woods. This meant the vehicle presented a solid side to the attackers, while Peter and Marty could still fire from both the rear door and the small side windows. Marty was examining his weapon.
"Got it figured out?"
Marty sighed. "Of course. It's just that there were some things I never wanted to learn." The SUV had stopped on the road. The gray pickup was driving slowly across the grass toward the RV. Peter shot out the front tires of the pickup, and it sagged to a stop. For a time, nothing moved. Then 2 men leapt from the pickup and dove under it as automatic fire blasted from the SUV and slammed into the RV's side with loud screeches of tearing metal. Glass shards sliced through the air. Bits of cloth from the curtains floated down like snow. "Down!" Peter shouted as the RV rocked from the gunfire's impact. Marty dove head first. When there was a moment's pause, he looked around. "Where are the bullet holes? We should look like a sieve." Peter grinned.
"Had some serious armor plate put on this buggy. Good thing, right?"
"Obviously, he should have considered putting plate on the windows."
"Steady. They'll become weary after a bit and stop to see if we're still alive. Then we'll just spoil their little party, eh?"
The violent barrage died away. In its wake, silence. Peter raised up to peer out a corner of a shattered window. The two men from the gray truck were standing in the shelter of their vehicle, holding submachine guns. Then a short, heavy man stepped out of the SUV. His weapon was a Glock pistol. Two more well-armed men climbed down to join him. With a motion, he ordered the group to spread out and close in on the RV. "Marty, take the two on the right. I'll take the left. Don't worry about your aim. Just point in their direction, squeeze the trigger, and let it rip. Ready?"
My degradation increases.
"Good man. Here we go." The 5 armed men rapidly began closing in on the RV. They progressed carefully, carrying their weapons with the sureness of experience. "Now!" Peter fired a careful burst at the leader, while Marty let loose with everything. As Marty's barrage shredded leaves and pine needles, tore through bark and branches, Peter's target clutched his right arm and fell to his knees. Marty continued to spray bullets. "Hold it, Marty. That's enough." The 4 men and their wounded leader crawled for the shelter of fire pits, benches, brush, and trees. Once under cover, they opened fire again. Bullets whined through the window above Peter's head, thudding into the opposite wall. "They won't hit us dead on again because of our firepower, but at the same time they won't go away. It's only a matter of time before one of us is hit. We run out of ammo and they get us, or the police come and arrest us all." Marty shivered.
Too bad the police are out of the question.
"But so they are. They'd want to know what we were doing with these highly illegal weapons. If we tell them about John, they'll check, find he's wanted, and toss us into the slammer to wait for the Army and the FBI. If we don't tell them, they'll just lock us up with our friends out there."
You have a solution?
"We must split up."
I will not be abandoned to those cutthroats and murderers.
"I know you don't think I'm too swift, my boy, but do remember this is how I've made my living since before you were an irritating twinkle in your father's eye. I shall slip out the front door where they won't see me. You will blast away to cover me. I will circle to the left and make so much noise they'll believe a brigade is escaping. When they're convinced we've both quit the RV, they'll pursue. At that point, you'll be able to safely crank up this pack horse and head out. Clear?" Marty pursed his lips in thought.
If I stay with the RV, then I can keep checking for contact from John while I pursue Sophia's phone calls and look for Bill Griffin. Obviously, I'll have to find some place to hide the RV. When I do, I'll post my location at this Burgess Syndrome website, just as we discussed.
"You're quick, my boy. Give me a full minute to get into position, then fire away until your magazine's empty. Remember, a full minute." Marty studied the weather-worn face with the craggy features. He'd grown accustomed to it. During the past 5 days, he'd been hurled into more terrifying and hair-raising experiences than in his entire life. And for an instant, he felt a strange emotion. Regret. Despite all the Englishman's annoyances, Marty would miss him. He wanted to tell him to be careful, but all he could manage was,
"It's been strange, Peter. Thanks."
Their gazes connected. Quickly, both turned away. "I know, my boy. Me too." With a wink, Peter fastened on his equipment belt. Marty gave a brief smile and took position at the rear door. The incoming fire had ceased again. As soon as Peter slipped out of the RV, it melted into the deep shadows of the woods. Marty counted out a minute in his head. When it was up, he gritted his teeth, leaned out, and opened fire with the bullpup. Frightened but determined, he kept up a steady stream of fire across the night and into the dark trees. From their cover, the attackers returned fire. The RV rocked from the hail of bullets. Marty kept squeezing the trigger as he fought back Peter. When the magazine was empty, he hugged the gun to his chest and carefully peered around the corner of the doorway. He saw no movement anywhere. He changed magazines and sat back. 1 minute passed, 2. Then he heard what sounded like somebody trying to be quiet among the trees far off to his left. Peter. A warning voice from one of the attackers cried, "They're escaping!" Instantly, heavy fire from what seemed like 2 or 3 weapons raked out of the forest on the left, the direction in which Peter had said he would go. On the picnic grounds, the men from the pickup and the SUV frantically found new hiding spots as gunfire continued from this new direction. Then the firing ceased. It sounded as if several people were running away through the forest. "After them!" a voice shouted. That was what Marty had been waiting for. He watched as their attackers ran off to the left. Someone started the SUV, drove it in a wide U-turn, and headed off in the same direction. Everyone was chasing Peter. Marty made his way into the RV cab. He took a long breath to calm his nerves and started the engine. Then he hit the accelerator and blasted the vehicle out of the forest like toothpaste from a tube. He rocketed past the picnic grounds, out and away, onto the highway, heading north to Syracuse. Crouched in a concrete drainage ditch at the edge of the park, Peter Howell saw his RV rushing north on the highway. He grinned with admiration. That exasperating little bastard Marty had risen to the occasion yet again. He could hear and sense his attackers moving toward him on foot and in the SUV on the road that crossed the drainage ditch. It was time to get himself away. He raised his head and looked down the road. They were advancing in a tight semicircle, a stupid formation, but ideal for his purposes. Even worse for them, the SUV was behind them, its headlights outlining the bloody fools. When they were just 30 feet away, he pulled a cylindrical black canister from his belt and hurled it toward them. The magnesium-based stun grenade exploded with a great flash and bang directly in the center of their semicircle, only a foot or two from most of them. All went down. Some screamed and clutched their heads. Others were simply stunned and momentarily out of action, which was all Peter needed. He was up instantly, speeding around their left flank. He squeezed off 2 fast shots, destroying the SUV's headlights, then threw a second stun grenade. It landed in their midst. Since they still hadn't recovered from the first, it was physically and psychologically devastating. Within minutes, as they still tried to gather their wits, Peter was 100 yards off in the distance, trotting softly but swiftly away toward the highway and Syracuse. As he closed in on the city, Marty slowed, looking for somewhere to hide his vehicle and himself. Where could you hide something as big and obvious as an RV, especially one in which many of the windows had been destroyed and bullet holes had battered the sides? Then he saw an intriguing sight. On either side of the highway were car dealerships, with brightly lighted showrooms and lots full of vehicles. Miles of them. It gave him an idea. Would he find... Yes! A vast, lighted open area stretched off to the right, a new and used RV sales lot and repair facility. A light was on in the small sales office, but no one was in sight. He thought of the old children's riddle. Where do you hide an elephant? The answer, of course, was in a herd of elephants. Chortling with glee, Marty killed his lights, turned into the main gate, and wove his way through the rows and rows of vehicles until he found an empty space right at the very back of the lot. He pulled in and turned off his motor. Luck was with him. No one had noticed him slip in, and because it was so late, the dealer would be closing soon. He would be safe here at least until tomorrow morning. If the gods were very kind, perhaps even longer than that. Professor Emeritus Richard Johns lived in a restored old Victorian near Syracuse University. Now, in his living room, he studied the man seated across from him who had knocked on his door so late and wanted to know about Sophia Russell. There was something about the stranger that frightened Johns. What had possessed him to open the door? He wished he had never allowed the man inside. "I'm not sure what more I can tell you, Mr.—" Peter Howell smiled. Loudon, Gregory Loudon. He was dressed in coveralls and a trench coat he had bought from a trucker who had given him a ride into Syracuse. From there, he had caught a taxi to the professor's house. Johns reiterated, "I was simply chair of Sophia's major department and had her in a few classes." "She was studying anthropology with you, wasn't she?" "Yes. We were surprised that she left the major. In her senior year, she studied a lot of biology instead." "What happened to change her interest?" "I have no idea." "What about field trips?" "Yes, we have a summer departmental trip for majors between their junior and senior years." "Where did Sophia go?" The professor frowned and leaned back, thinking. Peru. "Did she talk about it when she got back?" Johns shook his head. "Not that I remember. But everyone who goes has to write a report. I should have it here." And he stood up and casually walked out of the room. Peter's heart beat excitedly as he listened to the professor opening and closing drawers. Then a triumphant, "Aha!" Johns returned, thumbing through a stapled document. "When I was chairman, I kept them all. A useful body of work to draw from for motivating the lower year classes." "Thank you." Peter took the paper and began reading, and there it was. He read the passage again, memorizing each word. Sophia had written, "I encountered a fascinating group of natives called the monkey blood people. Some biologists from the States were studying them when we passed through. It seems like a fascinating field. There are so many illnesses in the tropics that it could be a life's work to help cure them." No names, nothing specific about the virus. But had she remembered Peru when she was given the unknown virus to work with? Peter stood up. "Thank you, Professor Johns." "Is that what you wanted?" Peter nodded. "It just might be." He said a quick goodbye and headed out into the night. John Smith checked his watch. Just after midnight, he noted. The firefight in the desert had bridged the moment from Wednesday night to Thursday morning. John wondered if it was the last day he and Randy would live to see. The Iraqi desert was cold and menacingly silent now. At the tailgate of the canvas-covered truck, they listened for more gunfire, but the noise of battle had ceased. The only sound was the raspy breathing of their 2 Iraqi guards, lying unconscious on the floor in the eerie glow from the headlamps of the other vehicle. Tense and alert, their Kalashnikovs at the ready, they peered outside through cracks in the canvas. In the glaring headlights, John could see a trio of black silhouettes, their guns aimed at the truck where he and Randy hunched. There had to be others, he knew, and only the truck's canvas walls and their confiscated AK-47s stood between them and whatever peril waited outside. He took a deep breath. "We'll open fire. We've got no choice." Randy nodded. "As soon as they're close enough." He slid the nose of his AK-47 out. He wrapped his finger over the trigger, prepared to shoot, and suddenly a voice boomed in English, very American English. "Russell, is that you?" John and Randy stared at each other, shocked. "Are you in there, Russell? If you and the UN guy have taken out the guards, give me a shout." "Denoso!" "No one else, little lady." "We almost killed you, you fool." John touched her shoulder. "Randy, don't tell them who I really am. If the Army gets its hands on me for being AWOL." He let the words hang in the air. He knew she understood the result. He would be stopped from pursuing the people who had killed Sophia. Of course. As they lowered the truck tailgate and jumped down, a short, swarthy man in desert camouflage came around from the side. Carrying a Beretta pistol, he peered at the policeman, still sprawled unconscious in the back of the truck. He grinned approval. "Nice job. 2 less for us to deal with." Randy pumped the man's hand. "Always interesting, Denoso. This is Mark Bonet. He's here with a medical mission. Mark, meet Agent Gabriel Denoso." "How the hell did you find us, Gabby?"
Doc Mahook called as soon as they grabbed you. One of our assets picked up the truck crossing the Tigris. I'd love to catch up on old times, but someone could have heard the gunfire. We better do a fast fade."
He peered at John.
UN medical mission, huh?
John shook his hand and smiled. "My personal appreciation for the CIA grows by the instant." Denoso led them around the truck, and John saw an old Soviet troop carrier whose sides had been stenciled with Republican Guard markings. Sitting on the desert soil with their backs against it were the Baghdad policeman and their officer, who was bleeding from a shoulder wound. 2 CIA agents were standing guard. John asked, "Do you know what they were planning to do with us?"
"Yep. Get you deep out in the middle of nowhere and kill you. Now I need those Kalashnikovs."
Randy and John handed over their AK-47s, and Denoso added them to a pile of other weapons taken from the Iraqi policeman.
"See your guns in there?"
John located his Beretta while Randy recovered her Uzi. Denoso scrambled up into the carrier. Smith and Randy followed. John looked back at the prisoners. "What are you going to do about the Iraqis?"
"Nothing. If they so much as hint about being out here on their own in a police truck, they'll get a fast trip to Saddam Hussein's gallows. No way are they going to breathe a word about what happened."
Smith understood, which means they'd better have their own guns when they get back to headquarters. Denoso nodded.
"You got it."
The old troop carrier spun its treads and took off. The driver directed the big machine down the narrow road that led deeper into the hard, rocky landscape. The moon was sinking in the west, while stars glimmered brightly above. John looked back. When the troop carrier was out of rifle range, the Iraqis ran across the sand to the pile of guns and their truck. Seconds later, their vehicle disappeared, raising a cloud of dust as it rushed back to Baghdad. "Where are we going?" Randy asked.
"Old World War I outpost the Brits built. It's nothing but ruins now. A Harrier will pick you up there at dawn and fly you out to Turkey."
"They don't want me to stay on?"
Denoso shook his head. "No way. This cute little caper has compromised you, and damn near the whole operation." He glared at John. "Hope it was worth it."
"It was," John assured him. "You have a family?"
"Matter of fact, I do. Why?"
"With luck, you've just saved their lives." Denoso looked at Randy. When she nodded, he said,
"Works for me, but you'll have some fast talking to do at Langley."
Nearly an hour later, the troop carrier pulled in among the old British ruins, the remnants of stone walls emerging like worn gray teeth from the desert. Denoso posted guards, and the rest of the crew settled down, wrapped in lightweight blankets to wait out the starry night. Some quickly fell asleep, but not Randy or John. He studied her where she lay in shadows against a wall. Emotion played her face as if it were a musical instrument. He could tell she was allowing herself now to feel the loss of her sister, and he felt deeply for her. Grieving, Randy closed her eyes, overwhelmed by sorrow. In her mind, she could see Sophia clearly, the slender face, the softly pointed chin, the long satin hair pulled back into a ponytail. "I'm so sorry, Sophia, so sorry I wasn't there." A treasure trove of memories raced through her mind, hopscotch and Barbie dolls, their father's silly jokes and their mother's kind hands, breakfasts and picnics on the lawn of their home in Chesapeake Bay, panoramic Pacific Ocean sunsets from the deck of their summer hacienda in Santa Barbara. Sophia had turned her interest to science, but the breathtaking views of the Channel Islands and the immense Pacific had awakened in Randy a hunger to know what lay beyond the horizon. A gift for languages had sent her on full scholarship to Harvard for degrees in Spanish and government, then to Columbia for a master's in international relations. Eventually, she became fluent in 7 languages. It was at Columbia that the CIA recruited her. She'd been a natural. The tweed and contacts of an Ivy League education, plus the wanderlust of a gypsy. But then she'd fallen in love with Mike, and an invisible virus had killed him. A virus misdiagnosed by one Jonathan Smith, M.D. She turned inward, and her work became her life. The only thing that mattered now was making the world a better, safer place. But she had not made the world safer for Sophia. She inhaled deeply, trying to calm her emotions. She forced herself to focus. She knew she would never be able to like John Smith, and probably never really trust him, but that no longer mattered. She needed him. She rose quietly, her blanket wrapped around her, and crept across to where John lay. "You all right, Randy?" "Let's get one thing straight. I understand you didn't mean to kill Mike. Lassa is hard to tell from malaria, and it could have killed him anyway. But it might not have if you'd diagnosed it in time and gotten help. I don't know that I'll ever be able to forgive you. You were presumptuous. You thought you knew it all." John sighed wearily. "I was arrogant, yes, but I was mostly ignorant that I was wrong. But it wasn't from not caring or being careless. I just didn't know. I tried to tell you Mike's death was the reason I transferred to U.S. AMRID, so I could become an authority on infectious diseases. It was the only way I could make up for what had happened, make sure it never happened again to another Army doctor." "All right, Smith, I hear you. But right now, none of that matters much. I may never get over Mike's death, but that won't stop me from working with you. I have a proposition for you. You loved Sophia, and so did I. You want to find out who killed her, and so do I. I need your scientific knowledge to help me track the people behind the virus. You need my contacts and other abilities. Together, we make a good team. For instance, do you have any idea what you're going to do once I get us into the U.S.? You can get me into the U.S.? No problem. I'll be offered a military transport flight back home. I'll take you with me. Those UN credentials are perfect." He nodded. "Can you get your hands on a computer with a modem, too, before we arrive? There's a website I need to check to find out where to meet my friends. They've been investigating the situation while I've been gone, assuming they survived, of course." "Of course." He studied her face, so like Sophia's. To work with her was appealing and dangerous. She looked so much like her sister they could have been identical twins. To work with Randy could cause him endless grief. But he knew she was right. He needed her as much as she needed him. All right, Randy. You've got a deal. Now, let's get some sleep. We've got a busy day tomorrow. By Wednesday evening, just 10 days after the virus's first deadly appearance, nearly 1 million had died worldwide. Hundreds of millions were ill with a heavy cold. Hysteria swept the planet. In the United States, hospitals were flooded with the ill and the frightened, and fear drove down the stock market by 50%. President Samuel Adams Castilla sat in his private office in the White House Treaty Room, trying to write a speech he was scheduled to deliver in Chicago next week. But he could not write. The words seemed trivial. Would any of them even be alive next week? Then a knock sounded on the closed door. "Come in." Surgeon General Jesse Oxnard entered, followed by Health and Human Services Secretary Nancy Petrelli and Charles Urey, the White House Chief of Staff. Oxnard was quivering with excitement. "They are out of danger, sir. The volunteer virus victims. Blanchard's serum cured them. Every last one." Nancy Petrelli was triumphant. "They're recovering rapidly, sir. It's like a miracle." Thank God. The president slumped back into his chair as if he'd suddenly gone weak. "Jesse, what's the status of Blanchard?" "Victor Tremont is waiting to be told to start shipping the serum." Charles Urey said, "Technically, he needs the FDA to approve it, but Director Cormano over there is on board. He's ready to bypass all the regular testing procedures and sign off on the serum." "Very well. Jesse, when can they ship?" "Tomorrow afternoon." Nancy Petrelli pointed out, "Sir, they need to pay their costs, plus a reasonable return on investment." The president nodded. "Money will be wired tomorrow, right after the first batch leaves their lab." "What if a nation can't pay?" she asked. "Advanced nations will cover the impoverished nation's costs. It's been arranged." Chief of Staff Urey scowled. "The pharmaceutical company wants money up front? I thought this was pro bono." The Surgeon General shook his head. "No one provides vaccines or serums for nothing, Charlie. You think the flu vaccine we want everyone in the nation to have every winter is free?" Nancy Petrelli explained. "Blanchard incurred enormous expense developing the biotechnology and facilities to produce the serum in quantity, to see if it could be done so we'd have such facilities in the future. They expected to recoup over a long period, but now we need it all, and fast. They're way out on the financial limb." Charles Urey said, "I don't know about this, Mr. President. I guess I have some reservations about miracles, especially when they don't come cheap." The president slammed his fist onto his desk. "Damn it, Charlie. What's the matter with you? There's almost 1 million dead, untold millions who could be dying any day, and you want to argue about dollars? Give it up, Charlie. We've got a miracle in our hands. Let's enjoy it. Let's celebrate. We'll have a big ceremony accepting the first shipment up there at Blanchard's headquarters in the Adirondacks. I'll fly there, too." He grinned as the ramifications struck him. "In fact, let's bring all the world leaders in by closed-circuit TV. I'll give Tremont the Medal of Freedom. We're going to stop this epidemic in its tracks and honor those who've helped us. Of course, it's not too shabby for our political aspirations either. After all, we've got to think of the next election." It was mid-morning on Thursday when John and Randy rolled into Syracuse. They were tired and tense after their long trip from the Iraqi desert. As promised, a Harrier jet had picked them up and flown them to an air base in Turkey. There, Randy had finessed a ride on a C-17 cargo jet. Once aloft, John had borrowed the co-pilot's notebook computer and tapped into the internet to search the Asperger's Syndrome website. He soon found a message from Marty, a short but complex coded riddle fashioned from phrases and allusions drawn from John and Marty's past, a message untranslatable by their enemies. That message had led them from Andrews Air Force Base, where the C-17 had landed, to Dulles Airport. There they ate breakfast and bought new clothes, dark trousers, turtlenecks, and jackets. Then they boarded a commercial flight to Syracuse. At Hancock International Airport, they rented a car and began following the clues Marty had left them. Those clues led them towards Syracuse, to Route 5, the vicinity of Green Lake State Park, and finally to a mammoth lot crammed with a variety of new and used RVs. Randy drove past the lot, turned the corner, and parked in the shade of a large flaming maple. She shook her head in admiration. "Hiding in plain sight. That's just dumb enough to be brilliant. I love it." They got out of the car and walked back toward the lot, alert for anyone watching. Everything appeared normal. A salesman sat in a lawn chair in front of the lot's small sales office, reading a newspaper. He paid them no attention. They moved toward the rear of the facility and stepped over a loose chain that fenced the lot. They went up and down the rows and rows of vehicles until John let out a long, shocked breath and said, "Jesus, there it is." Peter's RV was in the very last row, backed up to a stand of trees among a group of dusty used vehicles that appeared to have been for sale a long time. Its metal sides had been ripped up by gunfire, and several of its windows were shot out. Randy just stared. "Wow, what happened?" John shook his head worriedly. "Doesn't look good." Weapons in hand, they approached the vehicle. John reached to try the door, and it fell open at his touch. They jumped back, weapons ready. The door swung back and forth in eerie silence. No one appeared. They climbed inside. John called, "Mart? Peter?" There was no answer. A box of Cheerios stood beside a bowl on the table. The spoon was still in the bowl, as was a puddle of congealing milk. One bunk had been slept in. The computer was on, but opened only to the desktop. "I don't like it, Randy. Marty was here not long ago. He hates to go out in public or to risk contact with strangers. Where could he have gone, and why?" "What about your other friend, the MI6 person?" "Peter Howell. No sign of him either." Randy studied the bullet-riddled interior. There was one hell of a battle from the looks of it. John nodded. Peter must have had armor plate built in. Look at where the shots landed. The only way the bullets got inside was through the windows. And the firefight obviously wasn't here. We'd have seen signs outside. Agreed. Marty, Peter, or both escaped in the RV and were hiding out here. Okay, but what? And then she saw it. Marty must have downloaded and printed it from the web. The text of the front page of that morning's New York Times with its banner headline, "Blanchard Pharmaceuticals has cure." "Look, John, now we know who has the serum." She read aloud, skipping through the text. "New serum cured victims originally developed to cure a monkey virus found in a remote area of Peru. Serum, the result of a decade-long R&D program at Blanchard, initiated by CEO and Chairman Victor Tremont. Ceremony 5 p.m. this afternoon. President Castillo will honor Tremont and Blanchard at the company's headquarters in Long Lake Village, New York." John stared at the paper. "A decade-long project." "You're thinking about Desert Storm?" "You bet I am. 1991. And it takes them until exactly now to come forward with a serum? Very convenient." "Too convenient, John. In fact, suspicious as hell. But how did the epidemic break out? Awfully good timing that Blanchard happens to have a serum that works on monkeys and people. How could Blanchard or anyone know it'd break out now? Or ever?" "I've been wondering the same thing." That was when they heard a faint sound behind the RV. A twig snapped. Randy swept up her Uzi, and John pulled the Beretta from his waistband. They listened intently. A light rustle of something moving among fallen leaves. "One," Randy said. "No more." "Yes, but it could be a scout, the rest watching. Maybe from the trees back there." "Or a diversion, and the others out in the lot." "You take the back, Randy. I'll take the front." They moved into position and studied the RV lot in front, the woods behind. Nothing. Suddenly there was a loud click and a scraping of wood on wood between them. They whirled, weapons ready, and watched, astonished, as 4 squares of the large geometric pattern on the vinyl floor swung up, instantly followed by a Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun. "Peter!" John relaxed his trigger finger. "It's okay, Randy." The lined, leathery face of Peter Howell emerged. He wore a trench coat over his black commando clothes. Seeing Randy, Peter instantly aimed his weapon at her. "Who?" "Randy Russell, Sophia's sister. She's CIA. It's a long story." "Tell me later. They've got Marty." In the basement of Victor Tremont's lodge at Lake Magua, Marty gazed around the windowless room, with its dank smell and single cot. He sat tied to a chair with thin nylon rope, but his mind was floating in a cloud above everyone's heads, dazzling and airy and all-knowing. Part of him knew it had been too long between doses of Midorol, but the rest of him did not care. He was annoyed. "All this is absolutely ridiculous. Cops and robbers, really. I assure you I have much more important matters to attend to than sitting here answering your stupid questions." Nadal al-Hassan stepped close to him. "Mr. Zellerbach, we will know where John Smith is now.
No one can know where John Smith is. The world cannot contain him or me. We fly through a different time, in another universe. Your puny world does not have enough gravity to hold us. We are infinite. Infinite!
Al-Hassan raised his fist, but Victor Tremont held out a hand.
No, not yet. The medicine he got at the pharmacy where Maddox found him is Midorol. I'd say he's off the medicine and irrational. Administer a dose. He will soon come back to reality. He'll then be able to recognize he's in danger, and we should be able to get what we need from him.
Marty was singing loudly. Al-Hassan popped the Midorol pill into his open mouth and clamped his jaws shut to force him to swallow. As Marty choked slightly, Al-Hassan brought a glass of water to Marty's lips, and he swallowed. In minutes, his vocalizing faded, and his bright eyes turned quiet. Al-Hassan walked around to face him. "So, let us begin again, eh?" Cowering, Marty looked up at the Arab. He appeared evil. So did the other man, the tall one. Strangers. He wanted to make them go away. "Where is John Smith?" Iraq." "Good. He was in Iraq, but now he is back in America. Where will he go now?" I don't know." The Arab cursed and swung his fist. Pain exploded in Marty's head, and a great wave of black rolled over him. His head fell forward, and he slumped in the chair. Victor Tremont scowled.
"Damn, he's unconscious."
"But I did not strike him with that much force."
"We'll have to wait until he comes to and try something less physical."
"There are ways."
"But with him, it will be tricky not to kill him. You saw how excitable he is."
Then Victor Tremont began to smile as he thought,
"Or I may have a better way to find what we need to know. Yes, a much better way."
As Peter Howell peeled off his trench coat, John asked, "What happened to Marty?"
"They spotted him at a pharmacy a few blocks from here. There were 3 of them. The leader was that short, heavy fellow we saw back at the ambush in the Sierras."
Randy said, "That means the people with the virus have him?" John grimaced. "That's what it means. He's not strong. He'll break sooner or later."
"That little fellow is a lot tougher and shrewder than one would imagine, John. He'll find a way not to crack."
"Do we know where he is?" Randy asked. Peter shook his head.
"I was on foot, unable to follow the car they took him away in."
"How did you figure out where to find him?" John asked.
"Located the RV from his message about an hour ago."
Peter reported how he had found the RV empty, but he also found drafts of a fake doctor's prescription printed out from the computer.
"Marty must have forged a prescription for his Midorol. It was almost out of his pills last night when we separated."
He described the gunfight in the park. John shook his head. "How did they find you?"
"They must have been tailing us all the way from Fort Detrick. I thought I'd shaken any possible pursuit, but it would seem they're quite good. I went looking for the closest pharmacies. I got to the 3rd one just as Marty came out, and they seized him."
"So the only way we're going to find him is to find them."
"Right. I may have a solution, but first fill me in about Iraq."
Smith quickly described his trip, and when he was done, Peter swore.
"So 3 victims were cured in Iraq, too. What a bloody diabolical experiment. Well, my turn. Got a little piece of news that blows the lid off this whole nasty business. I believe I know what Sophia discovered that was so important in Giscour's report."
John gasped. "What?"
"Peru. It was Peru all along."
Peter described Sophia's field trip there as an anthropology student. He'd also contacted a former associate in Lima, who had secured and faxed him a list of scientists who trekked into Peruvian Amazonia that same year. He pulled out a folded sheet of paper filled with the scientists' names. The 14th one on the page leaped out.
"That's it," Randy said. "Victor Tremont."
Smith nodded. "The president's going to give him a medal today for saving the world with his serum. The great humanitarian working his company around the clock to produce it while he sells it only at cost." Randy said, "We knew Blanchard had the serum. Now it seems Tremont himself brought the virus from Peru." John nodded, and he could have recognized the potential of a serum for such a deadly virus, and somehow managed to infect a few people during Desert Storm. He must have known it wasn't very contagious, and it was slow-acting, lying in the body for years like HIV. Good God, Peter breathed. So he started his secret testing on humans in Iraq 10 years ago, when he had no guarantee he'd ever develop a serum to cure them when the virus went into its last fatal stages. He's a monster. Maybe it's worse than that, John said. It's very convenient for the virus to break out now. Somehow he made the pandemic start so he could cure it and make a fortune in the process. For a long moment, shocked silence filled the RV. Randy finally said, "How?" "I don't know," John admitted. "We've got to check Blanchard's records. Damn, I wish Marty were here." "Perhaps I can substitute," Peter said. "I'm pretty fair with a computer, and I've been watching him use his own special programs for days." "I tried earlier, but he was using a password." Peter smiled. "That I know, too. Typical of Marty's odd sense of humor. The password is Stanley the Cat." "Your mountain lion?" Peter flexed his fingers and sat at the keyboard. "The very same." In the deep recesses of whatever honesty and integrity he had left, Mercer Haldane suspected what Victor had never admitted. Somehow, he had caused the pandemic that was sweeping the world. Now Haldane sat looking down through his office windows at Blanchard Pharmaceuticals, and what met his gaze were the platform and giant TV screen that were being assembled for this afternoon's ceremony honoring Victor Tremont, and he realized he could keep silent no more. Once he had taken great pride in his integrity, but somewhere along the line of building Blanchard into a pharmaceutical giant, he had lost his way. The result was that Victor Tremont was to receive America's revered Medal of Freedom for what could be the most despicable act the globe had ever seen. Mercer Haldane could not tolerate that. No matter what would happen to him, even though he would probably have to take the blame, so be it. He reached for his phone. "Mrs. Pendragon, please get the Surgeon General's office in Washington." "Of course, sir." Mercer Haldane leaned back in his executive chair to wait. He rested his neck against the cool leather and put his hands over his eyes. He could go to prison. He could lose everything, his family, his position, his fortune. But in the end he knew he was going to tell the Surgeon General everything. He would pay any cost to know he had done the right thing. Then the door opened and a familiar voice said, "Lost your nerve, Mercer?" He swung around to see Victor Tremont standing in the office. He was a towering figure, radiating self-assurance. Haldane looked up at his former protege. "Found my conscience, Victor. It's not too late for you to rediscover yours. Let my call to the Surgeon General go through." Tremont laughed. "I believe it was Shakespeare who wrote that a conscience was a luxury that made cowards of us all. But he was wrong. It makes us victims, Mercer, losers, and I have no intention of being either. Neither does your secretary." "For God's sake, Victor, we help people. Our goal is to relieve suffering. The oath says first, do no harm. We're in the healing business." "The hell we are. We're in the money business. Your call's never going through, Mercer." He slid his hand inside his jacket and withdrew a Glock 9mm pistol. "Nadal?" A tall, pockmarked Arab entered the room. He, too, carried a large pistol. Paralyzed with fear, Mercer Haldane stared from one to the other, speechless. After his encounter with Mercer Haldane, Tremont drove to his Lake Magua lodge, where, an hour later, he found himself confronting another adversary, Bill Griffin. Griffin sat in a leather club chair near the giant fireplace in the immense living room. He appeared relaxed as he crossed his legs and lighted a cigarette. He smiled a slow smile at Victor Tremont and Nadal El-Hassan and explained calmly, "The trouble was, all of us were working at cross purposes. Ever since you gave me the order to eliminate John Smith, I've been watching 3 places at once: his house in Thurmont, the Russell woman's condo in Frederick, and Fort Detrick. No wonder you had a hard time contacting me." It was all a lie. He'd been hiding in an old friend's walk-up apartment in Greenwich Village. But when he'd seen the story about the president's honoring Blanchard Pharmaceuticals and the orders that were rolling in for the serum, he knew he had to return to make certain he received his fair share. "I expected to take out Smith when he left Detrick," he explained.
but I couldn't get a decent opportunity. And after that night, he never showed up again at any of the other places. He vanished into thin air. Maybe he went somewhere to grieve for the woman.
No, he hasn't taken leave to mourn. In any case, Al-Hassan said, it is irrelevant now. We know where he is, and he will soon be no more problem. Griffin's cheeks widened in another smile.
Hell, that's a relief. Maddox on him?
Tremont said,
Actually, Maddox has captured one of Smith's friends, a computer geek named Martin Zellerbach. We'll soon make him divulge where Smith is hiding in Syracuse. Smith is in Syracuse? How the hell did he get so near? By checking back through Russell's life and education. She did her undergraduate work at Syracuse, where she was studying when she went on the trip to Peru. I'm afraid so. Then he knows about us. I don't think so, at least not yet. But damn it, he will. I'll stop him. This time I'll...
You needn't worry about Smith. I have another job for you. Jack McGraw is up to his nostrils preparing security for the president at the ceremony this afternoon. We don't want any interlopers crashing the party. You have FBI experience, so you should be the one to coordinate with the Secret Service.
Of course, you're the boss. But if you're still worried about Smith, then I think...
That will not be necessary. We have it taken care of. When we return from the ceremony, we will spend some, quality time with Mr. Zellerbach. He is a coward. He will tell us where Mr. Smith is, and we will kill him.
Griffin stubbed out his cigarette. Right. Then I'll get over and see Jack McGraw.
Tremont nodded and smiled.
Good. Use the Cherokee. Nadal and I will take the Land Rover after we finish our business here. Thanks for coming, Bill. We were worried about you. Always a pleasure to see you.
But as Griffin exited, Tremont's expression changed. His gaze cold, he watched the traitor disappear out the door. Bill Griffin drove the Jeep Cherokee off the road and parked in a dense stand of oaks and birch trees, hidden from the road. He did not want to lose everything he'd worked for. He was entitled to his share of the good things, along with all the other thieving bastards who ran this world. More than entitled, after his years of service to the ungrateful cheats and liars who ran the Bureau and the country. But he would not let them kill John. That far he would not go. He waited, watching the lodge. After 15 minutes, the Land Rover passed and disappeared southeast. Tremont and Al-Hassan would reach the main country road after a few more miles and drive on into Long Lake Village to prepare for the ceremony. That did not give him much time. He drove back to the lodge, parked behind the staff wing, and hurried to a cyclone-fenced enclosure at the edge of the woods. He unlocked the gate and whistled softly. The large Doberman appeared silently from inside a wooden doghouse. His brown coat shone in the mountain light. Griffin stroked the dog behind his ears.
Ready, boy. Time to go to work.
He headed out of the enclosure, the big dog trotting softly behind, and moved swiftly toward the lodge. The 3-man outside security team should be no problem, since they knew him. Still, he would rather not take the chance of encountering them. He entered the lodge through a side door. The house was quiet. Almost everyone had left for the celebration at Blanchard headquarters in Long Lake Village, with the exception of a few technicians in the lab on the second floor. He bent to the Doberman. Sweep the area, boy. The Doberman silently vanished among the corridors. Griffin waited, listening to the relaxed chatter of 2 of the security men who had paused outside a window as they made their rounds. The Doberman was back in 2 minutes, circling and eager to lead Griffin to what he'd found. Griffin followed the animal along a hallway lined with doors to guest rooms, through the kitchen to a locked door at the back of the house. He drew a small case from his jacket pocket and extracted a set of picklocks. Working quickly, he unlocked the door, then drew his pistol and turned the knob. The door opened to a long flight of stairs down into the cellar. Griffin gave a hand signal, and the Doberman raced down to continue its mission. In seconds he was back, beckoning Griffin to follow. He led Griffin through a large cellar with open storage rooms filled with boxes. One door at the rear was locked. That was where the dog led him. Using his tools again, Griffin unlocked the door. The room was a dark, shadowy cell with no windows. A rectangle of light spilled in from the hallway. A figure lay on a narrow cot, shoved against the far wall. Zellerbach? Marty opened his eyes.
What? Who?
Are you all right?
Griffin supported his shoulders until Marty was sitting upright.
Bill Griffin, Marty. Remember me?
Where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere. John wants to speak to you.
And I want to speak with him. How long have you been here?
I don't know. Seems like a long time.
What did you tell him?
Tell?
Marty remembered the questions, the blow to his head, and the blackness.
I was unconscious. I don't think I told him anything.
Griffin nodded.
I don't think you did either. I'm going to get you out of here, Marty. Then you can take me to John.
Marty's round face was anguished as he admitted,
I'm not sure where he is.
Think, Marty. Where could he be? You must have arranged somewhere to meet.
Marty was suddenly suspicious.
How did you find me?
He had never liked Bill Griffin. Bill had been a loudmouth and a know-it-all back when they had been in school together. He cringed back against the wall.
You could be one of them.
I am one of them. By now, John knows it too. But he's in a lot more danger than he thinks, and I don't want him killed. I gotta help him. Look, I'm gonna get you out of here safely. Will you believe me then, and tell me where you were supposed to meet John? We'll go there together.
Marty cocked his head.
All right.
Good. But before you get up...
Griffin whistled low for the Doberman. The dog padded toward them, his back high and nose sniffing.
Friend,
Griffin said to the dog and touched Marty.
Good. Protect.
With amazing patience, the usually nervous Marty swung his legs off the cot and sat quietly as the powerful Doberman smelled his clothes, hands, and feet.
Does he have a name?
Samson.
Suits him. A big bruiser of a dog.
That he is.
Griffin ordered,
Scout.
Samson trotted out into the corridor, looked both ways, and angled off toward the stairs.
Come on,
Griffin said. With Griffin in the lead and Marty following, they moved quickly up the stairs and through the deserted corridors to the rear door where Griffin had parked the jeep. They let one of the security guards pass by on his rounds outside, and as soon as he turned the corner of the lodge, Marty, Bill, and Samson raced for the Cherokee. As Griffin turned the key, he said,
Get down on the floor.
Marty crouched on the floor in the back. Samson sat above him on the seat. Marty reached out a tentative hand. When the dog dipped his head and slipped his nose under it, Marty smiled and patted the warm muzzle. Griffin drove swiftly away. Another security guard waved as he sped out of the compound, and he waved back. It had been less than 20 minutes since he'd returned, and he felt confident no one would remember his earlier departure. Now he concentrated on one goal, reaching John before Nadal al-Hassan.
Okay, Marty, we're out. Now, where do we go?
Syracuse. I'll tell the rest when we get there.
Griffin nodded.
We'll have to fly. Rent a car there.
But as they sped down the road, the third guard, hidden in a stand of trees by the road, was speaking quietly to a cell phone.
Mr. Tremont, he's taken the bait. He's busted that Zellerback guy out, and they're driving out of here. Yes, sir. We planted the tracking device. We've got the airport covered, and Chet's waiting at the country road.
Damn it all. Peter Howell stared in frustration at the glowing monitor. There's precious little in Blanchard Company's files about the serum or the monkey virus. What there is looks completely on the up and up. Nothing about tests on humans, Smith asked, or Iraq? Peter rotated in his chair. Not a syllable. There must be another set of records. Unless they just didn't keep written records, Randy suggested. Impossible, Smith disagreed. Research scientists have to keep notes, results, speculations, every piece of paper, each bit of an idea, or they can't move forward in their work. Couldn't they do it by hand? John shook his head. Not today. Computers have become a research tool in themselves. No. There have to be real records on a computer somewhere. I'm convinced, Peter agreed. But where, eh? Randy said, we can try other ways. Let's drive to Blanchard, break in, and search their files on site. If there's anyone around, we'll convince them to talk nicely with us, too. Suddenly there was a frantic knocking on the RV door. Randy and John drew their weapons, and Peter snapped up his H&K submachine gun. Must be getting old. Missed hearing anyone approach. The voice outside was familiar and commanding. John, open the darn door. It's me. Marty. Smith jumped and opened the door. Marty leaped inside and hugged John, then stepped quickly back, embarrassed. I was beginning to think I'd never see you again. Where in heaven's name have you been? Bill rescued me, so I decided it was safe to bring him to you. Is that okay? Trap, Peter barked. He swung the MP5 around so it pointed at Griffin, who had stepped quietly inside. The ex-FBI man stood with his back against the closed door, his arms hanging loosely from his broad shoulders. His stocky body was rigid and alert. His brown eyes had an empty look that chilled John. No, Smith yelled. Hold it. Put down the guns. Are you alone, Bill? We're alone. After the ceremony at Blanchard this afternoon, Tremont was going to do unpleasant things to Marty to get him to reveal where you were. I had to get him out to save him and you. There are no good guys anymore, John. No one believes in right and wrong. It's get what you can for yourself. So now I'm going to get mine. I'm owed that much. But I couldn't let them kill you. I owe you that much. As he spoke, Bill Griffin had a strange feeling, almost as if he'd missed some important piece in the puzzle of life. He wasn't sure exactly what it was, only that for a moment he recognized the loss, and that he'd never been able to find his way back to what was gone. Certainly he was not prepared to save the world, but maybe in this place, at this moment, he could do something for John to make up for what had happened to Sophia. So he told him, Victor Tremont is behind everything. His #1 gun is Nadal al-Hassan. But as he said the names, a warning bell rang loudly inside his head. He thought about Tremont's lodge, and how empty, how safe it had been when he'd broken in to find Marty. How conveniently they had escaped, how easily he had passed the sentries. He spun to Marty. Did Tremont or any of the others give you something to carry? Any buttons, coins, pens, maybe a comb? You're worried they bugged me? Yes. Search your pockets. Maybe they slipped you something without you even knowing it. Marty turned his pockets inside out on the table. I don't remember anything, but I was unconscious after the pockmarked man hit me. Take off your belt, Marty. John added, your shoes, too. As Marty stripped off his belt, fury rose in a red tide from Bill Griffin's throat to his face. They set me up with a threat to Marty, John. Then they let me break him out so he'd take me to you. 2 birds with 1 stone. I should have... The sharp bark of a dog carried from outside the RV. A single bark, and no more. Bill froze. They're outside. Al-Hassan and his men. Randy slid to a front window and peered carefully around. How do you know? The dog, John realized. The Doberman you had in the park. Bill nodded. I see them, Randy whispered. Looks like 4. They're hiding among the row of RVs in front of us. One's a tall Arab. Al-Hassan, Bill said. Peter murmured, here's how they got to us. He held up a tiny tracking transmitter he'd taken from the hollowed-out heel of Marty's shoe. Darling little bug, isn't it? Disgusted, he flung the device out the back window and snapped up his submachine gun. Well, it's going to take a lot more bloody work than they've put out to get us. He reached for the light fixture on the wall over the kitchen table, pressed a button on its side, and there was a popping sound as 4 vinyl squares lifted up in the middle of the living room. Never leave a single way out, friends. John, Would you do the honors? John raised the trapdoor and dropped through. You next, my boy, the Englishman told Marty. Marty nodded glumly and slid down to the asphalt. The big Doberman was lying quietly under the RV, his large dark eyes scanning the area around him. Randy Russell, Bill Griffin, and Peter Howell landed, one after the other. Bill Griffin gently called the dog. Friends, Samson, friends. Good. Protect. He had the dog smell each of them. Then, with John in the lead, they crawled to the end of the RV that was closest to the woods. There were only about 15 feet between them and safety. Peter nodded toward the trees. That's it. We can hide there and figure out what to do next. When I say go, jump up and run as if the hounds of hell are on your tails. I'll cover you. But then shapes moved out from the forest line. Flatten, Smith growled, and dropped onto his face. As the four others fell, a fusillade swept across the open area, whining and ricocheting off the side of the RV. They scrambled back, searching for cover behind the tires. Bill Griffin raised his voice. How many? The Englishman's eyes searched the woods. 2 or 3. 2 or 3, Randy echoed, which means 1 or 2 are still in front. Yeah. Bill Griffin looked at their tension and fear, and at the brave lights in their eyes. Even Marty with his odd condition and even odder mind. Marty was not the same whiny nuisance he remembered. Marty had grown up. As he thought that, he felt a terrible tear rip through something old and painful inside, and he felt a shift. And he saw the truth, that he did not care a damn about anything or anyone anymore, not even himself. He desperately wanted to care again. Now he saw it, why he had risked so much to save John. By doing that, he had a hope of saving something good within himself. Thinking that, his mind grew incredibly clear. A strong sense of purpose swept through him, and he knew what to do. Knew with every fiber in his body exactly what he must do to retrieve himself. He crawled out from under the RV, surged to his feet, and charged straight toward where the attackers crouched at the edge of the woods. The Doberman followed. "Bill!" John shouted. "Don't!" But it was too late. The stocky man's legs pumped, and his long hair flew behind as he pounded toward the trees, firing his Glock. He was excited and relieved, and he did not give a damn any more about anything but redeeming himself. With bared fangs, the Doberman sprang toward one of the attackers on Bill's left. John, Randy, and Peter leaped out and followed with their weapons. It was over in seconds. By the time John reached him, Bill Griffin lay on his back on dry weeds at the edge of the woods. Blood bubbled up from his chest. "Jesus," Peter breathed. 10 feet away, Maddox was crumpled in a lifeless heap. A second man lay dead of a gunshot to the head. A third man was sprawled back, his throat torn open, while the Doberman paced the woods in search of others. "No sign of Al-Hassan," Peter noted. "He could still be out front." "If he's alone, he probably won't try anything by himself," Randy said, her Uzi ready. His throat tight, John crouched beside his friend. "Bill, you damn fool, what were you thinking? We could have handled them." "You don't know. Could have got yourself killed." Al-Hassan. Go to Lodge, Lake Magua. Horrible, horrible. Sorry about Sophia. Sorry for... His eyes widened, and his head dropped back. In death, the bland face seemed suddenly younger, more innocent. Samson appeared by John's shoulder. He nudged Bill's head and made a low moan in his throat. Marty murmured something and stroked the Doberman's back. Peter said, "We've got to leave, John. I know he was your friend, but more of them or the police will be here soon." Smith stood and gazed around the crowded orange bodies. He glanced once more at Bill Griffin. Victor Tremont had a lot to answer. John moved into the woods. "We'll work our way back to the car through here." "Come on, Samson," Marty called. The dog lifted his head. Then he nudged his dead master's shoulder. He made a low sound in his throat again and prodded Bill one last time. Then he gave a final look around, as if saying goodbye. He trotted silently into the woods, following. As they worked their way through the woods to the car, John asked Marty, "You know anything about this lodge at Lake Magua?" "Of course. It's where they held me. I can take you there." Suddenly Peter said, "Bogey's at 6 o'clock. I'll keep 'em busy. Go."
"Not without you," Smith said. "Don't be stupid. You've got Tremont to finish off. I can take care of myself."
At the sounds of feet approaching through the trees, the big Doberman stopped its loping trot and spun back to join Peter. He spoke low to the dog, then looked back at Smith. "Go on, now. Samson and I will cover your tail to buy you time." He gazed down at the dog. "You understand hand signals, boy?" He lowered his hand to his side and made a swift motion. Instantly, the dog raced off into the woods to scout. Peter nodded, satisfied. "Say, I won't be alone." "He's right," Randy agreed. "It's what Bill would have wanted." John nodded. "Okay. Good luck, Peter." "Right." Already the Englishman had turned away, his gaze totally focused on the forest. John, Marty, and Randy sped away through the timber. Behind them a burst of gunfire sounded, followed by a cry of pain. Grimly they continued on, not looking back. The woods were quiet, shocked with the sounds of sporadic gunfire. At last they emerged on a quiet residential street. They hid their weapons inside their clothes and trotted to the street where John and Randy had parked their rented car. They climbed in and headed for the thruway. An hour later, they arrived at the Oriskany-Utica Airport, where they rented a light plane to fly them into the vast wilderness of Adirondack State Park. The long light of the mid-afternoon sun cast dark shadows across the wooded slopes behind Victor Tremont's enormous timbered lodge. John, Randy, and Marty took in the view from a rise in the forest behind the lodge. They lay on their stomachs under dense pines as they carefully studied the lodge's layout and the bored actions of the trio of armed guards. One of the guards circled the log and frame building regularly, checking doors and visually sweeping the grounds. The second relaxed in a chair, an M16 assault rifle in his lap. The third sat in the civilian Humvee near the helipad. "Marty, what do you remember of the layout inside?"
Not much. They questioned me in the basement. A big living room and a lot of small rooms. A sunroom, kitchen, and there were some people in white coats and pants, like doctors. They were going upstairs to the second floor.
"A laboratory?" Randy wondered. John nodded. "A secret lab for research and development. The records of the experiment on the 12 victims from the Gulf War, and whatever else they've been doing, should be here. That's probably why nothing showed up on the Blanchard Company computers. They never put anything there." "Some other company name and password, maybe," Randy theorized. John said, "We'll find out. Marty, stay here. If you see or hear anyone, fire a single shot to warn us." Randy and John waited until the guard left on his next circuit, after which they guessed he'd joined the second guard at the front of the house for a smoke. That left the third one alone, half dozing in the Humvee. Randy worked her way behind him, and when John saw that she was in position, he broke cover and started loping straight toward the vehicle. The guard saw him when he was halfway across the clearing. He grabbed for his M16, but before he could bring his weapon to bear, Randy had sprinted out of the woods, leaped over the back of the Humvee, and was pressing the muzzle of her Uzi into the back of his head. "Release the rifle." Without a word, the guard placed it on the seat beside him. "Good decision." They marched him back to where Marty waited and bound and gagged him. Smith took his keys. "The two others out front won't expect us from inside the lodge." They left Marty guarding the disabled sentry and trotted to a side rear entrance. John unlocked the door, and they moved inside, through the cavernous living room to the covered porch. On the lawn, the two remaining guards sat relaxing in chairs, smoking and chatting, their rifles across their knees. John and Randy eased the door open and stepped onto the porch. The guards never saw them until John said, "Lay down your weapons." Randy added, "Slowly, so no one makes any mistakes." Both men froze, and then did exactly as they were told. They walked the two guards back to where Marty was concealed, bound and gagged them as well, and left for the house again. Weapons in hand, John and Randy entered the lodge through the side door they'd used before. Marty followed close behind. Abruptly, John stopped. "What's that?" Randy shook her head. "I didn't hear anything." He stood frozen, concentrating. "Something, but it's gone. Whatever the sound was, I can't hear it now." They continued moving through the silent house, up the long staircase, and rounded the landing. There a thick glass door was set back from a small foyer. Beyond the glass was a vast, gleaming laboratory packed with state-of-the-art paraphernalia, with offices and rooms around its perimeter. Off to the side was what looked like a clean room. Another room held an electron microscope. But what riveted John's gaze was a heavy door in the center of one wall, marked by the glaring red symbol of a biohazard. It was the door to a Level 4 hot zone laboratory installation. "I see 4 people," Randy said. John nodded. "Time to introduce ourselves." They pushed in through the door, their weapons in front of them. The technicians looked up. As they saw the guns, fear shot into their faces. "Don't shoot," begged the oldest of the 2 men. "Please, I have children," said the younger of the 2 women. "No one's going to be hurt if you just answer a few questions," Smith assured them. Randy pointed her Uzi at what looked like a small conference room off the lab. "Let's go in there and have a warm and friendly chat." In their white uniforms, the 4 technicians filed into the room and took chairs at the conference table. They ranged in age from mid-40s to mid-20s, and these were clearly no wild-eyed, pasty-faced scientists who lived in their labs for weeks at a time. They were ordinary people with wedding rings and family photos on their workbenches. Except the older of the 2 women. She had been silent and watchful since they had entered, some kind of supervisor. The older, balding man looked up at Randy. "What do you want?" "Tell us about the monkey virus." "And the serum," John said. "We know it was brought from Peru 12 years ago by Victor Tremont. We also know about the experiments on the American and Iraqi soldiers in Desert Storm." "How long have you had the serum?" "How did the epidemic start?" Hearing the rapid-fire questions, the older woman's gray features grew defiant. "We don't know what you mean. We have nothing to do with any monkey virus or serum, and when Dr. Tremont returns, he'll put an end to you and all this." John glared at her. "No one's coming back any time soon. They're too busy getting medals, and your 3 guards are dead outside. You want to join them?" She glared back, stubbornly silent. Randy smiled coldly. "Maybe you think because we've been polite so far that we won't kill you. You're right, we probably won't. We're the good guys, but I have no problem with causing considerable pain. You hear me?" That got the attention of the other 3. They nodded. "Good. Now we need to see your records, fast. Which one of you is going to tell us the computer passwords?" "And," Smith added, "why you need a Level 4 lab." The supervisor's face paled, and her hands trembled, but she intensified her glare of intimidation at the other 3. The older man ignored her. "Don't try that, Emma. You're not in charge here any more. They are. I'll tell you what you need to know." Randy gave a brisk nod. As she held her Uzi on the 4 lab workers, her mind was on Sophia. She was closing in on Sophia's killers, and she was going to make them pay. "Talk," she told the older lab technician. "Talk fast. Start with the password." "Hades," the man said. "Hades." Marty made a beeline to the nearest terminal. His face was almost relaxed, so happy was he to be returning to a world he understood. He sat, flexed his fingers, and went to work. While Marty explored Victor Tremont's files and Randy guarded the technicians, John picked up the Enfield bullpup and went back downstairs to check out the source of the sound he'd heard when they returned to the lodge. He was moving down the hallway of closed and locked doors when he heard it again. This time he could identify it. Someone shouting, a man's voice, muffled and far away. John pressed his ear to one of the doors. Thicker, sturdier than the others, it had a heavy deadbolt lock. Someone was shouting on the far side. He aimed the assault rifle and shot out the lock. Screams of terror sounded above his head from the laboratory as the door swung open. He entered cautiously, finding himself in a large, well-furnished living room. There was a kitchen through an archway, a formal dining room, a wet bar, and a corridor that probably led to bedrooms. The noise, shouting and banging now, was coming from the corridor, the third door down. John tried it. Locked. "Who's in there?" "Mercer Haldane. Are you the police? Have you captured Victor?" "Stand back," John called. He shot out this lock, too. As the door blasted open, John found himself face to face with a short, older man with a mane of unruly white hair and thick white eyebrows. "Who the devil are you?" "Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith, M.D., someone your people have been trying to murder." "Murder? Why, for the love of—" "Ah, yes, I knew Victor was worried about—" "M.D., you say? CDC, FDA?" "U.S. AMRID. For Detrick, of course." "So have you caught the bastard?" "We're trying." "You'd better drive faster. He's getting that damned medal at 5 o'clock. Probably the money a minute or so later, and no telling where he'll be by 6 o'clock. Then you'd better help us. Just ask. I want to bring Victor Tremont to his knees." As they left the room, John said, "My other associates in the lab, we're trying to locate Tremont's research records. He must have them hidden. I tried to find them too. You didn't have my secret weapon." "And what's that?" "Marty Zellerbach." When John strode into the laboratory with Haldane, Randy had locked the 4 lab technicians in the conference room. "What was all the shooting?" she asked. "You nearly gave us a coronary." John introduced Mercer Haldane and asked, "What did the technician tell you?" "They work for Tremont and Associates. Marty's into their computers." Haldane rolled a stool over so he could sit next to Marty and started studying the screen over Marty's shoulder. Smith quietly explained, "Mercer Haldane is the former chairman and CEO of Blanchard. Last week, Tremont forced him out and took over." "How?" "Old-fashioned blackmail," he says. "But I think he was bought off, too. A cut of the Hades project. That's what Tremont named the virus and serum project. He kept it hidden from Haldane and Blanchard for more than a decade." She nodded. "Which explains the password. A perfect name for the horror they're causing. What else did he tell you?" "Tremont found the virus in Peru and brought it back, along with a crude native cure. The blood of monkeys that had survived the disease and were full of neutralizing antibodies. He set up a secret team with company money and personnel, and they did most of the work here to isolate the virus and develop the serum. Then the bastard used DNA repair enzymes to introduce a few subtle mutations into the viruses to make it become virulent progressively earlier." "That's all he could tell you?" "Yes, except he's sure Tremont's caused this pandemic somehow." Then Marty's shout of rage echoed through the lab. "Useless! It's all nothing! There's nothing in the files of Tremont and Associates. It's all routine junk about antibiotics and vitamins and hairspray. That technician lied to us." "No," Haldane realized. "That's Victor. It's a dummy company. These people are technicians. He used them but told them nothing. They think they're working for Tremont and Associates. The Hades password is his idea of a joke on anyone accessing his computer." John nodded. "The real stuff has to be in there somewhere, Mart. Keep hacking. We've got to know." "I'll try, John. Only I really need my own—" They heard a sudden sound outside the windows of the laboratory. John dashed to look out. A car was approaching on the mountain road. John yelled, "Mort, Haldane, watch those technicians." John and Randy tore out of the laboratory down to the main floor landing. Side by side, they dropped flat, where they could see anyone who passed through the corridor from the living room or the side door. Randy looked over at John. "Now what?" "We'll know soon." A car door closed. Footsteps rapidly approached the house. A voice spoke low and urgent. Rapid footsteps, soft and light, padded swiftly toward them along the corridor from the back door. They turned to see the big Doberman Samson at the bottom of the stairs. He looked up, bared his fangs, and bunched his powerful muscles to attack. Smith stood up, his Beretta behind his back. "Samson, sit." Puzzled, the dog cocked his head. John repeated the command, and suddenly the animal seemed to identify him as one of his new friends. Slowly, he sank back on his haunches. John raised his voice. "Peter!" Howell appeared from the front, again wearing the trench coat buttoned over his black commando suit. "Who else? You don't think Samson would go over to the enemy, do you?" Randy jumped up. "Perish the thought. Good to see you, Peter." Smith's smile was broad. "We've been worried." "No sentries outside. That's your handiwork." "Yes, everyone else is at the ceremony." Randy added, "Except the 4 lab techs we've got locked up, and the former head of Blanchard, who's helping Marty at the computer." They climbed the stairs to the laboratory, and as they entered, Randy called out, "Marty, Peter's here." Marty spun in his chair as Peter walked in. A smile of welcome wreathed his round face, and his green eyes twinkled. The Englishman allowed himself a return smile. Marty gave a short nod and returned to his work. As he told Mercer Haldane about Peter, the Doberman appeared at Marty's side. Marty patted him, and the dog sighed and laid at his feet. Peter tiredly took off his trench coat and laid the H&K submachine gun on a lab bench. "So, tell me what you've found." "This is where Tremont and his associates did most of the actual work. Marty and Haldane are trying to bust into the records now. Tremont pushed Haldane out only last week. Blackmail, he says. but I suspect he also settled for a big cut of the billions they'll all make. Then his conscience started bothering him. It'd be pleasant if conscience bothered more people. What progress have they achieved? Randy shook her head. Not a damn thing. Marty still hasn't found a way in, and this system's unconnected to Blanchard's mainframe. So Haldane's stumped. Marty's trying to get into his own system and software now. Tell the boy he had best hurry. Samson and I injured the enemy, but we by no means put them out of action. That Arab we saw back in the Sierras escaped unharmed with at least 2 of his men. The rest won't be active any time soon, if ever. Could they have followed you? Randy asked. I think not. But they'll eventually decide that Griffin or Marty informed us of this lodge, and that we're here. They could arrive any minute. Someone better go down and watch, Smith realized. Samson, he'll be a better lookout than any of us. As Peter sent the dog off, Marty shouted, I'm connected! John walked to him. All right, let's start a search for the company that operates this computer. Marty worked the keyboard, and finally on the screen appeared the logo and name of Blanchard Pharmaceuticals Incorporated. Haldane said, That means Victor registered the machine to us, and we pay for it. An unexplained extra computer system was one item the accountants found. The screen continued to flicker through a series of computations. Finally, a name flashed on. Vaxham Corporation. V-A-X-H-A-M? What the devil is that? Haldane wondered. Marty clicked on Vaxham, and it lit up with a long series of directories. One was Laboratory Reports. He scrolled rapidly through the dated entries all the way back to the very first one, January 15th, 1989. Wow, John breathed. A report of the first mapping of the monkey virus. Now we're getting somewhere. He studied the map of the virus and in his mind compared it to the one that had killed Sophia. That's it. They're identical. Each year listed a summary of the technical findings for virus and serum. They showed a steady lessening of the incubation time in victims before the final fatal outbreak and the steady increase in serum effectiveness on the virulent stage. But Marty could find no data about how the virus had suddenly spread across the world. The last directory is blocked by a password, Marty announced. Complacent fools! They think they can keep out Zellerbach the magician! He raised his hands as if he were a concert pianist and attacked the keyboard. Using his own software, discovering the password took only a matter of seconds. There, Marty chortled. How absurdly commonplace. A single short phrase appeared on the screen. Lucifer at home. Hades, John groaned. Marty entered the password. A meticulous series of financial spreadsheets and summary reports appeared, covering every year from 1989 to the present. The corporate officers were listed. Victor Tremont, with some 35% of the stock, and George Hyam, Xavier Becker, Adam Kane, and Jack McGraw, with 10% each. Marty saw the connection instantly. Vaxham, with Tremont, an acronym of first and last names. Victor, Adam, Xavier, Hyam, and McGraw, with an extra A to make it look like a word. Haldane was aghast. Those are some of the best people in the company. All of them head departments, and McGraw is security. No wonder they could get away with so much for so long. Major stockholders were listed. Major General Nelson Casper, Lieutenant General Einar Salonen, retired, Nancy Petrelli, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Congressman Ben Sloat. Marty kept searching. These seem to be year-by-year statistics of progress on the project. Reports of operations, I guess. And here are data about antibiotic shipments. Haldane was surprised. Those are Blanchard antibiotics, all of them, and the figures appear to be our total shipments for each year. Smith inhaled sharp and hard. My God, that's it! Suddenly he was radiating pure rage. What is it, my boy? Peter asked. Marty, print it out, all of it, and do it fast. Randy was watching his drawn face and empty eyes. John, what does it mean? He spoke carefully, making sure of each word. Those antibiotic shipments of Blanchard's tell the story. The virus isn't contagious, so that led me to the question of how so many millions of people could get so terribly sick and die at about the same time. The answer is that Tremont shipped the virus across the world in all of Blanchard's antibiotics. antibiotics that were meant to cure people were also infecting them with an untreatable, deadly illness. Tremont and his gang set it all in motion 10 years ago, the Hades Project. For a decade he's been contaminating Blanche's antibiotics to infect millions, even though he knew he might never have a cure when the virus went into its fatal stages. Bloody hell, Peter said. They sent the virus out to create an epidemic that'd start 10 years later, working to change the virus so that every year it would mutate into its lethal stage earlier and earlier. Also, it would turn lethal this year, and they could cure it and make billions of dollars in profit. They condemned millions of people to certain death on the gamble they could make them pay to save their lives. Randy shook her head. That's why Sophia died. She must have met Tremont in Peru. That's the missing phone call. When she started studying the unknown virus, she remembered something and she called Tremont. No wonder he had to stop her investigation. Haldane stood up, trembling. I never imagined anything so obscene. All those poor sick people who needed our antibiotics, trusting science and medicine to ease their suffering, trusting Blanchard. John turned on the former CEO. How much were you going to make, Haldane, before your sudden change of heart? What? Victor forged my name. He tricked me. He made it look as if I'd approved everything. What was I supposed to do? He had me cornered, powerless. He was going to take my company. I deserved something. He stopped as he heard his own words and fell back down onto the stool. I didn't know then what he'd done. When I saw what it meant, I couldn't stay silent. Too little, too late. That's what they'll say. As greedy as the rest. He found too little conscience, too late. Sounds about right, John said. He turned his back on Haldane to face Peter and Randy. We've got to... Suddenly, Marty cried, John! They all whirled to look at him. All but forgotten, he'd continue working on the Vaxum files. John, they never stopped. Oh, no. They've not only put the virus in the antibiotics every year since, they're still doing it. A shipment of contaminated medicine will go out today at the same time as the first antiviral serum shipment. John was stunned. He's creating a pandemic that will go on and on. Peter grimaced. Then we must mess up the arsehole's plans. Marty read from the computer screen. We better hurry. Blanchard will have a little over $2 billion in payments wired here electronically the instant the first shipment leaves the plant. And Victor Tremont appears to have recently opened a bank account in the Bahamas. Probably in case of an unexpected emergency, wouldn't you think? So, Randy said, if we don't stop him today, another shipment of the virus goes out, and Tremont probably flies the coop with $1 billion or so. But how? Haldane groaned. Victor gets the medal and the shipment goes out in an hour. And the president will be at Blanchard with the Secret Service, FBI, and every policeman the state and village can spare. John nodded. The president. That's how we stop Tremont. We show the president what he's done. If we can get to him, Randy said. With the proof on paper, Peter added. And someone whom he'll believe, John finished. Not a discredited scientist like me, AWOL from the Army and wanted for questioning. Or a CIA agent who's probably been branded as a rogue by now, too, Randy added. Then Marty said, May I suggest Mr. Mercer Haldane, former chairman of Blanchard Pharmaceuticals, who, at least on paper, appears to be one of the heinous conspirators. Everyone stared at the white-haired executive. He nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I like that. I want to tell the president everything, but Victor would never let me get close. I'm not sure anyone could personally reach the president today, Randy agreed. John pursed his lips, thinking, which leaves us back where we started, but we've got to stop Tremont some damn way. Who else will be at the ceremony? Randy wondered. The Surgeon General, Secretary of State, the President's Chief of Staff? They'll be just as well guarded, Smith knew. Besides, Tremont's people will see to it we don't get close. But if we can get to them by remote control... Marty, can you break into a closed-circuit TV transmission? Sure. Once I broke into CNN. Of course, that was only a local cable station. I don't know about a national company. What's the company? What are the computer codes? Of course, I need a TV camera, too. Mercer Haldane said, I think we have what you need. Victor has a small but very modern TV studio here in the lodge. He had it installed to connect to the plant and the local studio in Long Lake Village for making publicity and inspirational videos and live broadcasts." "Marty," John asked, "I'll probably need more time from here." He was doubtful. John checked his watch. "We've got 40 minutes. Randy, you and I are going to the ceremony to try to give the printouts of all the records to the president. If we can't get near, at least we can cause a disturbance and give Marty more time. Peter, you and Sampson stay here to protect Mart and Haldane. Haldane, once you're on camera, you're going to give the speech of your life." The former CEO nodded. "I will. Count on it." "Peter, get the lab techs out of the conference room. They'll make effective background props for Haldane. We'll take the M16s in case we need to make a lot of noise. All set?" Everyone nodded. For a brief moment, they gazed around at each other, as if for reassurance. Then they went into action. Randy drove fast along the mountain road in the late afternoon sunlight. It was a shock to see how normal and beautiful the world looked. Less than a half-mile from the lodge, they saw dust clouds rising ahead. "Pull off," John snapped. Tires screeching, she sped the car off the road into the tall pines. They grabbed their M16s, leaped out of the car, and ran back to the road. As they looked through the trees, they saw 2 SUVs racing along. John recognized Nadal al-Hassan in the front seat of the lead vehicle. "Shoot at them with everything we have so they'll think there's a lot of us, but don't hit the tires." "Why not?" Randy demanded. "We need to make them follow us and leave the lodge alone." They began dodging from side to side, firing their weapons. They hit mostly air, but still caused enough damage to send both vehicles careening off the road. John and Randy loped back to their car, and Randy pulled out and sped away from Al-Hassan and his men. The SUVs had smashed windows, but no major damage. As John and Randy watched in the rearview mirror, both vehicles bumped back onto the road and turned to chase them toward the county highway, a mile and a half ahead. It was a beautiful late afternoon in the Adirondacks. Rich autumn colors showed in the leaves of the towering hardwoods. The pines seemed to grow straight up to the blue sky. The air was crisp and clean. Outside on the lawn, in the center of the sprawling complex that was Blanchard Pharmaceuticals' headquarters, an audience of dignitaries sat in white folding chairs at the back of a raised platform, filled with eager anticipation. Before the platform stood an animated crowd. It was nearly 5 o'clock, nearly time for the ceremony to begin. Backstage, President Samuel Adams Castilla contemplated the festivities with satisfaction. Composed of local citizens of the region, representatives from most nations on Earth, and media representatives from everywhere, the audience was everything a president who had an election to win could have wanted. This historic ceremony should assure his re-election by a landslide. Next to him stood Victor Tremont. His thoughts were far less sanguine. He was consumed with an uneasy foreboding, and he could not shake off the worry. That infernal Smith and the Russell woman's CIA sister had once again escaped the best efforts of Al-Hassan and his men. Then his concerns were interrupted by the first blaring bars of Hail to the Chief. "We are on," the president said. "This is a grand moment, Dr. Tremont. Let's make the most of it." "Agreed, Mr. President, and thank you again for this honor." Ushered by the Secret Service, the president stepped out, Tremont close behind him. A round of thunderous applause greeted them. The platform was decorated with yards of red, white, and blue bunting. The podium was fronted by the presidential seal. Behind the platform rose a towering closed-circuit TV screen, so everyone could view the dignitaries from around the world who would participate with live speeches. The 6 rows of seated dignitaries sprang to their feet to greet the president. There were all the members of the cabinet, including a beaming Nancy Petrelli, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, with his executive aide, Major General Nelson Casper, and the ambassadors of 50 nations. At the podium, Surgeon General Jesse Oxnard applauded with the others, then stepped forward to make the introductions. John and Randy stood among the crowd a few yards apart and near the back. They'd managed to evade their pursuers and had arrived in Long Lake a half hour ago, where they'd stopped in an outdoor clothing store, then a toy store. Then they went looking for public restrooms. When they emerged, he was darker-skinned and wore bulky hunting pants, a plaid hunting coat, and a ragged black mustache detached from a child's mask. Hair darkened with shoe polish, she was in a gray dress, flat heels, and a straw hat. No one in the crowd gave them a second glance. They shifted locations frequently. They kept their heads down and quiet, muscles relaxed, friendly smiles on their faces. Then the band struck up Hail to the Chief, and everyone was riveted as President Castilla and Victor Tremont strode toward the platform. Randy moved closer to John to whisper, "The woman with the short silver hair wearing the knit business suit is Nancy Petrelli, and the general in the second row, far right, is Nelson Casper." John nodded. "I expect Ben Sloat and General Salonen are here somewhere, too." Their plan was simple: work their way far enough forward to get the president's attention, then try to shout out their story, wave their documents, accuse Tremont and his cohorts, and maybe make one or more of them panic and reveal themselves. At least, they hoped to convince the president to hear. And in the process, they would buy time for Marty to break into the closed-circuit broadcast, so Mercer Haldane could confirm everything they claimed. But first, they had to slip through the crowd without attracting the sharp eyes of the hundreds of public and private security personnel who were watching for interlopers, troublemakers, terrorists, and them. Muttering wildly to himself, Marty worked feverishly at the computer in the TV control room.
"You beast! I know you're in there somewhere. Give me the code name and the password, damn you! Damn you!"
Mercer Haldane waited out in the studio with the 4 technicians and a series of blow-ups of the computer records. He glanced often and nervously at his watch.
"Yes, I'm into the telephone company. Now the line into the cable station. Come on! Come on!"
At the studio door, Peter kept guard, watching over the lab techs and listening for any sounds of warning from Samson.
"Aha! Gotcha! Now the control room. You can't stop me."
Marty's fingers continued pounding the keyboard. As the Surgeon General continued to extol the virtues of Victor Tremont and the wisdom of the president, John and Randy edged forward in parallel paths, slowly converging again as they advanced. John saw Nadal al-Hassan in deep conversation with a man who looked as if he were an FBI agent. Al-Hassan's arm swept over the crowd, and he held a sheaf of photos in his hand. John did not have to guess whom the photos pictured. The Surgeon General's introduction ended, and the president stepped to the podium.
"These are terrible times," he began. "The world suffers. Millions die, and yet we are here to celebrate. The man we come to honor will go down in history not only as a visionary, but as a great humanitarian."
As the president continued, John and Randy moved forward, sometimes only a few steps, other times several feet at a time. They were careful to make no one angry, to attract no undue attention, as the president concluded.
"It is my eternally grateful pleasure to present the nation's highest civilian award to Dr. Victor Tremont, a giant sun that will soon shed light on this great darkness into which we have all been plunged."
Attempting to appear solemn but honored, humble but strong, while suppressing a loud, triumphal laugh, Victor Tremont stepped forward. The Medal of Freedom was presented and accepted, and the giant TV screen sprang to life with the image of the British Prime Minister towering over them all. Nadal al-Hassan's mirrored black eyes slowly traversed the surging crowd. His quarries would be here, he was sure. He inhaled the pungent odor of wood smoke carried in the cold evening air. The scent reminded him of his nomadic youth around the campfires of northern Iraq. He had come far from those poor beginnings, and the Hades Project would be the culmination of his long escape. No one was going to stop his success. And as he thought that, he saw them. Smith and the woman had disguised themselves, but they could not hide from him. He started forward, fighting the crowd. Excitement spread through him. His eyes haggard, his back bent, Marty battled to overcome the last barrier and assume control of the cable transmission. Mercer Haldane stood with the technicians in front of the single camera. It was switched on, focused, and waiting. Peter knew the speeches must have begun at least 10 minutes ago. He hoped that by now John and Randy were approaching the platform to shout out their accusations in front of the president, the crowd, the Secret Service, Tremont, and the worldwide TV audience. Accusations they would have no chance to prove, unless Marty broke into the transmission in the next few seconds. John and Randy had reached the second row of spectators. Just ahead was the raised stage. The entire throng was staring up at the giant image of the British Prime Minister, heaping praise and gratitude on Victor Tremont. John took a breath, nodded to Randy, and they abruptly pushed through the last people and shouted up to the president's turned back. Smith bellowed, "Tremont is a fraud and a mass murderer!" He waved the printouts of the secret records. He caused this pandemic himself, for money, to extort billions from the world. The president turned in shock at John's first shout. Victor Tremont spun to face them, shouting back, "They've got guns! That man is a fugitive from the military, a rogue scientist and a killer. Shoot him!" The Secret Service leaped from the platform and ran toward John. Randy took up the cry. "Tremont's still infecting millions of people. He's sending out the virus in his antibiotics. He's shipping infected antibiotics every day, even today." Nadal al-Hassan and his men struggled through the crowd toward them. Jack McGraw was bawling orders at his security guards. John battled in the grip of the Secret Service. He managed to wave his papers. "I have the proof! I have their records!" The Secret Service swarmed him to the ground. Other Secret Service and FBI men pounced on Randy. Pain shot through her shoulders. They found her Uzi. "She's armed!" Nadal al-Hassan had almost reached them, his gun hidden at his side. Marty shouted, "We're in!" "Go!" Peter cried. Mercer Haldane stared into the camera, took a deep breath, and started to talk. On the platform, more Secret Service grabbed the president to hustle him away. The giant screen above the milling crowd went dark for a second, and then Mercer Haldane appeared. Behind him in the studio, the 4 lab technicians held up giant blow-ups of the most damning printouts. The crowd fell into a surprised hush. "My name is Mercer Haldane. Until last week I was chairman and CEO of Blanchard Pharmaceuticals. I have news about the virus that all of you must listen to carefully. Your lives depend on it. A great evil has been perpetrated on all of us by Victor Tremont." Shocked by his words, everyone's attention was riveted, including the Secret Service. 10 years ago, Victor inaugurated a monstrous secret plan called the Hades Project. He infected 12 soldiers in the Gulf War, 6 on each side of the conflict, with a unique and deadly virus he had found in the Peruvian jungle. Then he contaminated Blanchard's antibiotics with the live virus and shipped it across the world. As Haldane continued, on the platform, the president and the agents protecting him and all the dignitaries froze in place to listen. They stared up at the mammoth screen, blinking as they took in Haldane's story. The great crowd stood in silence as Haldane pointed to journal entries, dates, and figures. The audience began to murmur, softly at first, then louder and louder. The Secret Service agents relaxed their holds on John and Randy. On the giant screen, Haldane showed the list of officers and stockholders in the secret Vaxum Corporation. The president barked an order. Secret Service and FBI agents went to stand beside Nancy Petrelli, General Casper, Ben Sloat, General Salonen, and the 4 officers of Vaxum. The president scanned the audience. "Bring those 2 who were shouting. I want to see the records they were trying to show me." Randy brushed away the FBI and Secret Service agents, jumped onto the platform, and handed her printouts to President Castilla. "Sir, you must arrest Victor Tremont at once, or he'll escape and transfer billions of dollars to his offshore accounts." The president scanned the papers and barked another order. Secret Service and FBI agents spread out, looking for Tremont. The chief of detail ran up to the platform. "They're not here, Mr. President. Victor Tremont is gone. So is Smith." "Find them!" the president shouted. The hallways in the storage basement of the main building of Blanchard Pharmaceuticals were brightly lighted and filled with boxes, file cabinets, and discarded office furniture and equipment. Beneath that level was the sub-basement, with the machines to heat, air condition, and operate the big 2-story building. But under that was yet a 3rd level unmarked, seldom visited. It was dark, damp, and riven with narrow corridors. Running footsteps echoed from the walls as Victor Tremont and Nadal al-Hassan rushed along one of those corridors. Each carried a weapon. They continued on to the wall at the very end. This wall was as smooth and unbroken as all the rest in the dank basement. Simply the end of the corridor, apparently. Victor Tremont took a small black box from his suit jacket pocket. Nadal al-Hassan watched warily behind them. Tremont pressed a button on the box. The entire wall slid heavily to the left, revealing a hidden vault door. Tremont spun the combination lock, and the massive steel door slowly swung open. "Clever," John said as he stepped from the main corridor, his Beretta held steady in both hands. While Mercer Haldane had been speaking to the stunned crowd, John had watched Victor Tremont slip away. Caught in the mass of bodies, John had been unable to work his way clear as swiftly as he'd wanted. But in the end, it had not mattered. He had found Tremont. Nadal al-Hassan never hesitated. He swung up his Glock and fired before the echoes of John's voice ceased. The bullet missed Smith's throat by the thickness of a hair. John did not hesitate or miss. He pulled the trigger, and Al-Hassan fell without a sound. He lay spread-eagled, his blood pooling on the gray concrete floor at the side of his head. Victor Tremont's bullet did not miss either. It stabbed like searing ice through John's upper left leg. It hurled him against the wall, which caused Tremont's second and third shots to fly past and ricochet, whining away along the main corridor. Propped against the wall, John fired again. His bullet hit Tremont's right arm, knocking him back against the half-open door and sending his pistol flying with a metallic clatter to the floor. Dragging his bloody leg, John limped forward. Tremont did not cringe. His eyes were glowing with the certainty that any man had his price. "I'll give you $1 million. $5 million. You don't have $1 million. Not any more. You're dead." "They won't find me." Tremont jerked his head behind him toward the half-open door. "I destroyed the plans. No one knows an exit is here. The money's already transferred where no one can find it." "I thought you'd have some plan." "I'm not a fool, Smith. They'll never find me." "Not a fool," John agreed. "Just a murderer of millions. But that's statistics. The world will have to deal with you for that. But you killed Sophia, and that's personal. I get to decide what to do. You ended her life with a wave of your hand. Now it's my turn." "Half. I'll give you half. $1 billion. More." John lifted the Beretta. "I loved her, Tremont. She loved me. Now—" Randy's voice called behind him. "No, John, don't. He's not worth it. The FBI is here, the Secret Service. They've got them all. The serum's on its way to stop the dying, and they've confiscated the antibiotics. Let them deal with him. Let the world deal with him." Smith's face was fierce. His eyes glowed like coals. He took another step closer, the Beretta steady, inches from Tremont's trembling face. "John!" Randy's voice was suddenly soft, close. He glanced back over his shoulder and saw Sophia. It was her lovely face, her large, intelligent eyes and sweet smile. He blinked. No, it was Randy. "Sophia." "Randy." He shook his head to clear it. He knew what Randy wanted and what Sophia would have wanted. He made himself take a deep breath. He glared once more at the shaking Tremont. Then he lowered the gun and stumbled away, his wounded leg dragging. He brushed past Randy, pushed through the ranks of agents. Some reached out to stop him. "Let him go," Randy said. "He'll be all right. Just let him go now." John heard her behind him, but a rush of tears was blinding his eyes. He could not stop the tears, did not want to. He turned into the main corridor and hobbled on towards the distant stairs. Santa Barbara, land of palms and magenta sunsets, of glossy yachts with white sails afurl, of lovely young women and handsome young men. John Smith, M.D., formerly of the U.S. Army, tried to occupy his mind with the languid beauty of this soft paradise. It was early December, some 6 weeks after Victor Tremont and the Hades Project had been brought down. It had been a fight to resign his commission. They had not wanted him to go, but he knew there was no other way for him to find a reason to live. He'd said goodbye to his friends at U.S. Amrid, pausing a long time in Sophia's former office. Already an eager young man with a closet full of credentials had scattered his things where her pens, notes, and perfume had lain. John had stopped in his own office, which was empty, waiting for its next occupant, with less sadness. He paid a company to pack up his house and put it on the market. He knew he would never be able to live there again, not without Sophia. The Hades Project had occupied the news media for weeks, as more and more revelations of Victor Tremont's plans surfaced, and more arrests of once respected private and public officials were made. Legal charges against John Smith, Randy Russell, Martin Zellerbach, and a mysterious Englishman were quietly dropped. All refused interviews or any official gratitude for their roles. Details were swept under the mantle of national security. John had stopped for a day in Council Bluffs, Iowa, to see once again the river town of his birth. He walked through the downtown park and drove by Abraham Lincoln High School, remembering Bill and Marty and the days of their youth. It had all been so much simpler then. The next day he flew on to Santa Barbara and rented a beachside cottage in Montecito. He ate at local restaurants, walked the breakfront, and never struck up a conversation with strangers. He had nothing to say. Today he was sitting on his deck, barefoot in shorts. Although the day was cool, The beaming sun seemed to warm him to the bones. The phone rang and he picked it up. "Hi, soldier." In the beginning, Randy had called nearly every day. There was the business of disposing of Sophia's belongings and condo, which the two of them had worked through as quickly as possible. But then she'd continued to phone a couple of times a week, and he had realized she was checking on him. "Hi, Spy," he retorted. "Where are you now?" "D.C., working away at my lowly, boring job here at the think tank." "Oh, for a life of adventure. Why don't you visit for Christmas? All that sunshine and good weather must be getting on your nerves." "On the contrary, it suits me just fine. It's going to be just me and Santa. We'll have a jolly old time." "You'll miss me and Marty. I know you will. I'm having Christmas dinner with him. Of course, there's no way to blast him out of that little bungalow of his, so I have to go there." She chuckled. "He's made Samson part of his fortress routine. You should see them together." "Who's cooking?" "I am. I want something edible. What do you like? Traditional turkey, maybe a standing rib roast? How about a Christmas goose?" It was his turn to laugh. "You're not going to talk me into going back, at least not yet." Their conversation continued about 5 minutes longer before they said goodbye. As they hung up, John thought about Peter, who had returned to his California eyrie as soon as he had gotten permission to leave Washington. Last week, John had called to see how he was, but a machine had answered. He left a message. Within the hour, someone had phoned to inform him that Mr. Howell was on an extended vacation and could not be reached for a month or more, but he would be in touch as soon as he was available. Translation: Peter was off on some operation. John crossed his arms and closed his eyes. A warm offshore wind ruffled his hair. In the distance, a dog barked. Children laughed. He felt himself grow drowsy, until behind him a voice asked, "Had enough peace and quiet yet?" John jumped. He had not heard a door open or footsteps. Automatically, he reached for his Beretta, but it was locked in a safe deposit box in Washington. For just that instant, he was back on the trail of Victor Tremont, wary and alert, and alive. He turned. "Who the hell?" "Dr. Smith, good afternoon. I'm an admirer of yours. My name is Nathaniel Frederick Klein." In the sliding glass doorway between the house and the deck stood a man of medium height, dressed in a rumpled charcoal suit. He held a calfskin briefcase in his left hand. He had a receding hairline, wire-rimmed glasses, and pale skin. "Just get in from Washington?" Klein gave a short smile. "Yes, came straight here from the airport." "Care to keep guessing?" "I don't think so. You look like a man with a lot to say." "Do I?" He sat in a deck chair. "Very astute of you. But then, from everything I've learned, that's one of the characteristics that makes you most valuable. Dr. Smith, I'll come right to the point. You're what we call a mobile cipher." "A what?" "Mobile cipher. You're at loose ends. You've just had a terrible tragedy that has irrevocably changed your life. But you're still a doctor, and I know that's important to you. You have training in arms, science, and intelligence, and I'm wondering what else is important to you. You have no family and only a few close friends." "Yeah, and I'm unemployable." Klein chuckled. "Hardly. Any private investigative agency would welcome you. However, one look at your resume is enough to convince anyone that you're something of a maverick, which means that, despite your years in the Army, you're really a self-starter. You like to run your own show, but you still have a strong sense of patriotism and a commitment to principle, and you won't find that in any business. I have no plans to start a business." "Good. You'd probably fail at it. Not that you wouldn't enjoy starting one. You've got an entrepreneurial nature, but you couldn't keep it going successfully. Entrepreneurs, by definition, make lousy managers. They get bored too easily." "Mr. Klein, just who the hell are you?" "We'll get to that in a minute. As I said, mobile cipher. I think we've established the mobile part. The cipher refers to how the unfortunate events in October altered you. The external changes are easy to tally. Quits job, sells house, goes on a pilgrimage to the past, is living clear across the country." John nodded. "And the internal changes?" "We don't know, you probably don't either, how much this has changed you inside. You are, in effect, at this moment, a cipher to yourself as well as to everyone else. If I'm right, You feel at odds with the world, as if you've lost your place in it. Also, you feel that you can't seem to find a reason to go on living. That's why I'm here. I've been authorized to offer you employment that should interest you. I don't need or want a job. This isn't about a job or money, although you'll be well paid. This is about helping people, governments, environments, wherever or whatever is in crisis. You asked who I am, and I can't completely divulge that information unless you're willing to sign a secrecy agreement. I will tell you this. There are parties, high up in government, who have taken a personal interest in you. They are forming a very small, elite group of self-starters like yourself, mavericks who have strong ethics but few encumbrances. It might mean occasional hardship, travel certainly, and danger. Not everyone would be interested. Even fewer would be capable. Do you find this idea at all appealing? John studied Klein. What's this group called? At the moment, Covert-One. Officially part of the Army, but really independent. John turned away to gaze at the ocean, as if he could see the future. He still carried the pain of Sophia's death, but as the days passed, he was learning to live with it. He could not imagine ever falling in love again, but perhaps someday he would think differently about it. He remembered the brief moment when Klein had surprised him. He had reached for his Beretta. It had been a completely automatic response, and he never would have guessed that he would have done that. You've come a long way for an answer. We think it's an important question. Where do I get in touch with you if I decide that I'm interested? Klein stood. He reached inside his jacket and pulled out a simple white business card. On it was his name and a Washington phone number. Whoever answers, just tell him your name and that you'd like to speak to me. We'll take it from there. I didn't say I was going to do this. Klein nodded. He looked across the expansive view. Nice here. Too many palm trees for my taste, though. He picked up his briefcase and headed into the house. And he was gone. John sat there another hour. Then he opened the gate on his porch and walked out onto the sand. It was warm on his feet. Automatically, he turned east for his daily walk. The sun was behind him, and ahead, the beach seemed to stretch into infinity. As he strolled, he thought about the future. He figured it was time.